opened in 1956. This is Watkins Glen International in upstate New York, and this is a track that drivers love coming to. It's the host today of the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live as ever on iRacingLive, and we are looking forward to some fantastic multi-class racing. We've got ourselves Daytona prototypes, we've got ourselves GT and GTC cars all in the mix, looking to get class victories, and of course, there'll be one team looking to get themselves an overall victory as well. But we noticed the word team. This is team racing here, once again here today, and these guys are going to have to navigate traffic by themselves, set a car up so they can work with their teammates, figure out pit stops, driver changes, who's going to run the car and when, and it's all going to unfold after these messages. Welcome to RaceSpot TV on iRacingLive. He's typing! He's typing! He's got it! He's got it! It's a new line of code! I'll get my code. Sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Watkins Glen International. Welcome to the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacingLive. Will Vincent with Cisco, Rachel Whiteford, Cam Walsh here, And yeah, we are at the Glen, this fantastic, beautiful racetrack set in upstate New York. 6 hours then worth of racing. We got ourselves a track temp of 78 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity of 55%, wind speed of 3 kilometers an hour, couple of clouds in the air, but it's a beautiful day worth of racing coming up ahead. Here then is one of our fixed cameras. This is on the run up the hill, one of the fastest portions of the racetrack. We've got ourselves 3 classes of drivers here today. We've got ourselves those running in the Daytona Prototype Division, those running themselves in GT, and those running themselves in GTC as well. 6 minutes worth of practice to go. Cameron Walsh, hello.
Hey Will, how are you doing? Well, we've been broadcasting just about all week here from Watkins Glen, and if you haven't noticed, you can definitely tell I don't sound like myself, but I can definitely say Watkins Glen, it's the 6 hours. I'm very, very excited to see what can happen. We have got a ton of cars here today, 55 listed.
Yep. Now we can see a couple of cars in the Daytona Prototype Division working themselves right now through Toe Corner. Let's turn our attention though up to the Radicals online team. There we can see driver coming towards pit road. It's Sam Batty in that number 2 Chevrolet Daytona prototype. And well, Rachel, what we like about this track is it opens itself up to overtaking, to passing, to having fun. It is worth noting though, strategy will be so important in this race because get it right, it really helps you. Get it wrong, there's sometimes just too much to come back from.
Yeah, good afternoon, Will. There certainly is, of course. One of the biggest things we see here at Watkins Glen is there is a lot of on-throttle time. That means saving fuel is actually a lot harder than you would think with this track. So, pit windows are narrower. Strategy is much, much more important because you have to get it right or you are wrong. So, you have to make this fuel last. You have to make it work. We've got some big teams in this one as always. Well, we have some huge names. We have Thrustmaster Bavano, Radicals Online, Friction Racing, Gecko Vortex Racing, Sim RCDE, VRS Commander SimSport, Friction, and Inex. This is huge. We've also got the Apex Academy GT team as well. So there's some big names that are going to slug it out here. And that's in all 3 classes, of course. It's going to be spectacular racing. Strategy will be everything. And you know what? These Daytona prototypes will. They have the top end on speed at a track like Watkins Glen to make getting through traffic easy in most of the track. The only place it isn't, in the boot.
Yep. And while Cisco, it's worth noting the fact that our 3rd class here, this GTC division. Now, it's going to be interesting seeing the GT versus GTC traffic over the course of this motor race to see whether they can negotiate traffic as easily as we expect the Daytona Prototype division to do so. Because if you're in that GT field, of course, you're going to be passed once about every 15-20 laps, but also you're going to have to negotiate your own traffic as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. On the East Coast and so on. But yeah, what makes this GTC division, I think, a little bit more unique than, and kind of makes this whole race unique is just those rear engines. I mean, we'll keep talking about them all night, but the rear engine rough C-specs that we have here in the GTC class, it's a lot more tail end happy than what you might see out of the normal GT3s, cars like the Beamer and the AMG Mercedes. And And on a track like this, where it's such a high-speed track, that can really get away from you, especially with all the altitude changes. So that's going to be key here. These guys got to make sure they handle the altitude, make sure they don't get on the gas too soon, because they might be paying the price if they aren't careful.
And it's worth noting, Rachel, we've got ourselves 20 prototypes and 35 GT drivers overall. They're split. 20 drivers in your GT division and then 15 in GTC.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, we could have had up to 60, of course. 55 is huge there for this one, so it's going to be a great field. Of course, 20 prototypes, it's going to be a huge amount of overtaking that's going to happen. As just to finish off on what Francisco was saying, the biggest difference we'll see here, really, between the GT and GTC will be, of course, that the GT cars have traction control, they have ABS. It means they can go deeper into the corner, they can get on the throttle sooner coming out of the corner than the cars that don't have it. Also, typically they're all mid-engined or front mid-engine cars. We have the BMW and we have the Mercedes, which are front mid, and we have the Audi, which is a mid-engined car behind the driver. So, different handling properties to the Porsche roof, sorry, where the engine is over the rear axle. So, you'll get them able to go deeper in those corners. You'll see a lot more passing in the corners. I think it'll be a lot more difficult, those two categories, to race each other and to pass each other than the prototypes will be, but the GT cars will have the edge.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you can get social with us /RaceSpot TV on Facebook, at RaceSpot TV on Twitter. Join the conversation. Use the hashtag iRacingGlen throughout the course of this broadcast, and we'll keep in touch with you fantastic iRacing viewers. And a minute to go before this race. Cam, what do we really expect to see out of this motor race overall?
Well, the entirety of the race is going to be mostly a sprint. 6 hours is not that long as compared to what we used to be able to have to do here. So, I mean, we've already had quite a couple of 12 hours, a 24-hour or two, and so a lot of these drivers are going to be used to having long stints. So it's a 6-hour race, which means that strategy will come at a premium. You are not going to have many opportunities to make up for mistakes, so I would expect, Will, there are as many cars as possible to be on the attack early, and we'll see what they can do as they try to push their way through the field, and that could, of course, cause some issues when some prototype cars are trying to catch up to their competition. There's some GTC traffic in the way.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to Adwan Design, the official graphics partner of RaceSpot TV, also to our good friend Isfan Balal for these fantastic camera shots that you are seeing right now up on your screen. So here it is then. Practice is over in about 10 seconds, and that means it is time to go racing here at the Glen. We expect to see a rolling start here, so we'll give ourselves plenty of opportunity to run through your starting grid, although it sometimes doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then we apologise in advance. So let's get ourselves then ready to go racing here at the Glen. As you see the friction racing car there just sliding himself around. That was the bus stop chicane there. So it's time now to think about the grid. Let's have a look, and we won't show it to you, but what we do see there is the field lining up themselves now behind the iRacing.com first safety car. And well, Rachel, it's always that time in the race where everyone's just a little bit nervous. They know they've got to survive lap number 1, because if they don't, well, all that preparation goes for nothing.
Yeah, certainly. And as it stands, this is going to be the real test for the race. We saw last year, in fact, let's not forget, we had numerous incidents on the pace lap going on to the green flag. So these guys have to be careful. Starting here at Watkins Glen is difficult. It doesn't really show in the cameras just how steep that run down to turn 1 is, Will. And that's for every single lap. But on this first lap, a lot of cars, close proximity, running down towards turn 1. Big turn there, running up through the tight S's. Playing it safe in this first lap will mean everything to your race result.
Yep, so there we can see now these guys are heading themselves on their pace lap here. It's about time that we get ourselves a ticker up and get ourselves ready to potentially go racing. There we are. There's the iRacing.com first safety car, and there is our Daytona prototype field. Well, Cisco, you see these guys occasionally in NASCAR run this track, but of course they only run the shorter version. The boot is so difficult. Turn number 7, that downhill, hard left apex is so difficult. What are you looking forward to in this motor race?
I'm looking forward to just the traffic is going to be insane, and Watkins Glen is not a wide racetrack except maybe down in turn 1. Apart from that, this is probably one of the narrowest tracks out there on the iRacing service, and I think we're going to be saying the words Onco barrier several different times throughout the race. So these guys got to be sure, like I believe what Cam said earlier, or Rachel said earlier, it's not a long race versus what we've seen before, but it's just long enough where if you're out there by yourself, you're going to start to get worn out. So you may need that second driver, and that second driver may not be up to speed on how the car handles later on into these runs.
Worth noting the number of drivers driving an Audi in your GT division here. Not many of them. It'll be worth seeing the balanced performance between these guys over the course of this motor race. Of course, GTC is all full of roofs. The drivers are now heading themselves through the bus stop chicane into the carousel there, Cam.
Yes, Jeremy Bootloop, he's leading the front-running cars. It's both the Radicals, Friction, Team TTL, and it'll also be Glacier in there. We don't normally see them in prototype cars anymore. They normally like to stick to their GT cars, but I'm sure, you know, when you have an effort like this, it is always going to be an interesting thing just to get everyone up and going. I mean, if you look all the way up to the front there, though, you see that Orion race team car right now, and the team We Are Grip. You see a lot of good names out and throughout this prototype field. I believe that that prototype car is covered in cats. Anyways, going away from that, the prototype field is going to be obviously a lot of the focus. A lot of this, the force of this race of these guys trying to get around traffic is going to be around these prototype cars. And of course, they can get on the flashlight or get on the headlight flashing, but that's I think we've seen that won't actually do anything. But here at Watkins Glen, it's going to be interesting to see how fast these guys can try and attack this traffic.
Got a couple of onboards to show you then. First of all, with the number 8 machine of SRB Racing. He is running in your Daytona Prototype division. Also got the Kronos Sim Racers endurance car. Pole position in your GT division, Klaus Kivikas for Carina Sim Sports, as well as PJ Sturgis in the Inex Racing Green machine. In GTC, Thrustmaster Movano, that is Marco, number 72 machine. We've also got ourselves Stefan Magavi in SRN Motorsports. Turn our attention then to the front of the field. Here is Riley Preston, heading himself through the second to last corner. Number 14, Orion race team car. Going to head himself now through the final corner. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 hours worth of racing about to kick off here at Watkins Glen International. Let's get this show on the road. Green flags in the air. We are racing for 6 hours here on iRacing. Watkins Glen International, your prototype field, will head themselves down in towards one for the first time. Are they all going to make it through without real incident? Well, they'll head themselves through one. They'll get through one and they'll be fine. Back in GT is going to be Klaus Kivikas leading the way. He gets a very early jump over Nils Koster in the number 33 machine. They're pretty much single file in your first top 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers. And in GTC, here they come then. As you can see, drivers heading themselves down in towards one. And for the first time, it looks as though that overall cam, they've all got themselves going, with the exception maybe of Stephen McGarvey in the number 41 machine.
Yeah, well, just trying to look through everyone where Stephen McGarvey might have gotten off too, but just looking through the rest of the field, the GT division seems to be almost all single file as they head out of the bus stop for the first time. And you look at the Roof C-Spec class, and actually this Roof C-Spec class is extraordinarily spread out already. Not quite sure what might have happened there, but the number 5 car currently is the one that's in the lead. Perhaps they were just so spread out from the form-up formation lap, but either way, though, everyone seems to be getting away very clearly.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a little bit of two-wide racing going on at the rear of your Daytona Prototype field. Just having a look there at Justin Hope versus Maurizio Miccone. Down in GT, we've got ourselves a bit of two-wide racing once again into the same corner. This is the 420 machine of PJ Sturgis in X-Racing Green. No reference there at all. Along with the number 723. Actually, it's not the 723 car. I take that back. It's the number 10 machine I saw there. He was battling it with Robin Triscops is there. Also battling it out at the front of that GT division. GTC, it looks pretty close, although Troy Schuster there versus Marco. They head themselves now down into turn number 11. Those two were side by side for the moment, and the battle there is going to be Marco in that number 72 machine who will get themselves the advantage. Out front though, Rachel, Frank Shawhorse on the rear of Riley Preston. Kitty Cat versus Orion.
Certainly is. Well, Orion Race Team doing very well at the front. Front 3 making a bit of a breakaway at this stage. As Team We Are Grip, Orion Race Team and SR8. SRB Racing, I should say. Bruno DeCarmo there. He is running in the 3rd position at the moment, so we keep an eye on what these guys can do as they break away from this field. They've got about a second so far, Will, which is quite a broad gap at this stage, but the pace they're setting, 44 4s and 43 8s there for the top 3. Mostly in the 43s, but looking at Thrustmaster Movano back in 4th place, the 381 car, about a second off.
Yeah, it's worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see on the GT cars especially, we'll zoom in there, they can see the digital display on the right hand side of the car. Now that is their position That is not their car number. So you'll see the 03 that retains to where Sylvain Pomeradi is in that Radicals Online machine. In fact, we're going to go on board of him right now. Running a third place in class. He's got himself Nils Koch ahead of him. But, well, Cisco, let's give it cash. What a jump he's got at the start of this motor race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gotten way out there already. And these guys are going to have a little bit of work to do if they want to catch up to that Coanda machine. But in the meantime, this is just, everyone looks like they've gotten away. I don't really see a whole lot of damage on any of the GT3 cars. So it looks like a little bit of a battle maybe forming between SRB and then Kim Erickson and the Oispa Kalaha Racing car. But no, they're going to go single file for a while. But looks like everyone's pretty content to ride at the moment.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a little bit of too wide going on. This is with Lopez. Just getting himself past Pedro Moraes. No, he is. Yeah, he is. But he's behind PJ Sturgis right now. Going to ride on board with him as he works himself up the hill in the Vanderbilt Sim Racing number 138 machine. Now, it's worth noting here, Cam, that the straight line speed advantage, we talk about this between Mercedes and Audi, Audis and Beamers, so on and so forth. It looks in this case, the Vanderbilt Racing machine actually just got himself a little bit loose on the exit of the final part of the uphill part of the hill. As it stands right now, Rachel, over to you.
A good battle developing here in the GT field, Will, as including Friction Racing Bandits at the rear of this train of cars. We've also got the DWS Endurance Netherlands Atlantic Racing Team. Those guys, we love to see them racing. And the Hatsune Miku GS car, the BMW there at the lead of this group. They are battling hard now as we drop down in through the arch of the boot. Heading towards the toe there, and it's Hatsune Miku level with, I believe that's the car of Hellenic Racing Team. This is a great fight we're seeing towards the back end of your GT field, but well, the train is forming and they're going at it.
They are indeed. There's the number 19 Hellenic Racing Team car of Sologunas Toros there. He's looking down to the inside of the number 10 machine. Side by side, he will complete that pass. Well, he'll try and complete that pass. They're mighty close. They made contact. I've got a car into the wall early on in this event, and that is one Antonio Bermudez in the Hatsune Miku GS machine. And well, that was all just a little bit too hard racing too quickly. Let's get ourselves a quick replay of that one then as they come down side by side. And I was thinking they're looking too close, and they were looking too close. Hard into the wall, Cam.
Well, yeah, the coming into the heel, it's actually quite a bit tighter than you might expect going too wide. You have to go one wide very quickly. He got to the outside off of that concrete where there's not a lot of traffic running, and once he started getting loose, he started nudging into that Hellenic Racing Team car of Kyosogo, and so therefore the BMW, he nipped into the side of it. He didn't actually do any damage to the Hellenic car, but he bounced off. That sent him into the tire barrier. Now that BMW is extraordinarily damaged. That number 10 car not having a good day at all.
Yeah, out front though, Riley Preston versus Rick Strawhorse right now. This is your battle, Cisco, for the overall race lead. Gap is 0.6 seconds between Orion Race Team and Team We.R.Grip. We're going to call that the Kitty Cat Racing Machine. The Legacy number 16 machine is within half a second right now of Orion. And these two looking as though they're taking command of the field. Bruno DeCarmo is holding on for the time being. But Jeremy Butik in 4th place has dropped back 3 seconds already in the first 10 minutes of this motor race.
Yeah, and Thrustmaster Movano Cube is actually looking to make up the gap there and maybe try and take over that 4th spot. We'll have to keep an eye on that battle to see what Radicals Online can do. And then right behind them, Friction Racing Team TTL. These guys are all pretty close to each other. I'd say the two closer cars on the track is TTL, that 888, and the Friction Racing number 15. Those two are kind of stalking each other. I'm curious to see what's going to happen through some of these slower speed corners, because that'll shorten that gap up, and it might give Team TTL maybe a chance to jump as we have a car slow heading up towards the bus stop.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that one. As you can see, your top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers are still pretty close to each other. We have got a GTC car off track right now. We believe, yeah, it is indeed. It's Marvin Hanke in the 255 machine, and well, he's lost that car. We're going to try and get ourselves a quick replay of that one if we can, but well, early on in this motor race, that's the last thing you're going to want to have happen. It looks like there's damage to that 255 machine, and Cam, that car looks as though, well, he's not maybe going to complete this motor race.
Well, maybe, maybe not. Though that C-Spec car, it seems to have got quite a bit of front end damage, but the rear end of it and the sides look relatively okay. The tires seem to be straight, so perhaps you could salvage something. I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't see this be a bit more of an attrition race with not necessarily the cars failing, Watkins Glen being not a more classic of racing circuits, not necessarily high-end on the technical, but dealing with 55 cars on track certainly could lead to some attrition, so he could pull it in a good result as time goes on, but at least right now it's a rough day, to say the very least, for that number 255 C-Spec car.
Yeah, and we just
That's
see
an awful pun,
on the replay,
Cam.
this is what happened to him. He lost it up the hill. The back end of that car slid out and he smashed it. Cisco, you said it. Armco barrier. Our first big Armco barrier moment of the day.
Yep, absolutely. And we're just getting started right now. I don't know what's going on with the 52 car, but I didn't realize tires were on the barbecue already, because I have been seeing nothing but smoke. I don't know.
Yeah, but out front right now, there we can see we are starting immediately. As this is only 10 minutes into the motor race, we've got already some of your Daytona prototype drivers, Rachel, heading themselves past from the slower GTC traffic.
Yeah, we certainly do, of course. Some of the slower traffic back here is running, I'd say, quite a margin off the pace we're looking at in your GTC class leaders. At the moment, that's Sven Demi in the HJ Dickens fermented apple drink car, which is awesome for the record. They're running in the 151s. Looking at the back of this field, they are running as low as 55, so we're talking 3-4 seconds off the pace here. And your GT leaders are coming, or your prototype leaders, I should say, coming through now. Quite a lot of them, it might be said here, Will. So large number of cars coming through. This is where we're starting to see the initial problem phase of the race. When we see this lapping happening, it's very soon. There's a lot of prototypes close together who are racing close together. When it spreads out, it's fine, but this is the danger zone. If everyone's sensible now, everything will be fine.
It's worth noting that Future Horse in that number 16 machine is down into third place as it stands right now. As you see, the Daytona prototype drivers and some of your GTC drivers just working themselves past the final corner of this motor race. But as it stands right now, Future Horse in the Wii full stop, so Team Wii full stop, our full stop grip, as they're going to call themselves now, apparently, have got themselves some issues, but they've moved themselves down to third place. Got battling side by side right now. This is with Marcus Hamilton, Jeremy Bootstrap, Radical Friction Racing side by side. They make contact on the run through the bus stop chicane, and these teams have had issues before. Marcus Hamilton falls down into 6th place as a consequence of that one, and well, he may yet lose another position. We go on board of him. There's Yoel Otari right behind them, but well, Friction Racing versus Radicals on line cam. We've talked about this rivalry for so many years, and well, they've had it early on in this motor race.
Oh, absolutely. As, well, these cars are moving on through. They've got the DRS Racing C-Spec car. I wish he probably wishes he had a flap right now to get, at least keep up with these prototype cars. They are absolutely swarming him right now. It is like watching the stock car race here at Watkins Glen. These prototype cars are absolutely on it so early, and they are in a gigantic pack as they are clearing cars in huge swaths left and right. These C-Spec cars are getting overtaken, and these prototype cars, as they move through this Watkins Glen circuit, they're coming off, going along the backstretch now. This should allow them to dispose quite a few of them, but to say the very least, these prototype guys, they've got a lot of work going into them right now, as Riley Preston's working his way through not one but two C-Spec cars through the 90, and he'll have some trouble heading up the S's as he's got to get around the hammer down racing car. And for this, well, that's exactly what you want to see from the prototype car, patience going up the S's.
Yeah, it's worth noting through all of that, Rachel, that we saw there that your top four have spread out as a consequence. Riley Preston now 1.7 second advantage over Bruno De Carmo, as we see, 3 wide. Is that 3 wide? It is 3 wide.
It
on
is.
the run down into the bus stop chicane. That's between Jeremy Bootstrap, Marcus Hamilton, and Jan Atari. And Bootstrap, then Hamilton, Jan Atari. But they are battling hard right now in your prototype division. I was saying, Rachel, that overall your top 3 has spread out, but behind they are nailing themselves through traffic as quickly as they humanly possibly can.
Yeah, that was optimistic for lap 8, Will, of the 6 hours of the Glen. We are roughly 15 minutes into this one, and Yeah, let's go 3 wide into the bus stop because that's always worked here at this track. But yeah, these guys are pushing hard. We've got a lot of fighting going on, a lot of rivalries. We said before the race that there are big teams here, a lot of big teams, and these guys race each other a lot. They build rivals. We've seen these things evolve through the Road Warrior series, through Neo Endurance series, and these guys are, they're fighting for pride, and we're going to see that happening time and time again. Friction and of course, Radicals Online definitely have a long, storied history between the two teams. As we're going to see GTC cars, they're trying to pass each other ahead of Friction Racing, who are going to be rather cheesed off. Actually, no, that was Glacier Racing 3 wide out the final corner. Guys, calm down.
Yeah, I know, right? As we can see, looking at this battle again, in your prototype division, they are running, but they're running at Daytona right now, Cisco.
Yeah, this is insane. It's like a herd of angry rhinos are trying to drive through this pack right now. And finally go! A little bit of looseness from the Glacier Racing car, able to gather it all back up. He's having to dive in the inside of that Trinity Motorsports inspect. But now we're going to go 2 wide. TDL is on the inside of Movano. Movano going to get out of the gas there and let him go. But Thrustmaster and Movano have been right in the middle of this battle. They have dropped a little bit. They're back in 7th right now, last time across the line. And they're trying to do everything they can to hold on to position. And it's just a line of Daytona prototypes right behind them. This is going to be dangerous if they don't cut it out pretty soon.
Yeah, and this is the battle really looking no longer at P1, 2, 3, 4 cam. Looking at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But you made a good point. This is Watkins Glen. This is only a 6-hour event. If you want track position, you've got to try and get it early. And they're doing this also in GT. We look now at Silvio Pomerelli versus Neil Koch, and they're batting it out. Cormody Sports, Radicals Online, P2, PLP, and Radicals are trying to get that position.
Well, absolutely, as they're heading their way through the bus stop chicane. Well, it's actually just a straight-up bus stop, not necessarily a chicane, but they go through the carousel at about 110, 120 miles an hour. Coming out, well, Niels Koch in that Audi, he is currently getting harassed by that BMW. When we were watching another series that was racing here on Thursday, the BMW was actually not as slow as I might have thought it was on the straight. So really, this BMW, a very good package, as well as the Mercedes. And that Audi, well, it's a mid-engine car, and Watkins Glen should be very balanced through all of the corners. In this GT3 class, I almost feel like we've been avoiding it, as these prototype cars have been the absolute darling of the show so far, though they seem to have calmed down a little bit. But to say that they've calmed down, that's really going from 12 to 11 necessarily, as the Thrustmaster Movano car and the MSP driver's home car almost thought about going too wide through the bus stop, but they retracted that, and they are they're going to try to at least make it to lap 11.
Well, let's ride on board with Hugh Pakalami right now in the number 13 Glacier Racing machine. And well, to make upon your point here, Cam, we've got fantastic battles going on in GT. All the way up and down the field. This is what for P number 10, 11, 12, 13 right now. 4 drivers separated by just 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, and well, it's these GT3 cars. Well, I'm sure once the race progresses, we'll talk about them a lot more in depth. But just looking through the S's here, I think it's necessarily as there are a couple of GT cars that are starting to go through GTC traffic. Actually, Vieras Cuena Sim Sports Klaus Kivikas working his way around Phoenix Endurance's C-Spec car. Yeah,
in fact, let's turn our attention over to Klaus Kivikas then, as we can see, or we're going to ride ourselves on board with him. There's one driver done. That was nice and easy. But he's got many, many more drivers to go in GTC. And well, overall, Cisco, that number 9 machine, you're just having a look at him. He's having himself an interesting race right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got past the 723. That was another 2 wide into the bus stop chicane, able to make it work as they head down to the toe of the boot right now. And that's a little bit of a pack starting to form, and that's a bunch of Mercedes AMGs right there. You got the 9 of Friskops and the Inex Racing SLS AMG, the Mercedes AMG GT3. You got Apex in there, PND, Inex Racing Green. This is a pack starting to form, and there's some C-Spec traffic not too far ahead, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem as we're seeing another bit of a stack up between Koch, Jens, and the Radicals Online car as well. And that's going to be a stack up. Look out, they're going to jump to the outside. The C-Spec car, that's the German Sim Racing.de blue car, and he's just going to get out of the way there. Smart move. I don't think turn 11 is where you want to be doing that.
No, you never want to pass anyone, at turn 11, ever.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily hard to do it. You just lean on the inside line. But the problem is that if you get on the accelerator too early, the nose gets tight and you end up going into the outside barrier and you completely mess up the long straight of the front stretches. Right now, the Avatar Auto Racing car, he has got almost 4 wide right behind him as the Radicals Online and Vera's Coana Simsport car, Bjorn Jens and Pomerade are there absolutely trying to navigate their way through this traffic, and that is allowing the Coana car, Will, to get away.
Yep. As we talk about their class, Kivikas now has a 6.9 second advantage, Rachel, over Neil Koch. But Sylvian Pomerade there, running himself in P3 versus Neil Koch. That one is mighty, 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 mighty close.
It certainly is, Will. Getting very close fighting here in its early stages. Looking forward to see what can happen with these guys. It's really pushing hard now and really trying to make some moves at this stage, but we've got to remember, they have got a stop coming up. We don't know what we're going to see in terms of strategy for the GT cars. Prototypes, we expect tyres every stop here, but it's going to be a tough one.
Cam?
Oh no! Phoenix Endurance just clobbered the wall in the C-Spec. They went 3 wide in the toe of the boot. That doesn't work at all.
No, it doesn't. We'll try and get ourselves another look at that one if we can. They can see KRT Motorsports running themselves P number 9 in class. They are battling it out with Maximilian Schneider, and he runs himself in the CMRC.de machine. There you can see 2 drivers in GTC going hammer and tongue right now. And while these GTC drivers, they know they've got to be patient at times in this motor race, especially as you've got yourselves your class leader of Klaus Kivikas running themselves right behind him in the early stages of this motor race. We're back on board then with Klaus Kivikas. This is our first batch of a RaceSpot TV fan immersion as we go on board then with the driver of Klaus Kivikas for the remainder of this lap. So that's a look then at your GTC, your GT race leader, but they are back at it again, Cisco, over in GTC, I think.
No, that's Daytona Prototype. They're at it right now. Thrustmaster Movano actually is still continuing to hound the Team TTL number, the 888 right there, and they're just had to get around the SRB Extreme Racing BMW Z4 right there. But Movano is actually challenging. I think they went 2 wide going up through the S's, able to get through there, and they've gone single file now. So the battle is calmed for now, but you see just traffic is becoming quite a hassle right now.
Yeah, and traffic never comes for a moment here, Cam, at this racetrack. You'll see these guys come up the hill, and right now we've got a 2-way battle going on between Carlo Abatti and Sam Studham, but behind, look at this fantastic battle. It's a 4-way going on right now, and it's between Lucas Jeskis, Daniel Kotowski, and Muzio Makoni and Justin Hoppy there, all kind of thereabouts in a hunt. And we'll go on board then with the driver of Daniel, because he looks as though he's going to be mighty close in towards the chicane. Now, there's certain series that run without the chicane, there's certain times we run with the chicane, but well, it seems to me that the Kronos, they got themselves good straight line speed, they just can't make advantage of it right now.
Well, he's leaning possibly to the inside, but he was going to say he is well too far back to make an attempt on that MSP driver's home car of Lucas Yestog as the number 43 prototype. He is currently going to the chicane, or the carousel. The 17 seems to be able to close up a little bit, and then you go down the massive drop. It's a huge downhill section going into the boot proper. I never thought it was that steep until I was driving it, and right now going uphill in it through the toe of the boot. Well, it just seems that Cronus car is making it work, but the Driving Revolution car of Makoni, he is able to keep them in touch, and now they are having to work their way around a GT3 car. Not necessarily something you're interested in doing, especially going through the heel of the boot, but all three of them will make it. In the Mercedes car, well, he'll just let them all go. That is how you make your way through some traffic.
Yeah, we just saw Marcus Hamilton there in the Friction Racing number 15 machine, Rachel, working himself past 1, past 2, past 3 GT cars. And well, he's right there battling it out with Jeremy Boostley, battle for P number 3 in overall. But he lost 4 tenths of a second that last lap.
Yeah, he certainly did go to try and clear his BMW ahead of him right now as he follows the Radicals Online C7R there in number 2 machine, currently piloted by Jeremy Boothloop. This battle's been going since the start of the race. Well, these two qualified next to each other and they are fighting, and we're going to be all race long. But we cleared the traffic and Hamilton go very deep there into the bus stop, gaining back a bunch of time there on Boothloop. So we'll see what that friction car can do here. But this battle, I don't think it's subsiding until either one of them crashes or the race ends.
No, so we're getting ourselves close to half an hour into this motor race, and overall, it is worth noting here, Cisco, that we've not really had much in the way of retirements. We've got ourselves one driver on pit road, one driver out of the race, one driver scored a couple of laps down, but overall, people survived these first couple of laps.
And I'm worried to agree with you there because I don't want to start anything. iRacing don't do this to us now. But yeah, it's surprisingly we've been very good so far on very few retirements, and I think it just goes to show just the caliber of drivers we're seeing right now, just how great these guys are driving, and how pretty clean the race has been. I've seen a lot of brake lockups, but actually haven't seen a whole lot of body contact.
Nope, we haven't. We saw a couple of bits in the first couple of laps, and apart from that, we have been A-OK here. Yana Latari versus Marcus Hamilton right now, Rachel. Gap is 4 tenths of a second over in Daytona Prototype.
It is the Daytona Prototype field very, very close at the moment. Well, these cars definitely have the edge here in terms of overall speed. I think they're starting to work once they get into the faster GT cars here to lap those. Gaps are reducing because they're actually meeting a more spread out field. As it stands, the GT field itself is quite wide at the moment. Good wheel-to-wheel racing, but it's being dispersed in this by initial phase of lapping. Once this is completed, we'll have maybe 10-15 laps of not to race really before that happens again, so that'll be the critical part.
And that will come down dramatically, Rachel, over the course of this motor race, because you go from a point of having a couple of bits and pieces here and there to having yourselves a situation where you don't have a single lap of being able to go without dealing with traffic.
Well, I hate to say it, Will, but that is endurance racing. That is almost a critical part of endurance racing. More than anyone can drive a car fast. Anyone can race cars of their own class. But as it stands, endurance racing is the art of being passed and passing people. It's using the traffic from different classes to your advantage regardless of what class you're in. So it is, I'd say, the main part of this racing discipline is traffic. You either work for it, work with it, or it's against you.
Yeah, we do have some issues very briefly. No, we don't, with our racing overlay, but that's coming back to life as quickly as you can say. Boom! There we are. We're back up and online there. There you can see then, wind speed 3 kilometers an hour, air temp 78 degrees, track temp is up to 104 in this motor race so far. It's about time then, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take ourselves a quick commercial break. Overall things have settled down, but pit stops are coming, and this first pit stop will be mighty important. So stick around here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacingLive, and we'll be back after these messages and a word from our fans, etc. over at iRacing, after we figure out which buttons to press, because hey, stuff goes wrong once in a while. He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV, and well, we've had a huge development just happening then. We're going to try and get yourselves a replay of this one for you as quickly as we can. It involves Riley Preston in your Orion Racing car. There you can see the driver then of Hamadan Racing with Troy Schuster. But he was the he was the GT driver involved in that one. And well, Rachel, it's all gone wrong for Riley Preston in that Orion Race Team car. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it certainly did well. Of course, you saw there the 24 car Hamadan Racing getting loose in the S's, gets on the curb, goes sidelong into the Armco barrier, and just flips back across the track. Unfortunately, as he brakes, Riley Preston there might have gotten away with that one, but gets rear-ended by Core Motorsports in your GT class. That's P3 in your GT field, who ran into the back of your prototype leader, which triggered the accident, and at least 3 or 4 cars involved in that one. But biggest news, race leader in prototype is out for now. They made it back to the pits on their own power, but they seem to be in there for a very long time.
Yeah,
as is in fact, I believe, Will, actually, we also may have had one of the other front-running prototypes also coming in too into pit road.
Yeah, and it's worth noting.
Yes, that was SRB from third.
It's worth noting that the Hamadan Racing Team car, they got themselves a little bit of love there from the number 14 machine. That's what's caused this whole situation to occur. And that's what's caused this whole incident over Ocam to occur.
Yes, well, after that slight tap, it oversped the hammered down racing car. I mean, it excelled him probably about 5, 6, 7, 8 miles an hour and sent him off into the grass. He started hopping. Now, Preston, he did the right thing as far as controlling his car. He didn't just floor through it. He broke. he went slower and slower and slower, and he would have cleared this incident if not for the GT3 cars and the other competition prototypes going through, SRB Racing and the Team We Are Grip, which the Team We Are Grip car ended hard into the Armco on the right side to try and avoid the incident. They are also getting service. And so, well, I think you might have just taken a can opener and opened this one up, Will, because a lot has changed very quickly in a very little bit of time.
Yeah, there's the SRB Motorsports machine, and also you got yourself the number 2 machine of Jeremy Boost Loop on the lane as well. There you can see Boost Loop. So 3 big drivers in your Daytona Prototype division are classified as it stands right now as out of this motor race. What it does mean is Team We Are Grip are leading this event right now by 6.5 seconds, Cisco, over Friction Racing. But, well, last time by, the gaps were nothing between those two.
Yeah, and that We Are Grip machine does still have that damage from getting into the barrier on the right side. You can see that visually on the right front quarter panel of that car. And from what I can tell, Friction has a little bit of left front damage, but nothing too bad. It looks like maybe from a prior incident. I'd say the best looking car right now in the Daytona Prototype class is that P3 machine, the Glacier Racing machine. That car looks pretty spotless as they go through the bus stop there. But he's catching, from what I can tell, you can kind of see it visually, he's catching that Friction Racing number 15.
He is. Last time by, it's a 140.7 versus 140.9. Now, it's not much, but Rachel in this motor race, 10th of a second, mean absolutely anything. And of course now, this Daytona Prototype field is wide open.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we don't know what's going to happen now, of course. We've lost some major performers in this race, of course, and it has really opened up our class for the GT car, the prototype cars, of course. Friction Racing looking very strong. They're 6 seconds back from Full Stop Grip Racing, the Kitty Cat car. So Friction Racing running in second place there. They're in a strong spot, so a Glacier. So the MSP Drivers Home 1 team, well, this is 6 hours. We're not even completing hour 1 yet, and we've lost SRB Racing. We've lost Orion Race Team, your leader, and we've also lost the car of the Radicals Online team from that class. So major disappointment early on, Cam, of course, in this one. We've lost a number of cars in other classes too. Shark Motorsports in GT, one of the Audis. And of course, the Hatsune Miku GS car, who was involved in the incident on lap 7.
Yeah, quite a few cars that are starting to become casualties here as that Shark Motorsports joining a relatively quickly growing heap. Radicals Online is already 3 laps down. Boot Loop getting service on that car. Team Romain Marchal, he's pulled that car out. He had early lap damage, I believe. As well, you've got the Hammertown Racing car. I believe they've just that's gotten put on the trolley, and that is now, well, what's left of it is sent into the garage. The Team GTRS car, well, 5 laps down. They're back out. Nicholas Landau, he is currently piloting that car. Not quite sure what went wrong with that car. Not much looks wrong with it, but then again, the crew can have done a good job. You've got so just a couple of cars here that are in the pits, but you know what? Right now, you still got the front-running cars of the Team We Are Grip and Friction, as well as Glacier. They are actually just passing right now the GT3 class leader of the VRS Koena SimSport car. So really, as long as Freak Shothor still, he's got that car up ahead. But it's quite a gap. But I don't know. That front damage looks like that is going to cost him in the end.
It certainly could do, Cam. But Francisco, in your GT class, of course, VRS Koena SimSport, they qualified in P21 overall. They're in 15th place right now, so they started 6th in class. They're now leading that class by a good margin over Radicals Online. The Pro-Am blue car just coming through the final corner there. Coanda, well, they're in turn 1. A gap for 8 seconds as it stands, so this is the battle we're really looking at here. We've got Radicals Online, we've got Coanda, we have Core Motorsports, who were, let's not forget, involved in that incident with your other leaders. So there's a second Coanda car as well. This is definitely becoming an exciting one. Top 4 cars in GT. This could be a really promising race.
Absolutely, and if you want to tell me how that Core Motorsports car is still going after that, after the contact there in the S's. I have no idea. That thing must be made out of unobtainium or something
Well,
like
that, Francisco, is because unlike the NASCAR cars you regularly commentate on, of course, this Audi has its engine in the back. Front damage, not a dramatic issue normally from what we've seen, especially for the C-specs.
I'm just surprised that he's still out there as competitive as they are right now, because that was a huge impact with the Daytona prototype. And, Will, I don't know about you, but I don't think Daytona prototypes are supposed to fly.
No, they're not, ever. Under any circumstances, they never, ever, 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 ever. Of course, the downforce in these things come into play pretty quickly there. There you can see then the VRS Commander Sim Sports car in your GT division. And you can also see...
Oh, no trouble! No trouble with the #1 Driving Revolution Daytona prototype. Looks like he's gone into the barrier there. I believe that's the toe. That's the #1 car.
We'll get ourselves
it was an incident, too, involving reactive sim racing, the number 12.
No idea what happened. I had a BSOD. That's right. I bought a brand new 960 gigabyte SSD card.
I crashed out too, Will. Same time as you, basically.
Really?
Yeah, I got like a OX0011, whatever the fuck.
BSOD.
I don't know what that is.
Blue screen of death.
No, it wasn't a blue screen of death. It was a pop-up window that just crashed me out of the sim.
Yeah, my iRacing crashed too.
Yeah, what antivirus do they use?
What, huh?
What antivirus do they use?
AVG.
I think
Cam, what antivirus do you use?
our mic is open.
We do apologise for that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live and iRacingLive. And if you did hear anything a little bit unsavoury, we do apologise for that. But we are back. We are live here at the Glen. And well, the important thing to worth noting right now, Rachel, is that we are about 10 minutes away from the first round of pit stops. It'll be interesting to see if people come in before the hour or after the hour.
Yeah, we certainly are going to see that, and it will be interesting to see whether this will happen. I've just seen Jake Sturgis jumping into the garage right now, preparing to hop into that Inex green racing car, we believe, with his brother PJ, the two Peak Antiphy Series drivers, looking to take it to the road course here at Watkins Glen. This will be useful practice for their Watkins race, but we are expecting this one to go just before the hour, Will. Yeah, we are expecting this one to go just past the hour, really, for your GT cars, probably just before it for the prototypes. And Cam, the GTC cars, what are we expecting to see from them?
Well, it's a rear-engine car here in Watkins Glen. It's going to kind of drift itself over the corners. I've already seen quite a few starting to lose the rears, especially during elevation changes. I'm sure their tires aren't going to be going any better.
Oh, big accident. Sorry, Cam, to cut you off there, but the 41, the 23, all in C-Spec, just had a huge incident right there. A big pile up in the S's.
Steve McGarvey.
That was
We'll try and
a
find out
lot.
what happened
Yeah,
here.
I'm just seeing it right now. Stephen McGarvey in SRN, his car was going slow. I think he might have just exited pit lane, Stephen McGarvey, with that damaged car. That is exactly it.
Yes.
He was out on his patrol lap trying to make sure the car was good, and the GTC car of the Busch Fink Racing blue car just didn't really slow down at all.
Yeah, we'll try and get a replay of this when we see what happens. But Busch Fink Racing just ploughing into that slow car of SRM Motorsports heading out of pit road. Definitely a big speed difference we could see there. Of course, we'll get that replay for you very shortly. But that also, I believe, has involved one of the Thrustmaster Movano has been involved in your GT class, your GTC class, who were running in fourth in class. Cam, but this is definitely going to change the complexion of the race once again. Not sure what the Busch Fink car was thinking when they decided to just plough into a slow car that was obviously slow. They could have lifted and moved around. We're also looking at the 80, I believe the 88 machine. 88, that is VRS Grand Sim Sports, who are having an issue.
Team TTL, the Team TTL
Team TTL,
car.
Triple Eight car.
Yeah, he is currently perched with his left rears are on a drain, and the car is completely facing the wrong direction.
That's the heel of the boot cam.
Yeah, in the boot. Well, there he goes. I think he's restarted the car. He's fired it back up, and he's trying to figure. No. All right, they'll decide to have to tow that away from there. Oh, the wheel was spinning.
Yeah, they're beached on a grid on the side of the heel of the boot there. That is a disaster for Team TTL Triple Eight Racing, beached on a drainage grid at the side of the track. If you ever wondered how realistic the iRacing.com service is, Cam, this is exactly how realistic this is. You can get stuck on a train cover. So, unfortunate news there for Team TTL, but they're going to get that car towed back to the pits for them, and hopefully they'll get back out very shortly. But I believe finally we are actually rejoined by the one and only Will Vincent. We're not rejoined by Will Vincent yet, so we go back to the 52 car, who's had an issue.
Noir, it looks in the same area.
Yep. Yeah, that's just past the toe, and he's kind of stuck there. I don't think he wants to back into traffic.
Yeah, well, the rear... there we go. He's going to make an attempt at it. Oh, here we go. He's sticking it in first. Come on, There we go. All right. The number 14 car just in time. There's like 20 cars in a train led by that MSP driver's car that are all sliding on by. All right. Well, that is the proper race etiquette.
We got another one. The 21 just lost in turn 10 right there. He's back on track. Oh, we shouldn't have said anything about the lack of incidents.
Oh, boy.
Well, these guys, there has certainly not been a lack of incidents so far today, but we're very surprised by the number of solo car incidents we're starting to see here, Cam. In a 6-hour race, people trying to run 6 hours, you're not pushing necessarily flat out all of them, and this is certainly surprisingly energetic.
We've also not an incident we can look back at, but just this last lap, a BMW of DWS Endurance NL, the 323 car, lost it going through the bus stop and actually threw himself in the outside of the bus stop, and that car is completely wrecked, massive front end damage. The hood's gone, and those tires don't look as straight and narrow as they might to be. But it's just so much is happening at the same time. We're all kind of looking around and skirting around, guys. And well, Rachel, it's there's too much there's too much going on too quickly, I think.
There certainly is, Cam, of course, and what we're looking at here, of course, it seems to be the mad hour of Watkins Glen, and we're seeing some seriously exciting racing going on, some crazy racing, and we're seeing a little bit of aggressive racing going on between some cars. We're seeing some what look like it could possibly be retaliation from SRM Motorsports in your GT C category, I think. It's getting very... Well, it's quite difficult to describe what's happening, Cam, but we're seeing lots of single car incidents. We're going to take a look at the weather we've got for today, of course. Looking at 78 degrees and cloudy, the track temperature of 88, so it's little bit on the warm side, but humidity stable, wind is stable and low. If anything, this is standard iRacing conditions. We shouldn't be seeing this many issues, but we are seeing, for example, iRacing's new feature of dirt being dragged onto a road surface and that affecting grip. We're seeing a lot of cars dropping wheels. We're seeing cars picking up grass and dirt and pulling it onto the racetrack. This could be causing some of these issues that people have not expected in the past. Corners where one typically would cut a bit of the line. We're starting to see more cars having solo issues. Drivers pushing too hard in certain segments of the track, and we're starting to see a lot of this field undoing itself.
Yeah, well, and there are also little concrete patches which you don't normally see on other racing circuits, but just as these cars are cycling through, we're just on lap 28 in GT3, lap 30 in the prototype division, and lap 27 on the GTC category. Just as we look through it, the Team We Are grip car, I think, has come away with it as far as the leader goes. He really drove into that Armco barrier, and he did not really get any slower from that Cisco. And, well, he's staying ahead of the Glacier car, and just as we're starting to get to 50 minutes of racing here, hopefully, things have settled down a little bit. We can start settling back forward on actual racing for positions.
Yeah, the kitty cat machine. Well, actually, they're going to come down to the pits, so that's going to change things up for a little bit. The full stop R full stop grid or grip Daytona prototype is coming down pit road, and that's going to hand the race lead over to, I believe, if it updates, yes, Glacier Racing. Glacier Racing in the 3 is actually going to be your leader here.
Yeah, and so, well, coming in a little early, I have to say, for a prototype. I would have thought they maybe could have stretched it to the hour, but as, well, we're actually seeing a couple of other cars. The Chrono Sim Racing's Endurance is coming in. The Team Romaine's coming in. Noir is coming in. Reactive Sim Racing is reacting to everyone coming into pits, and they, too, are coming into pit. And as such, everyone's getting their service and their tires. Now, important to note here that these prototype cars can get all 4 tires and the fueling at the same time, so they are going to be getting their tires in service and off and away off of the air jacks. The GT3 cars obviously have a different set of service as the Driving Revolutions car is coming in, and as well as, let's see, who else is going to be coming in at some point, not quite sure, but I see KRT coming in. The GT3 pit stop, it's going to be 2 guys, one on a rattle gun, one on the tire, and then they're going to also, and they can't fuel and change tires at the same time. They can switch drivers and fuel, but they can't do the tires and fuel, so the pit stop should be somewhere in a minute, whereas the prototype cars are much faster as far as their pit cycle.
It certainly is, Cam, and well, one thing we're noticing already in this race, we're about 50 minutes into this one so far. We're seeing a lot of dirt on the racetrack, Cam. I was just looking at the outside of turn 1 a moment ago, and the track out point from the first corner. Most of the track is covered in dirt. There's a clean line developing in that, and we're seeing this across a lot of the racetrack here, especially through the heel of the boot. We're seeing a lot of dirt being pulled onto this racing surface. This is definitely going to affect the race as a whole, especially now we're seeing a lot more of the, should we say, expected lapping that's going on. Once we've got the initial packs of cars going through other passes, now we're spreading out, now we're seeing more regular passing. There'll be a lot more cars running offline on alternate lines. We see Gecko, Vortex, Sim Racing heading to pit road now, or just were heading to pit road. Of course,
yep,
once drivers are running on these offline areas, we're starting to see more people running on this dirt and on this sand and gravel that's been pulled onto the track, and this is causing a lot of our issues here we're seeing today as Gecko, Vortex are in. We'll see if this is a 4 tyre stop and fuel for them. They're definitely fueling. We've not seen them go up on the air jacks yet. JB Masada is still in the car there, so no issues for him. And we do see them go up on the jacks. And they're out. 24.6 second stop there for JB Masada and the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. They're running in 7th place, Cam, in class. Good race from them so far. Quiet, clean race from them so far. And we'll see them better exit onto pit road. Look at the amount of dirt there on the racetrack, on that offline from turn 1 exit. That is huge. All these guys running just over that little corner, rejoining the track from the pavement. This is pulling all this onto the track. Guys coming out of pit road are sitting there with stuff on their tyres. As we see Gecko Vortex there passing one of the GTC cars. This is definitely going to be a involved factor in this race. I mean, the bus stop is already quite dirty. So grip is going to be a premium resource people are going to have to fight over.
Yeah, and that rubber line already coming in on the carousel, at least that I can see, and in the heavier braking zones, such as the entry into the boot. The Core Motorsports 33 car is the one now in front of that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing red and blue number 20 prototype that we normally see, as he'll be working his way through. He'll resonated, what, he was third position, fourth position. Now he's going to be well back in the prototypes. But overall, though, as far as everyone's settling down now, we had a very crazy start to this race with a lot of good hard pack racing. We had a couple of crazy incidents involving leaders and prototypes and GTC cars, and then we, I don't know, everything seems to have settled down. The MSP driver's home car is in the pits. That's the 4 car of Julian Gunastel, and of course his teammate will be Philip Schallenberg as the race goes on. He's off and away in that 34 car. And hopefully a lot of these prototype cars, Friction Racing also on the pits with Frederick Evers. Hopefully these prototype cars get themselves sorted out, get some aerodynamical bits put back on the other cars, and we'll get back to racing.
I'm looking on board with the Inex Racing Green Machine of PJ Sturgis right now. He's battling it out with Robin Friscott in the battle for P number 6 in your GT division, and they are 2 Mercedes going at it, and so therefore we can't even talk about balance performance, etc. ad nauseum. A couple of drivers in your GTC division have made pit stops. The first one of those we want to talk about is the guy who's coming already. That is their HJ Dickon Espermented Apple car machine, Rachel.
It certainly is. Well, that car's certainly one of the best named teams in this series. Running up there in the 4th spot in your GTC field, behind SimRC's 2 cars and Trinity Motorsports class leader, but that's the part of Evan Merrill we're looking at the moment. Running well here at the moment. Good times from him. Running in the, believe he's just come out of the pit road, so we'll have a time from him as he's having some minor issues, and yeah, some issues for that car, Will.
Yeah, he's in that was a 51, his fast lap was a 151.6, but he carries on for the time being right now. Behind, you got Kim Eriksson trying to get himself past some GTC traffic. There is the number 107 Spada Kajala Racing Machine. We've got ourselves a couple of issues going on up and down the field. We'll try and keep you updated on them as they occur. But PJ Sturgis, Robin Friscops, that one is sort of big one going on. P7 in class right now, Cisco, and well, it seems to be that Inex Racing do not want to lose a position, but they are hunting down P number 6, their own teammate, Inex versus Inex.
Yeah, and that's not the only 2 teammates dueling right now. Coanda actually holds both the 1st and the 3rd spots in the podium for GT3. So if that 3rd place Coanda car catches the 1st place, we might have a little bit of a battle on our hands. But the one thing I've noticed for sure right now, Will, is turn 1. That place looks like a sandbox right now.
It's worth noting that Klaus Kivikas is 12.7 seconds behind his teammate. Jorn Jens is 12.7 seconds behind Klaus Kivikas right now. Between the P1 and the P3 Command and SimSports machine. But yeah, you're completely right, the Cisco there. The turn number 1, it does look like a sandbox. In fact, we're going to have a look on board with the driver of Glacier Racing, Jerry Altari. I'm going to try and turn that camera around and show you just how bad it looks right now. It's actual sandbox mode.
And you can see all the dust just jump off when he went through there. Is he going to go to the outside of a GT3 car there now? To the inside. Oh, look out. No, not
He's in.
there.
Oh, GT3 car into the wall. Which one was that? Is that Chrissy DeRita? No,
that's
it's not.
That's Phoenix Endurance. That's Jonathan Fuller in the 911 GT3 C-Spec there. I think that was a result from that contact with the Daytona prototype, and that put him hard in the wall, and he's had to take it on the rollback back to pit road.
Yeah, we're back on board right now with Jonathan Fuller. This is a replay from his perspective. We'll get ourselves another one from our aerial coverage in a moment's time. But there you can see contact.
Oh, well.
Boom.
That was bad. Very bad. That was not a place you pass as a prototype car. Never going around the outside of a GT car who has to track out. to the right there. They have no choice. They don't have the grip to hold it tighter. And I believe that was the car of the team from Prototype class. That was Glacier Racing in second, who were not willing to give an inch there. They went to the outside of a car that had to use that room. That was like the WC at Silverstone this year, where the Audi tried to go round, or the Porsche, sorry, tried to go round one of the Porsche GT cars. They have to use that track. There is no room to keep it tighter, and that was unnecessary and aggressive from the Glacier car. I can't put it any other way.
Well, the way I see it from that one is that there is still a line for the Glacier car to take, and it will be worth potentially getting a look on board with that Daytona Prototype driver. But you're right, Rachel. The way these cars track out is two different things here, and it would be worth maybe getting ourselves another look with the Glacier Racing machine of Yolo Otari to understand from his perspective what he could see, because we always talk about lines, etc., but at the same time sometimes it's difficult to understand what you are seeing. And it's worth noting, Rachel, also looking at a left-hand drive car versus a right-hand drive car, and that's what makes these races sometimes so dangerous. And we're going to look at this one at Super Slowmo replay right now. At this point, Latari's like, well, I've got a line, but he doesn't.
But it's not a line that will exist.
Yeah.
He has to realise he drives GT cars. Everybody who drives GT cars, Will, at Watkins Glen, knows you are using every inch of the right-hand side of the track there. You go all the way to the Armco barrier. You physically can't hold it tighter.
Yeah.
He drives those cars, he knows that, and he decided, oh look, it's open here, I'm in a prototype car, I have the faster car, and they think they can go for it. But he sees him coming across. He could have backed out. As you watch the onboard there, he could have backed out so many times during that. But he insisted on going for a gap that was never going to last.
Well, Yolo Otari right now runs himself second place in the DP class, but it's worth noting, Cam, that he did get some damage as a consequence of this. He got himself past one driver and then tried to get himself around the outside of the other. I do think that he just didn't track out enough. Looking at it again, he just didn't track out enough on the run through the second part of the S's, and that was what all the issue was.
Well, for me, it's, I think we're looking at it in a bubble. The S's on their own are pretty much a one-line sort of situation, unless you're racing someone in your own class going side by side. Trying to pass two cars just on the S's, a GT3 car and a GTC car, I just don't know how that necessarily would work. I think the rears of Fuller did start catching out, and the car was completely savable, but there was that prototype. It's I don't necessarily think it was a high percentage chance, rather than maybe like a 10-15% chance of that thing working out for him, but the rears on the C-Spec lost out, which we've been seeing that happen all race long, and all of these longer corners. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of these cars drifting basically. I mean, I just watched Trinity Motorsports. They just lost her in front of in Glacier, and well, he's losing the rears. Actually, if you watch the Trinity Motorsports car, you can just watch in that 49 of Marcel Fassbender just how difficult it is to wheel one of these cars around. You can see him attacking the steering wheel, and these cars, they lose traction in the rears, and you really need to give them space, not because the cars are uncontrollable, but because that's just the nature of the car here at Watkins Glen.
Alexander Romani is on pit road, as is Silvio Pomerade and Juan E. Lopez right now. 4 drivers on pit road in your GT division. We've got ourselves most of the DTC field who have done themselves a pit stop so far. Want to keep an eye out then for just one brief moment on Sylvian as he comes himself out of pit road. And well, Cisco, it does look as though that in terms of pit stop times, yes, it's longer, but also getting those tyre temperatures up is a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we keep bringing it up with all the dirt on the track. You know, those tires are gonna be sticky once you get them up to temperature. As the one thing I'm just noticing is these Daytona prototypes, as the run's been going on, these guys who have stayed out and, you know, who are sitting 1-2 right now, these cars have just been getting more and more oversteer prone. I mean, I was watching our leader, the We Are Grip car. He's just been struggling to keep that thing in a straight line. When they came down here, entering the boot last lap, he about put it in the wall 2 different separate times on one corner.
Yeah, and, well, well, of course, he had front-end damage from that Armco, so that might be something involved with it. I mean, Freak Show, of course, you can see him racing in the Formula Renault that we cover here on RaceSpot TV, and well, he's translating that to a prototype car. He seems to really be hustling it around. Now, we have to really kind of, I hate to say take the covers off of this Daytona prototype, but if you look underneath it, well, what is it? It's a tube-framed...
It's a Can-Am car, Cam.
It's a really upended GT car, as instead of a purpose-built prototype tub. If I can make the difference, they both go about the same speed. They both go really fast, and they both have a heck of a lot of downforce. But one's an evolution of a GT car, one's a development of a prototype car, as of course we're talking about other prototype cars, or what you would call a, quote, European prototype car. So this car, it does kind of have that grassroots of a racing Grand Touring type of car, where, you know, you're going to lose the rears a bit. The car is going to need to be a little bit more handled that way as compared to an open wheel car. And already, Freak Show Thirsty is flashing the headlights at the IRJA Flat 6 Racing 87 car, and just like that, he's already on him and away. Oh, he started flashing on the exit of the S's, and just as the IRJA car was decelerating to go into the bus stop. I know the headlights are important, guys, but I think that's a little early to be getting on the light.
Yeah, it is indeed. But at the same time, you know, the prototype drivers always trying to do it as early as possible for safety reasons, maybe, who knows. You're Ty still runs second place. The remainder, Rachel, of your GT field have just come on towards pit road.
Yeah, they have, Will, as we're seeing now. Last of those cars coming down. We are just about really looking at this clock now. I'm going to try and pull this one up for you. We are at the 1 hour 7 minute mark, so exactly that time. It's definitely upstate where we expected to go just past the hour mark, and they have, so it's still going to be 5 stops in this race, or it will be 5 stops, we can say safely now. So the strategy has a very little wiggle room. We go the same distance again, 1 minute, hour 14 for the next stop. It'll be 1 hour 14 past this stop, I should say. And then we'll start to see that one wind up. Maybe they could pull it down further, but it'll still at least be 5 stops, so there isn't really the ability to save and drop a pit stop.
Yeah, it's worth noting there that SRB Extreme Racing now down in P number 16 in their class. Everyone in prototype, everyone in GT, everyone in GTC have now pitted. Cam, for the first time. 34 car battling with the 20 machine. Take us through it, Cam.
Yes, right now it's Grunastel and the Gecko Vortex car of JB Masadia. It's as we saw JB get his tires, get his fuel not that long ago. MSP, I believe, came in a lap after that. So right now, Julian and JB working their way through corner number 12 of this 3.37 mile Watkins Glen circuit. They're going to be going downhill towards R90. The car will be hitting about 165, I'd have to say, no, 160. The MSP driver's car hit as they go through the 90, and they'll use all that that runoff room, kicking up a little bit of dirt, and you can actually just see the dust and dirt going off through them as they head up towards the S's. They're going to be coming to the Radicals Online Pro-Am blue car relatively soon, and that could possibly be used as a pick for Masida, as Masida is getting ever closer, possibly leaning to the inside, going into the bus stop. He will back out Will Vincent. They will continue the back half of Watkins Glen here, but that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car very, very on the attack on that MSP driver's home number 4 car.
Yeah, and these are two teams that love to race against each other. MSP driver's home number 4 being driven by Julian Grunstenwald right now in the number 34 machine. And you got JB Masida in the number 20 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. Well, Cam, it is worth noting that Vortex is one of these teams that have really arrived at the top echelon of the iRacing scene over the last 18 months or so. And they continue to be right there in the mix, trying to get themselves into the top 5 of any race they run in. Be it endurance racing, be it Formula racing, be it GT racing, be it anything else, they push, and they push hard.
Yes, they do, as the Oyster College Racing Mercedes, out of all the words, you think the Mercedes would have been the one that came easy. Car lets the 2 prototypes go through. They are going to the inside on 11. This is what you don't normally see. There's no runoff there for the Radicals car to go to, but they managed to make it work, and then they go on the outside, going through corner number 12 to finish out this lap. Masita, well, with Gecko and as well as MSP, to be utterly honest, I've seen MSP come up through the GT ranks, and Gecko Vortex, I normally see these guys on open wheel cars, so it's great to see everybody in these high-end GT racing and prototype cars. I personally love it as they go around the Trinity Motorsports car. The Polar Bear hold on to it as he goes to the outside, and that's how well, he went to the inside of the exit to the S's. I think that's how you're supposed to go around a C-Spec car, but ultimately, though, as, well, Julian, he's holding on the headlights behind the MSP driver's home. I don't think that's going to work either, Will, as they go through the carousel one more time.
Yeah, apologies there if you just missed a little bit of the commentary, but it's okay. No issues at all.
Yeah, it was just me talking, so therefore nothing of importance was lost.
Yeah, Jonathan Boutel, by the way, is out on this motor race, so it's worth noting that one. Also, we've got ourselves a very close battle going on between PJ Sergios and Justin Brunner right now, so let's go. This is P6, P7 still in your GT class.
Yeah, they're going at it right now, and a little bit, sorry, let's just looking ahead there, but yeah, no, this is a great battle right now, Will. And, you know, like you said, we're just past that hour, so I believe everyone's pretty much come down pit road at this point. So those guys are going to be set to just ride for a while. And meanwhile, that battle between Inex has not gone. I don't know if it's a battle. They might just be kind of bump drafting their way up to the front. I don't know. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work for these, does it?
Maybe. They can try. But who knows what will happen with it there. You can see PJ Sturgis in that number 420 machine. He's scrapping it out with Justin Brunner still. Battle for P number 6. And Brunner, of course, runs himself in a Mercedes also. Let's step aside for 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after these messages. He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wash your way. We had a Core Sim Racing GT1 machine there. Had himself a little bit of an issue. He spun and he's carrying on going, but hey, not what you want to have right now. That's number 13 machine of Maxine. Probably they can see that number 13 machine if you're interested. There we are. Core Sim Racing, not Friction Sim Racing. Sorry, there in that number 13 machine. Do apologise for Friction Sim Racing. For that one, we got ourselves a nice little battle that was going on in your prototype division. The biggest battle going on right now in GT though is between Core Motorsports and the guys just ahead of them. That's P&D Racing Cisco, number 723, number 33, battling it out.
Yeah, and they're just coming down the front stretch right now, and Core's looking maybe to put that Audi R8 in front of the Mercedes, but here they come down into the first corner, and we're going to bring it up again because they're going by and past the sand trap there, because that's basically what that corner's become. But the Core Motorsports car is slowly trying to reel in that P&D Racing Mercedes AMG.
Not able to do so though. The gap is still 4 tenths of a second as they work themselves down to the chicane. And that's one thing worth noting, Cisco, like, you know, under some circumstances, if you were to not run in the chicane, then yeah, 4 tenths of a second back on the exit of 1 is okay, but here, it needs to be right on their nose if you want to make a pass.
Yeah, and that's the best place to do it, is going down what is basically, I think in NASCAR, what we would call the backstretch, but the run up to the bus stop, that's probably the best passing place on the track, is if you can get the draft going into the bus stop, you might be able to make a move.
Yeah, but Cam, as it stands right now, we're starting to get ourselves more and more gaps in this one race. We've been having a look at this one. I want to turn attention down a little bit further back. Number 44, number 6 machine. They are close in this event, Cam. And that number 6 machine just gets himself past, actually. They don't upper back, and these two still stay side by side on the run down into the boot corner. But, well, now you can move Santerre Coluncni up into P number 24 overall and P number 10 in class, but he's still got a gap because here comes the Apex Racing Academy car right behind.
Yeah, well, it's Mercedes versus BMW, not necessarily a shocker there, and if they go up just the track just a little bit, the German Sim Racing DE green car of the Audi is up ahead, so it's good to see these cars in balance that we have available for us. Is that Core Sim Racing car. Well, he's just seeming to he'll make his way through the corners here. This is where the BMW should excel. A lot of front end grip on that BMW. Goes, swings to the left, swings to the right. He gets off the corner and he'll get on the throttle. And now the Mercedes will have the advantage as they go down the front stretch, already about 3 or 4 miles an hour faster as they enter corner number 1. And the BMW once again taking the advantage through as they head their way up the S's. So good racing here throughout this GT3 category. Normally we see that these guys are the rowdy bunch, but it just so happens to be the prototypes today at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. The Mercedes with a massive overspeed. Opake, he will make it on the outside, but will he get that pass completed? Yes, he will, and the BMW will have to yield going into the bus stop.
Yeah, we're look on board right now with that number 6 machine of Santerre Coluncni, now down into P number 11 in your class in GT. However, well, things are closed down a little bit. They're calmed down, Francisco, pretty dramatically in GTC. There's no real battles going on. An hour and 20 minutes into this motor race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, for those guys, I think it's been an eventful race, several different things happening. But Will, your favorite team right now is leading that C-Spec class.
Yep, and they can see the number 5 machine of Evan Muriel in that number 5 machine. Well, let's see who it is. Oh yeah, it's HG Dixon, Experimented Apple. I can't see the rest of the team because it's way too long machine.
Drink.
But the number 5 car is still leading the way there, Cisco. And well, they currently have themselves a 5-second advantage over Marcel Fassmuller. But it is worth noting that actually they had a slower pit stop than the guys ahead of them, behind them. So this could actually be track position of like HG Dixon Experimented Apple drink car.
Yes, absolutely. And the Trinity Motorsports car getting out of the way there, the Inex Racing blue car, and now PJ Sturgis all over the back bumper. Look out, that one's close. Sturgis, of course, he knows how to get it done here, able to get around that Trinity Motorsports car and carry on following his teammate. And I'm convinced they're bump drafting now. They have to be.
Yeah. Well, they can see them, the HG Dixon Experimented Apple drink machine as they work themselves down into the carousel once again. They have got themselves a Core Motorsports car right behind them, looking to the outside. Bruna Carousel that are going themselves the inside line in towards turn number 7. Pass is complete between GT and GTC fields. Nothing to look at over here. Honest. Rachel, we have still got a battle going on there between PJ Sturgis and the team of Justin Brunner in that number 9 car. That is Inex Racing. It does seem to be, because they're two teammates, if you look at the lap times last time by, they're very similar to each other. Why don't you just say, let the green car go past and see what he can do?
I think at this stage, well, if he gets close enough, that may well happen with them being teammates. We can see that sort of thing occurring in the race. So I think we just need to give them a little time. I think that they're a team that does work very well together. Of course, they are part of the alliance with themselves and 1 or 2 other groups in the Peak Series. And expect them to do that sort of work as a team. Maybe the green car will be allowed to go through and make some moves here at this stage, but they are having, well, they do have Vendaval Racing behind them who are heading towards this group, so that could be a time to let green go.
Yeah, but at the same time though, Rachel, I'm just having a look to stay on board there with PJ Sturgis in that Inex Racing green car, with Justin Brunner just ahead of him. You gain more time in these circumstances if you just go ahead. So I'm looking to see maybe this time by, because that gap is just 2 tenths of a second, 1 tenth of a second. If I was Inex, I'd just say let PJ go past. If he can't pull out a gap, we'll switch them back.
Well, it would be an intelligent move to go, and perhaps one of their teams listening up to this one, they might take some strategy calls from RaceSpot TV, but we'll have to see what happens. He is gaining now. I think he could be looking for a pass up towards the bus stop.
Yeah, we'll get the top 10 along the top of your screen in a moment's time for each of the classes. Prototype has opened itself up a little bit, as has GTC, but your closest battles continue there, Cam, in GT, and that's between Brunner and Sturgis. Overhaul behind that, they have opened up a little bit as well.
Well, yes, they have, and I think right now this GT field has been running fairly well. I mean, behind Sturgis, you've got Juan Lopez, who is currently sneaking, trying to get around that poor Trinity Motorsports car. It always seems that every time I look at Trinity Motorsports, somebody is trying to pass them, and they are not having a good time of it. But ultimately, though, Marcel Fassbender and his teammate Leonardo Corsi, I'm sure will be bringing that C-Spec car home. They are running second right now, but ultimately, though, you start looking back, and it won't be too long before the rest of the field comes upon this poor Trinity Motorsports car. And actually, if we look at them right now, I know that's not the interesting part right now, but the prototype cars are going by. Kevin Ellis will go by. Radicals Online's Jeremy Bootloop will go by. As Maximilian Wenig and the German sim racing car will look to go by. So if you're Trinity Motorsports right now, you are not going to be having a good time of it. I almost would like to see that on board of them.
Yeah. That's right on board then with Frank Shawhorse for just a moment's time. But wow, Cam, this battle is fantastic there in your GTC division. We haven't got anyone mighty close to each other, but they are all trying to get the same important piece of real estate, as we now got ourselves Marcel for a passover. He's looking to try and get passed by a GT1 car. The GTC machines, they've got to get themselves minimized time loss.
Well, so you're talking about minimized time lost. I'm just trying to see if they can survive the lap right now, as that GTC car, very quick in a straight line, is now racing the Audi. The Audi is now flashing its headlights. The Thrustmaster Movano car had to back off. It's a traffic jam now. Chrono Sim Racers came upon the scene very quickly. There's Apex also involved, Team GTRS, and also the Core Sim Racing car. They're all trying to get around this Trinity Motorsports car on the entry to the boot. The Audi has finally gotten by, and the rest of the prototypes seem to have gotten by. Boy, Trinity Motorsports, what a day they are going to be having here today. They're only in second. They've got nobody that's actually racing them, yet they have to make decisions every single lap that continue to keep them alive. Apex Academy GT3 cars going to the inside now, and I have a feeling Core Sim Racing is going to dive it down to the inside going into the heel of the boot. So that GTC car, if you're a GTC car, I have to say, my hat is off to you, as these guys are absolutely having to work their weight in gold here. As well, he's trying to track down the HJ car of Evan Merrill, but it's so very difficult when you've got a ton of traffic trying to get past every single lap.
Yeah, don't trust completely that result, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there is a look at the GTC field in the Pro Series. As it stands right now, Rachel, let's say the gaps are open up. We have got David Ortigoni there scrapping it out with the driver of Carlo Batti. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is, Will, and it's definitely going to make sure this race goes to a very interesting direction, but we're in this kind of flow section of the race now. We're past the hour mark, we've done the first pit stop now, so we've got about 4 hours really of juggling positions. You got to keep yourself in the race, of course, but at the same time, you have to finish, get the result you want, and well, that's what these guys need to focus on.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that that driver of Daniel in the number 17 machine so far in this event has managed to in 4 positions, and that is what we like to see here on RaceSpot TV. Let's turn our attention though to your class leader in your Team Rio grip machine, to call that one, as they have been politically active, and we're now going to spend a lap, Rachel, on board with them. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion. We'll be back in 1 minute's time. TV fan immersion for you, ladies and gentlemen. And well, battle going on right now, Cisco, is between the 381 and the number 17 machine. Talk us through the battle.
Yeah, this is a battle actually for 4th overall, 4th in the Daytona prototypes as well, and that's Thrustmaster Movano and Chrono Sim Racers has slowly been catching them. The gap's starting to go, starting to expand a little bit, but this is about the closest battle in the Daytona prototypes from what I can tell.
Yeah, and well, Rachel, at this stage of the event, you can see that it's 1 place down from Ivano in terms of Lucas and that number 43 machine. He's on the day, he's moved up into 3rd number place. However, his last time was 24.8 on pit road, and he's up 8, and I said again, 8 positions.
Yeah, big moves there for the MSP drivers. Home number 1 car, that 43 machine. It's a mouthful, but yeah, they're doing a great race at the moment. Brilliant performance from them, running in the 3rd position. Just dealing with traffic very well here, Will, of course, but we do have to, of course, remember that we have lost a number of your prototype cars, which has shuffled a lot of these guys further forwards. Of course, the Radicals Online, number 2 cars out. Orion Racing, your leaders are out. Team GTRS are out, as are Friction and Team Remaining Medical and NWOR. So the prototype class really has been shaken up a lot here. We're down to about 15 cars, so 14 cars in fact. So this has really shaken up the entire direction of the race, as we've had the 797 Sim RC car. Burn had to wait and they've had no damage, but they're running again, but they've had lost a lot of time.
Indeed so, and we're worried about the fact, of course, that some of these drivers are maybe just a little bit light on fuel. We have actually got ourselves a car on pit road right now, but it looks as though that's a long end of the day for them. That's really Pavia, and does that look like a routine pit stop? No, it doesn't. That's the SRB Extreme Racing Team car In GT, they're going to be classified as out on the race. But, well, in terms of GT3, we have still got ourselves some little battles going on. They are Lucas Dulce versus Mikhail Amarok. They can also give us an update on that GT3 machine.
Yeah, well, the GTC machine, the SimRC car, he spun, and he ultimately lost the position to KRT. But looking at the GT3 battles that we've had, the VRS Coanda cars, De Jong and Broekman, they are not that far apart, all things considered. And Radicals isn't that much further up the road, actually, here, as let's just pull it up. My gaps right now, it's about 6 seconds from Radicals to Coanda, and then it's about 9 seconds from Coanda's first car to Coanda's second car. So the first three cars are not having an issues at all, and right now, well, it looks like something's happening with the Core Motorsports car, because I'm finding them between Justin Bruner, the Inex Racing car, and PJ Sturgios, the other Inex Racing green car, as, well, it looks like Core is losing positions.
That was an Inex sandwich right there, Cam.
Yes, so between both green and the red and the white. And then there's, just for some added entertainment, the Team GTRS prototype and the Reactive Sim Racing prototypes are arriving on the scene just because it can't get exciting enough.
Indeed, so there's going to see the NH Racing green car looking dummy to the outside, not able to do anything then. 4 hours and 29 minutes of this motor race to go. Well, we will talk in a moment's time about whether or not our picks would have changed. We're going to step aside for just 1 minute. We'll be back after this message.
In the outside contact made, 56 slides it into 4, who's gonna be at the stripe, dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back to the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV and iRacingLive. Rich White from Francisco Scaramuzza, and of course Will Vincent bringing you the action from our number here at the Glen. We're heading towards our second set of pit stops in this race, and well, the landscape has changed dramatically since the first one. We'll go back for a quick review of what's happened. At the front of your prototype class, it is Team We Full Stop R Full Stop Grip leading the race, and number 16 car, Glacier Racing and MSP Drivers home in third place. Down in GT Racing, we have Radicals Online Pro and Blue, and we have the VRS Commander SimSport 18 and 88 cars running in second and third respectively. And down in your GTC class, HJ Dickens Fermented Apple Drink team, number 5 car, leading from Trinity Motorsports and KRT Motorsports in third. Francisco, of course, we've had a number of big accidents, including your race leader being taken out. We've had a new number of other incidents throughout this race, and well, our fields have shrunken dramatically. We have about 14 lead lap or front of the pack prototypes left, about 16, 17 GT cars of 20, and we have lost 17 GT cars and remaining number of prototypes too.
Yeah, we just had a very big incident. I was wondering why on my track map a bunch of dots were stopped on the exit of 12. We have had a rather massive incident involving the Bushfink Racing Blue GTC car on the exit of 12. The Audi of the German sim racing car, the one that was sandwiched with all those GT cars, had an incident. He spun. The BMW of SRB Extreme had nowhere to go. He clipped into him, and that started a pile-up. Apex Academy ended up getting through.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
it is.
Terrible. Big incident in the final corner. Bushfink around. Numerous GT cars involved. That's incredible. We'll try and get your replay in a few minutes' time when Will Vincent returns to the booth. He's just solving some technical issues we're dealing with at the moment, but this is a huge one, Francisco, of course. Miscommunication, I think at this stage we can mark that one as.
Yeah, I think we can mark that down as that, but you were mentioning we may be coming up to pit stop soon. One of our own is going to be making a pit stop for a while, and we're going to be saying goodbye to him. Cam, you're heading out for a little while.
Yeah, well, I mean, heading out with a bang here between that 3-car incident on the exit of 12, but yeah, it's either way. We will see you guys on the other side, and I'm sure that you guys will have a good race. It feels like it's been a lot longer, but it's only been an hour and a half, so do enjoy, and we will catch you once again later.
We certainly will, Cam. Thanks for being with us as always. It's not quite an endurance broadcast if we don't have Cam Walsh in the booth, especially here at Watkins Glen, so we're going to see if we can try and get that replay for you very shortly. We'll get that one. We're on board now, showing that Team Bushfink Racing blue car. The Audi from behind, one of the GT cars, clips the back of them coming out of the corner. A little bit optimistic there, pushing wide, and that just causes a spiralling incident for your field. Not what we would like to have happening at this stage of the race, of course, but these things do happen. Looking forward, so we'll go back to live coverage. Looking at your GT class, Radicals Online, a clear lead for them towards the front of that GT field. VRS Commander SimSport back in second and third, Francisco, so these guys really running well, but we've also got INX Racing and INX Racing Green running together. Green car, that is PJ Sturgis, still has not yet managed to find a way past his teammate.
Absolutely, and the battle I'm actually watching right now, it's starting to be a battle for the C-Spec lead pretty soon, as Trinity Motorsports, Marcel Fassbender, has been just pounding away at that lead for, I don't know, about 45 minutes now, because he can see Evan Merrill and that HJ Dickens Fermented Apple Drink C-Spec right in front of him, and that gap isn't too far ahead. So I'd keep an eye on those two. That's going to be a battle I think we're going to see in about a lap.
Yes, and he is, and this one will be evolving well over the duration of this race today, of course. We've seen a lot of good progress. We've seen some great racing, of course, Francisco. I nearly called you Cam there. That would have been inappropriate. And this race is definitely still developing. As we saw that the Apex Academy GT3 car, currently piloted by Dado Opak, also teammated with Rob Reed there. That car, well, they're up a number of positions now. They're in the top 10 in your GT field. In fact, they're looking to make some moves here on one of the GTC class cars. That is the SimRC.de roof machine. This car definitely moving forwards over the progress. These two drivers, we know, Francisco, very, very level-headed drivers. They make good, safe moves. They managed to definitely get through that incident we saw there on the front straight very well. If you look here, coming to the S's, there we go. Dado lifts out, waits behind the GTC car, Yeah, he's under threat now from the Hellenic Racing Team car from behind, but he made the safe call. They didn't push the issue with the car. He knows himself, both of them having driven those cars, do track wide. That's how you really have to work with this, of course. It is harder for the GT and GTC cars to pass each other, but patience and respect goes two ways.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering if that SRB racing car, if these cars had horns and they go 3 wide down into the boot, that's not gonna work for the SRB. Into the on-go barrier, and trouble for Wendell Para in that number 8 car. He's gonna get back on there, but I was just getting ready to say, he was getting a little bit impatient there, and looks like he tried to take it 3 wide, and it did not pay off for him.
Yes, prototype there, SRB Racing number 8 car goes definitely off the track. This was running between Hellenic Racing Team and Sim RC. Impatient, 3 wide in the middle, down into the boot, overcooks it, loses the back end, off onto the grass, Armco barrier, say hello. This is the sort of thing we've been talking about, Francisco. Of course, Will Vincent's back now, so we'll bring him into this conversation, but impatience has been the #1 cause of accidents here today. Impatience by prototypes, impatience by GT cars, and these guys are really not managing this momentum of the race.
Well, it's worth noting, Rachel, that it seems to be that in all of these circumstances, it is one driver pushing more than another. And in that, the case of number 8 machine there you can see myself window right now. We're going to get ourselves a second look at him on board. It does seem to be that it's just someone pushing just a little bit too hard, but it's not always necessarily a prototype driver, as many people would say. There you can see that on board. There's the tyre barrier. Hello! You don't want to ever hit the tyre barrier. I'll get one more look then for the onboard coverage. The aerial coverage even brought to you by And1 Design. And keep an eye out then on that number 8 machine that is at the bottom of your screen right now. I'm going to slow it down for you as they come down into the corner, we hope. There you can see. Goes off, loses it, tags the wall, and well, that's pretty much a race over. They're on pit road, they've been on pit road, they're now down to pin number 14 in class, but we talk about then the drivers who get themselves basically issues with endurance racing. It's happened again as Kronos Sim Races Endurance with Daniel Kotopani is on pit road right now, Cisco.
Yeah, and he's they're gonna get some of that damage repaired right now to that car. But in the meantime, and a new driver actually gonna hop into that car. And meanwhile, Course Sim Racing has just pulled off pit road. They've been kind of on and off pit road from what I've been seeing. I think they have a lot of damage to that number 6 car, so they're trying to get that repaired. And meanwhile, the sand trap is still in turn 1, and it seems to be getting worse. But I don't think. And I'm noticing one starting to form in the boot, so now we got 2 sand traps basically going on now. So that's going to be interesting. The new particles have definitely added another level to racing here, and it's a new challenge that these guys have to deal with, because if I remember correctly, last endurance race of significant length, this wasn't a hazard before.
It's worth noting also, Cisco, though, that turn number 1 under any circumstances at Watkins Glen is difficult. When you add in the fact of a slippery surface and the fact that you might be a GT car, it becomes incredibly hard for these drivers to navigate around this racetrack. Having a look there, 18.3 seconds between P number 8 and P number 9 in class, not including all pit stops, of course, but still, that is something which overall we've noticed the fact that it's the younger people who then end up getting themselves the situations, and you've got to answer the question once in a while, what is going to happen to these sim racers if they're going to keep on getting themselves penalized?
Yeah, and and what's going to happen to the cars? I mean, these penalties, they're coming, and guys are hitting the tire, hitting other cars, hitting the barriers otherwise. So I mean, the experience is starting to show. I mean, just look at the GT3 standings. Look who's sitting 2nd and 3rd, and also 5th and 6th. That's a lot of experience there, and sitting on top of the GT3s too. Radical Online, the Pro-Am Blue car, still leading the way there.
Yeah, and in class, the last number is 35.5 there for Corey Davis, and 34.9 lap time for the driver of Dustin Hickman there. So you've got yourself Sim RC, the number 977 machine there, Rachel, going up against KRT Motorsports, and the 80 machine.
Yeah, it certainly is. The 80 machine doing a great job at the moment, and Well, these guys are definitely running the right sort of race here. We're looking towards this next pit cycle, Will, so it's coming up in the next, well, leaders into pit road now as we speak. Tim, we are Grip, heading down pit road for their second stop of the day, not quite making the hour mark, so we could be looking at 6 stops for your prototype cars, as we are seeing a number of other cars heading down pit road as well. Glacier are in, as are a few others now. This is starting to cycle through.
Indeed so, as you can see there, the driver of Sam Commonwealth is out of pit road. The gap between himself and Black Adam Motorsports is 32 seconds as it stands right now. So there's some big gaps that's now forming in your prototype division. As Yoel Tari is on pit road right now, so let's go. Will he get out of the car? Well, I don't think, no, he won't. He'll stay in the car for another go. His pit stop time was a total of 20, his in-lap was a 150.876. Let's see if we can compare that, but his pit stop in time wasn't that long at all.
Yeah, and that Glacier Racing Corvette Daytona prototype looks a lot better than what we were seeing it beforehand. It looks like they got the damage from the previous incident in the S's. That's been taken care of. So that car looks pretty clean right now, and they're going to go ahead and pound away trying to lower and gain that second spot and maybe go after that lead here.
Yep. So we're now taking ourselves over to 1 hour and 40 minutes. And Rachel, you talked about this already. Pit stops are coming in all of your classes. We've got 1 or 2 more drivers on pit road. Michael Dinkle is one of them right now.
Yeah, certainly is. And well, we expect this to happen, but that's going to be a little early actually for these guys. We're not really expecting this one this way round. Could be seeing some strategy working from the back forwards here. Will, of course, the last stop would be shorter, so some of these guys perhaps doing a normal length first stint, coming in early for the second one, and then running the race backwards from this point.
What, you mean the same way that we see in other countries?
Ooh, that's a low blow, Will, but yes, could well be right.
I'm not mentioning a country here at all, honest. But
absolutely not. No, we wouldn't possibly think of mentioning that.
I don't think I'll be allowed. That's me.
I'm not touching this. That's you guys.
Let's go down to GTC for a moment, though, Cisco, because battle for P number 1, P number 2 in class is currently classified as 19.2 seconds, but Mike Klaus there is closing up on Michael Fasshander, and is also classing up on Evan Bellier 2 seconds at last lap.
Yeah, and Fassbender's been doing this for a while. The gap hasn't closed as much as I thought it was going to, but Marcel is really pouring it on here, trying to catch up to Merrill. And across the line there, you can see, I think in these slow speed corners, it's going to be bumper to bumper here pretty soon. And we know Trinity, they're going to want to bring home that podium. And but at the same time, I don't know, that H.J. Dickens fermented apple drink car, they're going to want to bring home the trophy as well. So we got a little bit of multi-class traffic. This is going to be a little interesting. We got 3 different car speeds all going into the bus stop. This will be interesting.
Oh, yeah. Here we are then. We've got ourselves a Trinity Motorsports car. We've got Corson Racing right behind them. You've got yourself many other drivers from Prototype, from GT, all looking to get themselves the same piece of real estate as we tick on closer then. The 4 hours 12 remaining in this motor race. And well, hey, Rachel Whiteford, this has been a good race so far.
It certainly has. Well, it's been an exciting race. We've had a lot of patience and action and excitement and craziness going on, of course, but this is something that Watkins Glen just produces. Drivers, you feel comfortable here. It's a great track, it's a fast-flowing track, it's an enjoyable place to race, and you feel more confident than perhaps you should if it was a more difficult racetrack. It's wide, it's sweeping, and you see a lot of people overdriving their cars here, and that's what you see in multi-class racing here, of course, is that people push too hard because they think that it's easier than it is. They push faster and harder, and it's a tough place to do that because you see people then doing silly things, making silly mistakes, right, pushing into places they shouldn't be, like passing down into the boot. Oh, sorry, Will?
He's typing! He's got it! He's got it! It's a new line of code! Okay. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Madame and Monsieur, Fräulein, I don't know what the word for man is in Germany, I do apologise. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV here, on, yeah, hi mate, on iRacingLive also, and, well, yeah, we've had a couple of issues, we do apologise, but we are back live once again, and nothing's really changed so much. I want to say a quick hello to Mr. Jacobsberry. Hey Jake, how's it going, buddy?
Not too bad. We're into what is going to be in our second hour. It's going to be certainly something interesting to see, and well, hope for some good racing once again.
Yeah, we are going to close out the second hour of this 6-hour race in just a couple of moments' time. I've had coffee literally ordered and brought to me. So if you want to say hello to me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say hello to you real quick here on RaceSpot TV to show the fact that we are really a real broadcast company and we're not complete robots. So, hello, can you see me? Hey, this is RaceSpot TV, we're streaming live on iRacingLive. I'm going to give you 1 minute, there we are. Hello, hello. So yeah, as it stands right now, in terms of your prototype field, it's still Frank Shawhorse who leads the way, and that of course is in the number 16 team. We dot our dot grip machine, but then we head ourselves
full
back.
Stop, Will.
Full stop. Full stop.
Dot. It's a dot.
It's not
sorry,
dot. It's
a
full
dot.
stop.
They told us off for saying
No,
stop.
it's
They told
full
us off.
stop.
No, don't listen to them, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to me. Listen to me. I've got the webcam. Listen to me. In terms of your GT field, it's Radicals Online Pro Am Blue leading the way with Silvio and Pomerade. They are leading the way in that division right now, and it is the H.J. Dickon S Fermented Apple Drink car leading the way, number 5 machine, in terms of your GTC machine. But very quickly, Jake, this is the 6 hours of the Glen, and we know that, yeah, gaps open up, but they do come down a little bit later on in the motor race. So what we want to know right now from you is this battle between Glacier Racing, who are running on borders right now, are they going to close up to the rear of Frank Shawhorse, Via Lotari? Are they going to do it with the next driver, or are they going to send simply have to settle for P2?
Well, it's certainly going to be very interesting to see, and I think the best that we have to do with it is going to probably be lap times. You look at this race at the moment, doing 140s at the moment this time by. You look at what the leaders are doing, and I think they're doing something just a little bit than that. It's going to be interesting to see whether we see it going to be going good, and well, we certainly have an incident going on with number 5, Cisco.
Yeah, number 5 machine.
Yeah, and this is the battle.
Go on, you go on, you go on. Go.
He said my name! Said my name! Okay. Well, there was a C-Spec battle there, and apparently they must have heard us starting to talk about it, because now the 49's just come down pit road. So, never mind!
But yeah, the number 5 machine was under pressure at Cisco. The H.J. Dickon S Fermented Apple machine. There's no fermented apple in here. This is pure coffee in terms of coffee mug. But still, they were having themselves a little bit of battle, and it's interesting to note that if you come in early in these GTC cars, you can get yourself an advantage because you have to deal with that traffic.
Yeah, and as the C-Spec, I mean, we were watching those guys, and there was a Daytona prototype, and I think 3 GT3 cars all tried to pass them in the bus stop there. So, yeah, and we're watching does that 5 look slow to you? Like, unnaturally slow? Oh, he's going through the bus stop. Okay. Did they time it wrong? Is he still under power? He's not under power.
No.
He's not under power. He must be out of gas.
Yeah, running out of fuel there for the number 5 car. No, not enough apple.
Well, yeah, see,
And
if I was
this
there,
is the
I would've
worst
just
place
taken
of the track.
I would have taken the right-hander and just got the penalty for it, because now they're going to lose themselves time going around this boot section. They lose themselves time going uphill. They're not even going to get themselves uphill here, Rachel.
No, absolutely not. They've run out of the fermented apple juice drink right now. They are completely out of fuel, and that car should have cut the onto the cut play out. If they'd have even possibly made it back to the pits, they probably could have done just as it stands.
No, he had
still got
power for a
some
split
power.
second. They are on fumes.
It's like
They are
Alexander
literally,
Rossi.
I think they're cutting the engine off.
It's like back at
They're cutting
Indy.
it off.
Back at Indy, but the thing is, this isn't the last half of the race. This isn't for the win. Oh, you're 2 hours into a motor race. You've got to be careful here, and you're going to struggle again.
Oh, look out!
Oh my word, there, Cisco. That was a DP car just going round and random. You'll agree with me here. What they should have done, taken the shortcut, got themselves a penalty for taking the shortcut, just come on towards pit road, because now they're causing more issues than it's worth. They're going 37 miles an hour through one of the most difficult corners on this entire racetrack, and they still got 2 corners to go.
And I don't get it, because second place was right behind them. They came down pit road. Look out, 3 more cars right there. What?
Not
why
making this
you
one,
come
guys.
down?
They're not going to
Why
make it.
couldn't you
This is it.
They are going to literally, they're
2
done.
corners.
They're going to done. Because, I mean, yes, it is downhill for the next 2 corners, but still, yeah, 8 miles an hour, 7 miles an hour. Someone's going to hit them. You're not going to pull off there. I mean, what are you doing? Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
Now it looks like... And Trinity has basically been given a gift right there. They've been getting the lead, and that's the easiest pass Trinity Motorsports 2 is going to make today.
Yep. Oh, Rachel, what have we just seen?
Oh, well, this is the typical thing of fuel strategy we spoke about. We knew it would be tight because, realistically, these guys are locked into a 5-stop strategy, and the windows were tight because he's on full throttle so long here at Watkins Glen that the windows will be tight between stops, and this has proved it. They waited a lap too long, and that cost them. This is what proper preparation fuel planning will do for you, knowing your fuel numbers, burn per lap, and unfortunately that cost H. Dickens' fermented apple juice drink team in that number 5 car. I love that team name though, but unfortunately perhaps they've been drinking too much of their own product.
Yep, I agree, because they now got speed number 2. There's you've got DE 797 machine. They are now up into P number 2 in class, and yeah, we've not pitted yet, but still, battles going on in that division. Let's have a look down in your GT division, Rachel. It Racing Green versus Justin Brunner. The gap between those 2 drivers, 0.5 of a second.
Yes, certainly is, and this has been the story for most of this racing. Racing and Racing Green pretty much running close together for most of the duration so far. Almost running in sequence here, Will. They are not trying to pass each other. They're almost working as draft partners simply to improve each other's lap times. Not really racing between the 2 teammate cars. But it's almost as though they're having a lot of fun here, and there's big slowdown there for the blue car. Going to the bus stop. Could this be an opportunity for green? They are going to lift off again here, Francisco. You see here they stay behind regardless.
Yeah, and they've just been kind of riding, but Jake, I'm going to throw it to you. The 12 and the 20, they're going at it right now. That's a battle for position.
Yes, it is a battle for position at the moment. You look at the Team 20, that's the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing there. It's got Joel Guez behind the wheel right now, and the number 12 Reactive Sim Racing right now. You can see nose to tail, looks for the inside then, heading towards the hill, and negotiating traffic as well is going to be difficult there as they almost go 3 wide. Down into the hill section, you can see Guez really trying to negotiate that traffic, but not having the best of runs compared to what it is. And what you can see, really struggling here to get it round the outside, looking to try and go. Not going to happen. Does finally get the move sorted, but you can see loses at least half a second.
Yeah, and they got another Daytona prototype bearing down on him. The number 34 MSP Drivers Home number 4. That's their 4 team. That's the number 34, I should say. They're not too far away from this either. So we got a 3-way Daytona prototype. Look out, Sturgis. That was a little close right there. But they're going to make it through turn 1, through the sand trap, and up through the S's. And Rachel, that sand trap late. We keep saying it's not going away anytime soon. And I'm sure it's not helping these guys with traction through the S's.
It certainly isn't. In fact, it's making it bigger every time they come through there. Of course, that is a feature iRacing brought into the service in this recent update. Of course, constantly evolving service we have here at iRacing sees updates every 12 weeks, or every 13 weeks technically. But this recent build, of course, guys, has brought in the ability to drag dirt onto the track. Not only will you see it on your tyres in an open wheel car, dirt and grass coming onto those tyres, it pulls it onto the track, and that has a noticeable effect on grip available. So you see these cars not only laying down rubber on the racing line, but cleaning the racing line, which makes multiclass racing even harder here, because you'll then have marbles and dust and dirt offline, which you have to go into to be passed or pass. And this changes the strategy and the requirements of these drivers. This is really one of our biggest races since this feature came into play, and as you can see, cars ending up offline has invariably ended in some sort of incident.
Yeah, pretty much. And I don't know. We keep bringing it up. Sturgis, that green car, he's shown that he's a little bit faster than that blue car. We've been saying, oh, maybe he should pass him. I think this has got to be a team strategy, right? Just have Sturgis lock onto the back bumper of the 9 and just follow him. I'm assuming this has got to be a strategy, as the Kitty Cat Machine are our overall leader right now. The team we full stop grip car is just going to go past those guys, but I believe Mr. Vincent has rejoined us.
Yes, he certainly is. The 723 car there, getting out on track, or will be getting out on track, I should say, any time now.
Oh no, trouble!
The Indy Racing. Oh, Cam. Francisco.
Reactive Sim Racing. They just went for a ride through the gravel trap there in the number 12 Daytona prototype. It looked like there was body contact. They were going to take a look at the replays, figure out what happened, but that's the first time we've seen that, and I thought we were going to see a little bit more of that. Car's getting spun off into the gravel trap.
Contact. Yeah, no contact there, Francisco. No contact at all. He lost it on his own. Entering the bus stop there, went for a trip, but stayed on the gravel, which was of benefit to him at this stage, I think. Could have been a hell of a lot worse, but he gets out of that one with only his pride dented. And
what worried me there was the car right behind him. That was your overall leader. I was afraid that he was the one who had taken it through the gravel trap, but thankfully everything is okay. He's going to continue on, but that was scary.
It certainly was.
Yeah, if that had been the case, you would have been stuck right there, and Rachel, we would have had round 2 of the great conspiracy there, I guess. Is that I'm still dumbfounded by that. I didn't know that was possible. Cars could get stuck on a grate. Jake, did you know that was possible?
Well, it seemingly happened. Clearly, it is possible. So it's a bit unlucky if it does happen to you, but you got to try and keep your car in a position where that's not going to happen. And in the end, it did happen. In the end, it's not the best result for the team that they wanted.
Yeah,
not of course, but this is the length iRacing goes to, of course, guys. Let's not forget that they laser scanned the grids here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, as you can see there, number 17 machine back out on track. Now, in your GT division, we've had ourselves a number 723 and number 151 machines on pit road. In prototype, we've had recently Kevin Ellis Jr. There you can see him. He's been on pit road in that team Kevin Ellis Jr. number 98 machine. In GTC, everyone's been on pit road recently. Well, the only battle we've got going on right now, Jake, is between the team of the H.J. Dicken S Momentum Apple car, which recently had a pit stop because, of course, it had some issues, and TimRC.de #797, and the H.J. Dicken S Momentum Apple car will get a pass in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, most certainly. You can see the run down to the 90. Very, very clean then from Sven Demmel behind the wheel on the brakes into the right-hander of the 90. You can see all the dust being kicked up on the outside there. You can see he runs wide, and you can see just takes over to the grass there. That is going to be what just causes that dust to kick up. All that dirty line to just be caused here through the S's. Turns 2, turns 3, turn number 4 as well. You can see you just got to slide it through. Yeah, just make it look as effortless as you possibly can. Just trying to get onto the path. Now you hit this back straight away, running towards the bus stop chicane, and there you can see the number 5 is clear just for the time being as they get themselves on the brakes wheel.
Indeed, so let's go and pay our attention though to the fact that we expect to see Rachel most of our prototype field coming on towards pit road in the next 2 to 3 laps time.
Yeah, we do. Well, of course, they've been running just shy of the hour in the prototype field, so we've seen a couple and we expect to see a few more soon. But yeah, very narrow window for those guys. They're on a 6-stop strategy for the prototype field. It will be a very short stint somewhere unless they can save fuel, so they might see a couple of shorter runs here. But the GT field, they're definitely making it past the hour mark.
Yeah, and you can see there, number 16 machine, meow meow, meow meow meow. The number 16 machine, of course, is driven by Freddie Shawhorse. He's done the first 2 stints of this event in the Team We Full Stop R Full Stop grip machine. As well, they are still leading this motor race, and it's interesting to note here, Cisco, they've done now 53 laps of this motor race compared to 17 for number 14, ill-fated number 14, the 17 machine. That was the Orion Race Team car. 2 laps for the number 3 Glacier Racing team, and 1 lap for the number 43 team here today. But overall, it looks as though that Short Horse now with an 18.7 second advantage are in the driver's machine, and I do think they might well be doing another lap.
Yeah, and they are doing a great job out there. They took that lead. Remember, we had that huge incident in the S's. That's how they were able to get to the lead, able to keep that car. It did have a little bit of damage, but they kept it under, stayed out, and stayed on strategy, and as a result, they're 17 seconds ahead of Glacier Racing, who was also involved in that incident, but did have to come down and service that car. So as a result, our grip is, full stop grip is now 19 seconds ahead of the Glacier Racing cars. He's going to have to navigate some traffic right there going through the bus stop.
Yeah, looking on board with Sean Lee's and number 85, 85 even. Radicals Online Pro Am Blue car. They're going to come out of pit road any moments now. We expect about a 65-second pit stop, so they've just gone over the 1 minute mark. Engine is revving, and they are back out and away. 1 minute 6, 1 minute 7, 1 minute 7 out and away then for the Radicals Online machine. Sponsored, of course, by SteelSeries as they come out of pit road. Sean Lee's now behind the wheel of that number 85 machine as they journey back out onto the racetrack there, Rachel.
Yeah, they certainly do well, and well, it's going to be interesting to see how this one does evolve over the duration, but yeah, getting those stops done very nicely and efficiently, very quickly, so we'll see what happens. As we might have just lost someone, actually. Not sure if Dirk Reinhardt was on track at the moment in one of those cars, but we have lost him from the session. Go keep an eye on this one, Will.
60. Yeah, the number 60 machine there. It looks as though technical issues. Timing and scoring is blinking, showing him going way down the field there. Dirk Reinhardt.
Yeah, it's Trinity.
Could well be out of the motor race. Now Trinity, who they weren't leading the class in that one, but wow. Number 60 machine, then we classify as out of this event. And well, we can see Reinhardt there. You can see he's been scored in P14 right now. It looks like this well could be terminal for them, as it's not a crash, a technical issue though for the number 60 machine. So that is hugely disappointing for them. Of course, we have got ourselves Trinity leading though, Rachel, in GTC. We're at a 40 right now, and they're thinking, please, not us also.
Yeah, they certainly are, of course, and well, they don't need that to happen at all, but I think they should be alright. We've not really seen much else like that in this race so far, but we are going to see what happens. Of course, we have seen the the NX cars on pit road. We've got Philip Diaz there in the NX blue car. He's running on track at the moment, and oh, NX, they've had an issue there. NX blue are right down the order, Will. They've lost a lot of positions here.
They have, of course, and NX are one of those teams that we do expect to be good in this motor race. You're going to see that reactive sim.
Oh, look out!
Oh, they pitted. They have pitted. NX green haven't.
Sorry, we just had an incident there. Orion Race Team in the 14. They just lost it past the toe of the boot right there. Had to get out of the way of the traffic. Sorry to cut you guys off there, but looks like they're gonna pull over the side and take the rollback back to pit road there.
Yeah, and of course this is a team that's had issues in this motor race already. Let's go and have a look on board then with the number 15 machine. If we can turn our attention over to them, we'll do so as quickly as we can here on our replay. But well, Cisco, this has been horrific here today for that number 15 machine.
Yeah, they have they've flown through the air, they've spun around. I think they are not had a good night tonight.
Yeah, there's Friction Racing. We can't unfortunately get a replay yet. We're going to try one more time, see if there's anything we can find from that number 15 machine and Marcus Hamilton.
Well, from what I was able to take a look at it, Will, and from what I could tell, at least from what my camera showed, it looked like just a self-spin from what I could tell, but I mean, we keep bringing it up. There's sand traps, and these Daytona prototypes, they just seem to get so much more loose than we thought they were going to, especially towards the late stages of a run. These cars just get almost to the point where they're locking it up, and it's borderline undrivable.
Well, it's worth talking about that one for just one moment here, Jake, because of the fact that, you know, there is that racing line. Off the racing line, you get rubber that gets built up, and also you get yourself the sand and the people that kick up the dust by going wide. What that means, if you're not running on the racing line, then you're going to put yourself into a world of issues, and that's going to make it very difficult for a lot of these drivers as they start going past traffic in the third hour of this motor race. In fact, we're running a board with Joel Grizz right now, and you're going to see the driver ahead of him trying to go offline, trying to be nice, locks his tyres up, losing himself a second and a half as a consequence, and well, was lucky that he didn't have to move out of the way on one of the fast left-hand curves here.
Yeah, most certainly. You look at Joel Guez here, he's trying to negotiate the traffic. Now, the thing is, really when you get a car on the racing line, you've got to try and put yourself in the right position. Of course, when it gets so dirty offline, you have to make the passes clean. You've got to make them precise. You can see the run down towards turn number 1 here as they negotiate one of the BMWs ahead of them into turn number 1, the 90. And you can see if you get all that dirt on your tyres here, it's pretty much impossible at turn number 1. But anywhere else, you're trying to minimize it as much as you can by cars running themselves off the racing line. It's going to be very interesting to see where the moves are going to happen, but it is up to these Daytona prototypes to make sure they get themselves on the racing line, making those passes there around that traffic.
Yeah, and overall here, Rachel, the draft is worth something as Alexander Voss goes very attacking there. But still, the draft is worth something here. But compare that to the rest of the racetrack. You want to be past the driver into the bus stop, not behind them.
Yeah, certainly not. It's you pass into the bus stop, never out of it. So it's really juggling what position you want to be in when you're usually trying to make these moves. But that's not exactly where you do it.
Out front, Freak Shawhorse leads the way in your prototype division. 19.6 seconds over Glacier Racing. Koana Simsports 1 and 2 in GT. Then Trinity Motorsports and KRT Motorsports, they are leading the way in your GTC division. Dado Opek right now on pit road. He's getting out of the car, and it looks as though someone else, Rob Reed, getting behind the wheel of that Apex Academy GT3 machine there, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely, driver swap here, and we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. That's a fresh driver getting into a car that he hasn't driven, and that car, it's got to have a little bit of damage there. So it's going to be a different handling car than maybe what he practiced on. You know, this car's gone through basically 2 hours, 15 minutes of racing. That car isn't going to handle like one you just got in your test session.
Yeah, and you can see that Rob Reed, he's going to be spending another 20 seconds on pit road. You've got some GT cars also on pit road right now. Yuya Pakalami in that core sim racing machine. There you can see him. He stays inside that race car for the time being. LG Garnett behind the wheel of the Freaks Racing Bandit machine now. They're continuing their stop. Rob Reed, of course, will be in. And Klaus Kivikas is on pit road. Koana Sim Sports, he stays in behind the wheel of that race car. And also Mitchell de Jong still behind the wheel of that race car as well. Number 10 machine comes out. He's scored a lap down, so it's not for the race lead. We don't think, no, it's not. PJ Sturdios is still leading the way in terms of your GT division, but Koana Sim Sports, Mitchell de Jong is on pit road, and Klaus Kivikas is on pit road as well. Kivikas will come out first, then it'll be Mitchell de Jong, but we've also got another couple of guys coming back out onto the racetrack. There's Yuya Pakanami, 110.481 for the core sim racing machine. They come back out onto the racetrack as Team We Are Grit are leading, then Glacier Racing in your prototype division. Let's keep an eye out though on Klaus Kivikas, because he should come out of pit road now. Indeed he does, and we should see from our rear camera, there is Mitchell de Jong coming out right behind him as well. Another car in the middle of that one, but that's not to be an issue. Klaus Kivikas will accelerate. Looks as though that these two Koanda cars here, Rachel, they are doing 2 drivers, 3 hours each.
Certainly is, which is a fairly decent way of doing this one if you're running 2 drivers. 3 hours isn't a horrendous long stint, of course, Will. It's a triple stint. That's almost normal for the 24 hours Le Mans. This is like a sprint, of course, but yeah, 2 drivers, 3 hours each is the most efficient way to do this one, of course, if you run 3 hours and then swap and then 3 hours rather than doing 2, 2, 2, or whichever way around. But it is much more efficient to do that, and it will be the fastest strategy.
P&D Racing versus Core Motorsports. That is the closest battle we've got going on in GT right now, Jake. That is 0.8 of a second.
0.8 of a second here, so past the 90 up through the S's once again. And well, for Alexander Voss, then he'll be looking to try and get his Core Motorsports car up through the field right now. Currently sitting in class, I believe P number 7 right now, so he'll be looking to try and make his way through the field, whilst the other few guys are starting to pit themselves in. You can see now the run down in towards, what is this bus stop here, not quite close enough this time by, is going to have to just wait again, just keep those consistent laps going in, and making sure that they get the move down in now into the carousel. It's going to be certainly interesting to see whether Core Motorsports can do it. They're now labelled as a top team, so they really do have to put the top team result in, Will.
Indeed they do. As you can see, Jake Sturgis is now on pit road in your GT division. There we are then. Have a look at that number 420 machine as Jake Sturgis in the NX Racing with a green machine coming on towards pit road. No comment about the car, honestly. No, nothing. Not allowed to. No, nothing. But they're going to continue their pit stop there. Over 40 seconds right now, Rachel. They've fallen back down into P number 3, but dude, they're down into P number 4 right now, but they should come out in P4.
Yeah, they should. That should be where we expect them to really flow through this one as you see this one develop. But they are there now, and when they come out, of course, we'll drop down until we see some more of the other cars come in. But it should be roughly where they actually are running in. It's Racing Blue there, coming down the front straight towards turn 1. Where will they come out? They're going to pass their team sister car.
Yep.
Heading off pit road, but they are going to really come out now as PND also go past, as will Core. They will come out realistically, we're expecting in about 8th place.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I don't think Core's gonna pass them.
Core won't pass them, but
Yeah, no,
they're not. They're not. Yes.
And that's the more
NX did get
thing.
through, but not PND.
Yeah, as you can see, your class leaders along the top of your screen as it stands then. This is the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live as ever on iRacingLive as well. But also calming down overall. One battle we have got going on in Prototype is between MSP drivers home number 4 and Driving Revolution. We've got a very slow GT car going around right now, and we'll try and figure out who that one is as quickly as we can, because they were going mighty slowly there. Anyone got an update for that one on that one?
That's Dwayne Burns in the number 61 Avatar Auto Racing C-Spec Rough there. It looks like he's just trying to just make it to the end of this thing. They're sitting in position 43 right now, so nothing crazy going on with that team. They're just trying to make it to the end of this, and they got Glacier racing all over the back of them. So looks like Glacier is going to go through now, and Glacier still maintaining that P2 spot.
Yeah, they are retaining P number 2 in class, and there is the Avatar Auto Racing Machine. There was another GT3 car that had themselves an off. I'm trying to figure out who it is. We'll try and come back to it. But ladies and gentlemen, now 3 hours 41 minutes remaining in this motor race. Let's run yourself through the top 8 in each of the classes. Team We Are Grip leading the way by 20.5 seconds over Glacier Racing in your Prototype division. Then MSP Drivers home in 3rd, Frostmaster Nirvana Cube in 4th, then Chrono Sim Racers Endurance in 5th, Team TTL in 6th. MSP Drivers home 4 in 7th. Yeah, there's that many MSP Drivers home teams here today. And then Driving Revolution, they run themselves in P number 8 in their class. Then over to P, your DT division, your GT3 division. It is Radicals Online leading the way by 5.4 seconds over Coanda. And then you got yourselves Coanda in 3rd place as well. Top 3 there separated by 15.4 seconds. NX Racing, they run themselves in P number 4, then NX Racing Green. Then you got yourselves Core Motorsports, then PND Racing, and GermanRacing.de hashtag Green. They run themselves in P number 8. Then over to your GTC division. Trinity lead right now over KRT Motorsports. Then SimRC. Then HC Dickin S fermented Apple Team, they are in 4th. SimRC.de hashtag 797, they are in 5th. Yeras in 6th, and then Ocha Flat 6th Racing in 7th. Avatar Auto Racing, they round out your top 8 in that class. So that is how things stand as they are. If you want to keep in touch with us, ladies and gentlemen, only thing you need to do is follow these instructions. /RaceSpot TV on Facebook, @RaceSpot TV on Twitter, hashtag iRacingGlen. He's going to use the hashtag, and that is all you need to do. Mertza right now, he is hard behind the wheel of that Driving Revolution machine, behind Philip Schallenberg in the number 34 machine. Battle for B number 7 in class as it stands right now, Jay.
Yeah, most certainly. You can see the run down the back straight away. You can see traffic ahead. They're going to have to negotiate. No, clear it before they get to this chicane right now. So you can see Driving Revolution really looking to try and put themselves in the right position here right now. You can see everyone just looking to try and get exactly what they want. And well, for the number... getting close there for Driving Revolution, then you can see exactly how they're pushing into the left hand they come along, and Will, this is certainly one to keep a look at.
Yeah, they get a huge wiggle there. They're trying to change there, Jake, in turn number 7. It's huge because what happens is you go from asphalt to concrete for just a moment, and that really caught out the Driving Revolution car there. They're trying to look into the inside to the outside, down in turn 7. Didn't work for them. Now the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Machine, or Joe Guez, in P number 9, is right behind them.
Yeah, you could say there's about a second, I'd say, in that gap. So it really is now starting to reel in the number 20 machine right now. But the number 34, crucially, hasn't broken away despite the mistake there from the number 1, Mert Özil, there behind the wheel. You can see into this lovely left-hander. You can see, got to run that concrete, of course, there just to make sure you know you got the racing line. Final corner as well, just a little bit slower than the last one also. And now you can see just how little runoff there is. That's going to put some dirt onto the track. And now you can see just how beneficial the traffic is here, because there is no chance for catching up.
Indeed so, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ourselves a little bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion here, as we show you a little bit of a look at some of our favourite cars heading themselves through some fantastic corners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is a look at Watkins Glen International as we continue there our RaceSpot TV fan immersion, giving you the fan an in-depth look at some of our fantastic shots here from this fantastic, amazing race that we've seen so far here today. But it's worth noting that in terms of your Daytona Prototype class, it really has eked itself out right now. The closest battle we've got going on is from P number 3 to P number 4. That is between Gregory Thompson and the MSP drivers. One machine with Nirvana Racing. They run themselves from P number 3 and P number 4 respectively. In your GT machine, however, it's much closer. There's Klaus Kivikas here and Rachel. They are right behind your race leaders in class. Radicals Online versus Commander. We've never seen that one before, honest.
No, we have never, ever seen a race of that sort of magnitude, Will. Like it happens every other week, but yeah, these guys are battling hard at the moment. The two Commander cars are, well, they were neck and neck. It's actually Radicals Commander now. Definitely gained the time there. A Commander car definitely running faster laps right now. It's Sean Lee's in the Radicals Online car leading in GT class, 48.15. There's a 46.3 for Klaus Kivikas. Oh, we always call him the master. He certainly is. Klaus is really reeling in that Radicals Online car. The time's dropping away now. We'll definitely see a pass very soon.
Yep. As we go on board then with Commander Sim Sports, there is Klaus Kivikas closing up to the rear of Radicals Online right now. Let's actually spend a lap on board with Klaus Kivikas. We show you how one of the fastest sim racers in the world does a lap of Watkins Glen International. He looks to the outside, he looks for the race lead there as they head themselves down into the bottom chicane. Oh, get it! And Kivikas, oh, too wide there. And it's going to be Kivikas will head himself to the race lead in class. Fantastic move there by Klaus Kivikas as Cisco there. He now leads his class.
That was incredible. The Daytona prototype just shot the gap right there, and Kivikas used to his advantage. Past John in the Radicals Online Pro-Am Blue. And Jake, I've been waiting all day to say this. We got a battle, Michael.
Oh yes, Maggle, we do have a battle, and well, see Commander Simsport have got themselves away. You can already see right now, here it's trying to negotiate the traffic ahead. That's Leonardo Corti in the Trinity Motorsports 2 machine there. They are leading their own class then in what is your C-Specs, and where you can see, gets the gap already. That is about a second right now, and you can see exactly just how Commander are now starting to eat the gap open.
Yep, so they're going to see a super slow-mo replay of Commander. They got themselves to the race lead in class, and they did it deservedly there. Look at my aerial coverage brought to you by And1 Design, the official graphics partner of RaceSpot TV. As behind, well, in GTC, nothing's really going on much right now. Commander now trying to push the gap up. And here's an interesting thing, Rachel. In the last lap, Sean Lees has lost himself 1.7 seconds to Commander.
He has, which is a big gap there, but we saw how fast they were last time around themselves. Klaus Kivikas won at 47.420 at that time. 49.2 for Sean Lees. Not as good managing the traffic there. We saw Klaus pounce last lap by using that prototype as a pick. And, you know, this is one thing I've always maintained, Will, that just because the prototypes are the ones doing the passing doesn't mean you can't use those faster class cars to your advantage when it comes to your race in your class. Oh, as SimRC goes off the track there, just next to the Radicals Online car, Sean Lees. I believe that was the SimRC 797 car runs straight across the bus stop. But, yeah, you can use those faster car classes to your advantage, and it always works.
Yeah, indeed. We can see there the 797 of Jürgen Frank and the CMRC.de machine. We're going to try and get ourselves in a very quick replay to show you what happened with him. You saw the part of it. He's looked from up the hill. On board with Jürgen Frank right now. Let's listen in. He just aborted the corner, Rachel.
Yeah, he did. He just wasn't quite confident he was going to make it, so definitely the more sensible option.
So, 3 hours and a half remaining in this motor race. We're getting ourselves close to halfway distance. In terms of your leaders, as it stands right now, It is Team We Are Grip leading from Glacier Racing, from AMSP drivers home in your prototype division. Then Commander Sim Sports from Radicals online from Commander Sim Sports in terms of GT3. And then Trinity Motorsports leading the way from KRT from HO Jokin S Fermented Apple Team in GTC. Time for us to take a moment to step away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after this. He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the 6 hours of the Glen on RaceSpot TV and on iRacingLive. We see there, Yolotari just come in and done another pit stop there in the Glacier Racing machine. He's okay to do this one, but well, realistically, Jake, he's going to have to do himself a driver change in about the next hour.
Yeah, most certainly, but something to note is Lando Norris has just stepped into the team We.R. car here. He has gone and got himself the next stint here for what is your race leader in class. He will now come out of pit lane in just a couple of seconds time, and we will see where Glacier will pop themselves out in all of the shuffle.
Yeah, the team We Are Grip should come out ahead, and of course, not only We Are Grip, we are kitty cats here today on RaceSpot TV. You'll see all of the beautiful kitty cats in behind the wheel of that car. I want to give a shout out to the new RaceSpot TV mascot, Lola here, who is of course now the newest kitty cat member of our community, but still, as it seems, Lando Norris comes out at 7.6 seconds ahead of MSP drivers home. So that's worth noting here, Jake, because of the fact that they've done a pit stop, MSP drivers haven't.
Yeah, most certainly at the moment you can see Tansen in the MS drivers home here. He's just trying to make sure that he gets the best run that he can, just having to negotiate traffic there. Juha-Pekka Lamy there in the Course Sim Racing 2 there, just trying to get himself through. So it's really going to be all about how you stay calm in what is this this hectic part of the race right now. And you can see here the likes for Lando Norris here behind the team We.R. Grip car. He is doing a great job here at the moment here. Just come out of pit lane. He's in a free area of traffic here, doesn't have anything to worry about, can just focus, get some clean laps there behind the belt, and really they are starting to break away.
Yep, having a look there on board with Sean Lees in the Radicals Online Pri-Am Blue machine versus Commander Sim Sports. And well, this is interesting here, Cisco, because this is a three-way battle right now between two Commander cars and a Radicals Online machine, and it seems to be, as it stands right now, that Commander might well have this.
Well, I mean, just from the pace that Kivikas has been throwing down, I mean, Radicals really hasn't been been up there. I mean, last lap for Kivikas was a 146.1. We look back to the 85. That was the last lap, was a 147.6. So that's a second and a half on right there. And I wouldn't look out the rearview mirror if I was Sean Lees, because right behind him and closing is Mitchell DeYoung, and that's going to be a problem pretty soon.
This is what we've got going on in GTC right now. It's between the Avatar Auto Racing 1 machine and the Ultra Flat 6 Racing number 87 machine. And well, last time by, it looked to be as though the Ultra Flat 6 Racing car here, Rachel, have closed up by about 2.5 tenths of a second. Battle for P7 in the GTC cars.
It certainly is, Will, and GTC field certainly been the most picked on really of the race so far. They've had the worst end of the passing from most of the other classes, but it's a developing battle there which could look to become quite exciting.
Yeah, as you can see there, the battle as it continues on track. Out front though, however, we need to pay attention to the team /.///We Are /.//R.Grip.car. Whatever it's going to be. Just don't.
Should we just call them, Will? Should we just call them Team Morse Code?
Team Morse Code, yeah, whatever. Right now, they have an 18-second advantage over Yolotari. They've done the same number of pit stops. We've got another car on pit road. That's Oscar Dominguez right now in the number 17 machine, Rachel. They are doing a service in that number 17 machine. And well, they've kind of fallen out of this race right now.
Yeah, they certainly have. Running in 7th place, of course, overall, Will, at the moment for that category. Really were at one point kind of in contention, but now quite a long way back. Possibility of going down a lap is becoming more realistic for them. We've really got some of the known names here at the moment, but I've got to say the MSP drivers home cars, there's a lot of those cars in this field, and yeah, they've got 2 cars in the top 5.
They have. MSP seem to do their stuff here today, so you can see the wiggle there from number 17 machine back down in your field a little bit. Let's have a look at the battle between Sean Lees and Mitchell DeYoung. Let's ride ourselves a lap on board with Mitchell DeYoung then in Commander Sim Sports, because he currently runs himself in P number 3 in class. Let's ride on board. You can see they can't close, but they still are close there. That is Mitchell de Jong in that number 88 VRS Commander Sim Sports machine. And well, Francisco, you guys have donuts right now. Where's my donut?
I can FedEx it over to you. I mean, I wouldn't want to eat it when it got there, but oh, hello, Mitchell de Jong to the middle, 3 wide down the back, straight away. De Jong is going to have the inside line into the bus stop chicane. Here we go. He's got him.
Yep, so now de Jong moving to top to be number 2 in class. We'll get ourselves another look at that one because de Jong powering his way up into 2nd place in class. Well, Cisco, we talk about donuts. It looks as though de Jong's got himself a sugar fix right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He poured it on there, and I think there was a little bit of a hold-up there on the 85 by the C-Spec car that was around them, the 255. I'm not sure what really slowed him down there, but either way, Mitchell de Jong came in like a bat out of heck and just flew past him like he was standing still.
Yep, so, well, we know de Jong, of course, is sponsored by Red Bull. There's some Red Bull in the way right there. He moves himself up into 2nd place in class in that VRS Command Sim Sports machine. And well, that is now a move. Just to let you know, by the way, Cisco, I've got a map that's being ordered through FedEx, and it's turning up about 5 years after never.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to send the donut that way. Maybe we should do DHL. I think maybe I don't know.
DHL, the only way to chop a body up and have no one ever see it. We didn't say that. DHL don't do that, of course, honestly. We've got ourselves a prototype car going out to the inside of de Jong right now. So this battle still continues, but de Jong got last time by pulled out 1.7 seconds over Sean Lees there, Rachel.
Certainly does. Sean Lees there, of course, Radicals Online, trying to get this big congestion here running up towards the S as well, as the Radicals Online car is following through this pack, but a lot of traffic to get back. Of course, you see there the Phoenix Endurance car back on track there, a number of laps down from their actual leaders.
Oh, that
multiples.
Oh, holy cow! The MSP drivers home 1 car, and 1 car's going through the bus
Flat 6
stop
Racing
there.
straight through the bus stop. That was Flat 6 Racing, the 87 car. Had to shortcut the bus stop there. Oh, Sean Lee's very close to back of one of the GTC cars. That was Avatar Auto Racing 1. Nearly had a bit of a hiccup there.
Well, can we get a replay of the 43 passing? Because he basically took the grass and passed 3 wide on the inside. He took the line I didn't think anyone would take, and somehow got by on the inside.
Well, here's a replay there, and they're going 1, they're going 2. Oh, why is the camera angle doing that? Want to see a better camera angle than that? As you can see, into the corner. Oh, we'll get ourselves another look at that, shall we? Another look for a better camera angle. Our camera director should just go and be removed for the time being. Here's another look then from up above, and this is the number, what is it, 43 machine we're looking at?
43, the 43 MSP drivers home.
Up the hill, here he comes then. We're on board, I'm going to slow it down for you right about now. And look at that, they're going 2 wide, 3 wide for a moment. That was a bold move, Cisco, there on the outside.
And he was able still to apex out, get a line up for the corner. That was just a great move right there. And actually a battle continuing to go on there. The 43 is trying to hold back Thrustmaster Bravado Cube Machine. And Simone Marceno is behind the wheel of that, trying to chase down Tansen and get the job done. Maybe the draft will come into play. Let's find out as they head towards the bus stop.
And look from rear then on the number 43 machine. They're going to go side by side as they head themselves down into the bus stop chicane. And well, MSP is going to lose it there to Simone Maria Marcenio. And well, the number 381 machine now back up into 3rd place, Jake.
Yeah, Simone Maria Marchena really showing exactly what he can do. Crossmaster Movano up into 3rd right now. It's a long gap though to chase back up to Glacier. About half a minute at the moment. There are only 4 cars on the lead lap as we speak, and this is the 3rd and 4th place cars at the moment. And well, it's all about that breakaway factor. If Thrustmaster Movano Cube can now break away, MSP drivers home don't have a chance. We'll have to do it on pit stops.
Yeah, the gap between P number 3 and P number 4 right now though. That has eked out to 0.5 of a second just for the moment, Rachel. These 2 drivers, they battle. Oh, look at that one! They're going to go 3 wide down into the inside as they come down in towards turn number 11. And that's going to put Gregory Tanton, number 43 machine, back on point there, and that was a mighty close. 3 wide into 11, never worked, but they managed to make it do so there.
Oh, that was very close, Will. What a move we saw there, but got the move done over the car of Thrustermaster Movano Cube, and also managed to make that position stick for now. But wow, these guys need to think about this. These are the sort of moves that won't let your race finish. So we've seen a lot of these things go wrong so far, but people keep still making the same moves, Will.
Yep, they do. There's a Super Turbo replay there. MSP drivers home now, back up into number 3 for the time being, but we've still got ourselves a number 3D1 machine on its coattails as they come down in towards the boss up once again. This is a battle for position. MSP can't do it there, Cisco.
Not this time. A little bit of maybe holding that lane as MSP is going to continue to hold that bottom lane. Movano trying to get through there. No room as they head down into the boot, Jake. This is heating up right now.
Well, most certainly it is. You can see now heading himself towards the toe. You can see just for the time being, Master Movano are going to have to play the patient waiting game. Of course, it feels so tight. It feels almost like a street circuit at times. The way that you're filing yourself through the corners, heading yourself up the hill right now. You can see the catch fences there just encroaching over the top of you. So intimidating, this circuit. Now you start to head back down the hill. Now you head yourself into the hill, into the right hand. You can see lovely clean lines being taken at the moment. It just seems that MSP are doing just enough.
Yeah, but Thrustmaster are still right behind them as they exit turn number 11. They head themselves down to 12 and now 13. And well, the gap is 0.3 of a second between Thrustmaster and MSP as it stands right now. And Rachel, they're coming close to another round of pit stops in about 15 minutes time.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see here, and we're going to see that pit stop sequence begin again. We'll see everyone heading down pit road for 4 tyres and racing fuel, we think. Depends for GT cars, of course. They will be taking tyres multiple times during this race, but not every single stop like the prototypes. We might see some double stinting in the prototype classes. It is possible, but with the race of this duration, it'll depend. There might be a couple of times, but it will happen. And during this race, keep an eye down. Just Movano Cube making a move on MSP drivers home here. Looking to the outside, approaching the bus stop there. There's the 381 and the number 43 car as they come behind some slow GTC traffic. This will definitely make things interesting, as don't go 3 wide into the carousel, boys. Come on. As you filter through there, of course, and everyone lives.
Yeah, everyone lives, but for a moment, the 43 machine gets the advantage. We'll change our camera angle there so we don't go through a load of trees, or are we going to? No, we're going to stick with the camera angle that we have. It's okay. Helicopters are fine as it stands right now, but here's a look then on the number 3 machine. 43 machine even. Going to go past themselves a GT1 piece of traffic. There you can see just right behind him is another 3D1 machine. We're going to go on board with him for the time being. If you want to know why we're looking at this and not GT3 traffic, well, the gaps there aren't that close anywhere on the field. The closest battles we have are in prototype and in GTC, while things are pretty much non-existent in terms of battles right now, Jay. But we have still got Thrustmaster hunting down MSP drivers home, that's 1.
Yeah, most certainly, but they have 5 to negotiate probably in this next lap. You can see trying to get themselves through. You look at Thrustmaster Movano trying to get themselves in, and well, you can see also trying to get themselves through the traffic is Orion Racing's George Sandman right now. So you can really see just how they go into the 90 here, as they're going to be brave here as they try and negotiate the traffic here. Up the hill they now come along. They're just passing the sandbox that just was, and now you can see Thrustmaster Movano really closing in tighter, closer still, Will. But you can see the traffic is going to be so crucial here on this run down for what it is, as they're going to go 3 wide. Oh my word, 2 wheels on the grass, Will.
That's like Ryan Hunter-Ray, but he's not going to complete the pass. But now it's going to come down to what can they do for this next sequence of corners. This is mighty close. You're going to go back on board them. No, we're not. We're going to stay out from this camera angle because it's fantastic right now. Here is P number 3, P number 4, battling for position. The GT cars move themselves to the outside as they run themselves through the sequence of corners. And it's mighty close now. Now we really need to see who's got the guts, who wants the glory between Simone and Gregory. These 2 drivers. Oh, we're going to spin down at the bus stop there. Straight down at the toe corner. That was with, I believe, one of the Commander drivers there, Rachel.
I think it was. Well,
it was.
That was. It was. Mitch. It was. Kivikas had the incident there, and that's terrible. Actually, no, Kivikas was not involved in it. He was behind it. It was the Hellenic Racing Team car and Thrustmaster Movano. So, yeah, Movano trying to push too hard to chase the back of the MSP driver's home car. And he dives at the inside of the turning in car already. In fact, the car was turning in already for Hellenic Racing Team. It committed to turn in, goes at the inside. Silly move once again.
Yep, there you can see Kivikas. For some reason, Rachel, every time we see an incident involving Coanda, just avoid it.
Yep, Coanda have this uncanny ability. I don't know if it's precognition or something, but they find a way to just avoid everything, and this is every race we've seen them in.
So as it stands right now, in terms of your drivers, you still get yourself P3, P4 in your prototype division, but we still ourselves a fantastic battle in GT going on right now. And well, Jake, we've got ourselves this battle going on between Vivendell Sim Racing and P&D Racing, 0.7 of a second as it stands right now.
Yeah, at the moment that was really going to be interesting there to see. You're going to see them all going to be close, all going to close up, all going to be very, very tight, looking to try and get exactly what they need out of the cars right now. But you can see so many battles going on left, so many battles going on right. It's all going to be about who can hold it in the dumps.
Oh yeah, this car is sponsored by DHL. We love DHL, honest. Nothing we said earlier will have any impact ever, honest. DHL, fantastic courier service. As you can see, they're running themselves on P number 9, sponsoring the P&D racing car. Vivendell Sim Racing running themselves in P number 8. As it stands, we're almost close then to the halfway point of this motor race. And well, want to keep in contact? RaceSpot TV/timing for live updates on what's going on right now. RaceSpot TV on Facebook and on Twitter. Join the conversation using the hashtag iRacingGlen and keep in contact with us, your favourite iRacing people here this afternoon. Well, that's us Evan Murray on pit road right now, Rachel. He's coming in for his 3rd pit stop of the day, and I don't think he's got out of that car yet, so he's out and away, 32.7 seconds. Looks as though that they're going to be a 4th and a 2-stint stop there.
Yeah, stop there. Looks like it was a reasonably good one, but we have a slow car in GT3 actually. That was incredibly... Oh no, he was just getting out of the way, I think, as the prototype came through. I think that was one of the further down prototype... No, not a big issue, sorry, Will.
Yeah, we've got a 798 machine on pit road as well. That's the SimRC.de. Lucas Dolce now getting behind the wheel of that machine. Number 89 machine on pit road as well. That is Andy Salmon, and we expect him to get out of the wheel of that car. Indeed, he will do so, and that means that we're now going to have ourselves Christian the Reader behind the wheel of that number 89 machine, as they'll come back out and away in a couple of moments' time. So, got to be in GTC making themselves pit stops. No one yet in GT1. Reactive Sim Racing, I think, might have just had a spin. Just saw a lot of tyre smoke going to ride this one on board of him. If they didn't, we apologise. But still, a lot of tyre smoke being kicked up there on the exit of Eel Corner. Let's listen in. Nope, no spinning. It's okay, honest. But Reactive Sim Racing running P number 8 in class as it stands right now. But we've still got ourselves P3 versus P4, Rachel. This one goes on. This one will come down to pit stops and driver changes.
Yeah, it certainly will. It's getting to be quite an exciting race amongst this group of cars. So pit stops will be critical. Who chooses when they put their driver in for the stop, and how many times you do that can cost you a lot of time, save a lot of time as well. As you know, these guys need to make sure they're in the right strategy ahead of time for this.
Yeah.
Oh, big congestion to the bus stop there.
Yeah, we have. Let's figure it out, Rachel. Who's involved? Oh, this is huge between these. What, 4 or 5 drivers are going to have to get past this time by? Let's go back on board then with Simone. There's 1. There's 2. Maybe. Oh, look at that. It's going to be 2 wheels to the outside.
And he's going to dive it down on the inside. That's 3.
Yeah. Still 2 more to go, though. 3 more to go, though. There's 1. Here comes Simone again.
Maybe not.
Oh, Cisco, this is dangerous.
This is, we've seen so many different accidents happen here. You don't want to pass here, but Simone was able to make it through, and somehow they'll keep rolling. He's still got one more GT3 car between him and that MSP driver's home machine. And now MSP locks it up a little bit, leaving the boot right now as they head down towards turn 10. But the other thing we're developing, I mentioned it earlier, that second sandbox, that thing's there now. If you look at out of the boot, heading up towards the corner back onto the NASCAR circuit, that's basically become sandbox number 2.
Yeah. As it's worth noting that we are almost at halfway distance in this motor race. But Jake, before we get to halfway, we've had an exciting race so far. Yeah, the gaps have spilled out a little bit, but still, second half of this motor race, we expect them to come back together.
Yeah, most certainly you can see cars just start to get out, break away. You look at the likes of We Are Grip and Glacier Racing, you're going to see those ones potentially come in there, but Lando Norris, I think, will use all of his experience in the real-life Formula Renault 2.0 to put himself up as far as he can at the moment. But for the time being, you can see battles going on in not just one class, not just 2 classes, but 3 classes as well, and that is the joy of endurance racing, Will.
It is indeed, as ladies and gentlemen, we approach halfway here. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome then to what will be the second half of our coverage here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacingLive. Now, 3 hours left to go in this event, the 6 hours of the Glen, and here are your top 8 as it stands. In your prototype division, well, on one hand it looks easy, on the other hand it doesn't. Team We Are Grip are leading from Glacier Racing, and then MSP Drivers Home in 3rd, Crossmaster Movano in 4th, and Driving Resolution in 5th. However, it's worth noting we had a couple of teams out this event early who very easily could have been a part of that picture. In GT, it is Kinder Radicals right now. And in terms of pit stops, well, they've all pitted as far as we can see. In fact, they have. But it seems to be that a driver change took the advantage away for the moment for Kinder. They will have to do a driver change at some point. Sean leans behind the wheel of that Radicals machine. They could come into play in the second half of this event. In GTC right now, as it stands, it is Trinity Motorsports leading by, well, we call it a minute 24 right now. They are just dancing away with that field. Then HA Dickin S mentioned Apple Motorsports, they are in 3rd. And CRC, they're in 4th. And you can see the remainder of your top 8 up on your screen. Wolverton here. We say goodbye to Cameron Walsh. We've got ourselves Jake Sperry. We've got ourselves Cisco. We've got ourselves Rachel Whiteford here for the second half of our motor race. And well, Rachel, what we know so far is we're in a crazy motor race. What we don't know is who's going to win in any of these categories.
Well, this is always a situation we see in these endurance races where we never know who is going to win, because as it stands, incidents can happen, upsets can occur, so it does end up diversifying itself out into being who can survive the best. Statistically speaking, some of the last races we've had are the longer races. For example, 24 Hours of Spa last year. If you were in the prototype class and didn't spin or crash into anybody or get wrecked out and basically stayed on the lead lap, is all we're asking for in terms of speed here. If you stayed on the lead lap for the first, like, whatever, normal amount of time, and then later on in the race, obviously laps will change, but just by not actually having to come into pits for repairs, you would have won the race. So these guys, whilst a lot of these guys are very fast drivers, and we know that, but there seems to be a predominance of, oh, if I run less than flat out, then I make mistakes. Well, perhaps some of these guys need to learn how to run at 80%, at 90%, because 100% is leading to a lot of accidents, and if you ran at 80 or 90%, you might actually finish the race and end up winning. And racing driving is equal parts aggression, equal parts patience. You have to have the patience part. You can't just run an aggression alone, because we see time and time again silly incidents occurring, silly problems on racetracks, impatience between classes, desperate moves. Of course, that is racing, but you know, learning to be patient, learning to use your tyres better, learning to keep the car underneath you. To finish first, you must first finish. And people forget that one all the damn time. As soon as, you know, the green flag goes out, it's literally blinkers on, away we go.
I agree with that one, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, we've got ourselves the second half of this event here. The 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacingLive. We will take ourselves a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're into part number 2 of this event. Will Vincent, Rachel Whiteford, Jake Sperry, Cisco, we are all here. We're back after these messages. Stay with us.
Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Yes, it all starts here. It's opening day for the Verizon IndyCar Series.
From St. Petersburg, Florida, new cars, some new faces, and an old, solid group of veterans and winners.
Get ready, stay with them here.
They call it the Valley of the Sun. They're running laps at 155 miles an hour.
Long Beach, California, a beautiful destination city with a huge sandy beach, great marinas, cruise ships, and once a year, the Verizon IndyCars.
The spectacular undulating Barber Motorsports Park Indy Grand Prix of Alabama.
The acceleration begins.
The new champion of the Grand Prix of Indianapolis is...
Everyone wants to win. Only one will.
And with those millions watching around the world.
By the way, it's the biggest race of your lives, gentlemen.
Here in the Motor City, in the first of the duel in Detroit.
Business is picking up in turn 7 at Belle Isle.
And the green flag waves at Texas Motor Speedway.
All right, let's go.
Wheel to wheel at 210 miles an hour.
And Honda versus Chevy.
Green flag in the air. Sebastian Bourdais is the leader. In the core of America's heartland is a tiny track that packs a speedy IndyCar punch like no other.
Green, green, green.
Well, let's go racing in Iowa.
He needs a penalty.
This is Indy Toronto and the green flag flies.
Where he's making a move, but he's going to make him go to the wet.
Deep into turn 3. Maybe too deep.
To the Buckeye State. Drivers, start your engines!
There is a giant crowd at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
All right, that's it. Excellent job, young man. Excellent job. You won Mid-Ohio.
The tricky triangle is definitely very tricky.
Look at this pack now. He's not giving him anything. That's how you're supposed to race.
For the Labor Day weekend of 2016, we will welcome and host the Grand Prix of Boston.
It's the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma. It's the championship decider. It's time to bring the action.
Race fans, there they are.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV, streaming live here on iRacingLive, down to the second half of our motor race. We just had an issue with the course and racing car. Jake, talk us through it.
Well, it just seemed to me they just through the final corner there. It was just a lazy moment all on its own. It just caught my eyes. I saw the leader go through there for overall being the team we.r.grip team. And, well, it was just one of those things where they're running towards the back of the field in what is your second category at the moment. So just needs to stay calm, just needs to stay composed. At the moment, 10 laps off the leader, 3 laps off of the next car ahead. And, well, at the moment, it just seems it's in a 3-car fight with the SRB Extreme Racing Team and the Oscar Collage, if I can even say it right, Oyster Collage Racing Team as well.
Yeah, there you can see that from my aerial coverage. Right underneath the Sunoco sign. Sunoco, it's fuel, it's cheaper than all the fuel we have in the United Kingdom. Thanks very much. No comments. Oops. But as it stands right now, Rachel, there's of course some racing team. They're down in P number 14. Overall, however, we still have ourselves, well, the team of Lando Norris leading the way, and that, of course, is in the Meow Meow car. That is Team We Are Grip, and they've got a 19.4 second advantage over Glacier Racing.
Yeah, they certainly do well, and I've chosen to call them Team Morse Code because they insist on those being full stops. Meow. As, yeah, they're doing a great race at the moment. Not a huge gap back to Glacier, but that's hard. It's always hard to get a big gap over Glacier Racing in any series. They are pretty fast. So, great performance at the moment from We Are Grip. Of course, Lando Norris, definitely a name we know very well. And, well, the prototype class is closer than you'd think. Of course, 3 cars under a minute. 4 cars just over a minute. That's Team MSV Drivers Home Car, Sebastian Milano Cube, sorry, who are running about 4 seconds behind MSV Drivers Home 1. So that's 4 seconds, and that's about the minute mark for both of them now. So, we've got only 4 cars left on that lead lap, so it's tight, but with some times we didn't expect. Like the MSV Drivers Home team is up there as well. Echo Vortex, I think we expected to be further up, but I think they might be out. Yeah. They're not on track, Will.
They're not. Goguer's number 20 machine as classified that's out for the time being. Well, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to say to you one thing. Look at the pretty kitties, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the pretty kitties. Number 16 machine heading themselves out of the final corner. There's 3 cars there, but don't look at that one. That's number 13 car in class. Have a look at the pretty kitties. There's the pretty kitties. Meow, meow. There's the pretty kitties as they head themselves now through turn number 1. Up the hill they come once again. And there is what we like to call pretty kitties. And if you're a cat fan, then all we can say to you at this point is meow, meow indeed, as they got themselves a 19.4 second advantage over the nearest competition. And well, Rachel, that is what every cat fan loves to see.
It certainly does, of course. It's not quite Formula 1 here, so we're not hearing the old school meow, 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 meow. Meow! This is Daytona prototype, so it's close enough. And I just got to meow on live TV, so I don't care.
Yeah, as we've got JB Waseda now behind the wheel of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. They're down in P number 6. Technical issues for them, so Walt, Rachel, that's their race out of the window. And Vortex have bad luck in these events. Bad luck. Every single time we see them. Bad luck. Pretty much all but one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, that one's bad luck's been the definition of this race so far. Well, it's certainly been a little rougher than we might have expected in the past in certain races, but it's still got potential to be a great one.
Let's go and have a look down in GT3 for a moment. And actually, let's have a look at GTC for the moment, because we have got ourselves a close battle going on here, Jake, between Evan Merrill right now in the number 5 machine and Carl Muddick in the number 80 car.
Yeah, you do at the moment, and it's quite interesting to see where they're going to find themselves out in the dance at the moment. It just seems, just for the time being here, that you can see as they head themselves into turn number 1, it's going to be really something that you need to see here for Evan Merrill. He's going to try and pull himself back into this one to the KRT. At the moment, is technically a lap down, but not really too far away as things stand. But after fuel issues earlier on in the race, it's just about a game of recovery there. Could have been leading, but in the end, it's only P3 at the moment.
Yeah, so Jake, as it stands right now, 7.1 seconds between these drivers take over for about 2 minutes.
2 minutes indeed. You can see exactly just how your field looks at the moment. Team We Are Grip at the moment leading away by over 20 seconds over Glacier Racing. MSP drivers home in 3rd. And well, Rachel, what does have to be said right now is that you can only see 4 cars on the lead lap. That's exactly what you normally expect in terms of things. And you've also got to look at this attrition rate, because the attrition rate is surprisingly a little bit less than what people would be expecting so far, because we still have over 40 cars running around in this field.
Oh, we certainly do, but that's still quite the attrition rate for halfway through this one, of course, as we have lost roughly 15 cars in this race, as PJ Sturgis has just changed out that car. So Atlantic Racing Team also on pit road. George Amaras is in the car there for them. And yeah, the attrition rate is reasonable. We've got a lot of cars running around very damaged, of course. Some cars have come back out again. Orion Racing Team are back out on track, 17 laps down. There's George Sandman behind the wheel of that car, who of course is dominant in the HPP Endurance Series we cover here on RaceSpot TV. Definitely a master in this prototype car. Let's not forget, folks, earlier on in this race he was leading. That car was leading by a healthy margin until they were involved with a crash in the S's from a GT car. Slowed down to avoid it, running to the back of by Core Sim Racing's Audi and GT, which pushed them into the wreck, and they flipped lots. So unfortunately, George Sandman and the Orion Racing Team car is multiple laps down, but not last. They're about 5th to last in the class, so it's quite a widespread at the moment, Jake. But as it stands, the damage is building up throughout the field.
Yeah, damage starts to build up at the moment. Just looking here at Aleski Aloma in the Oistbala Racing Car 107 right now. Heads to the inside here, trying to unlap himself, if I'm correct then, on LJ Garnett in the Friction Racing Bandits. Now, that is a legal move to do there, Cisco, and well, you have to say, if he thinks he's got the pace, he's got every entitlement to try and get himself through, as actually you're going to see behind, I believe that is the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car now, trying to get himself back through the field. So really you're starting to see here just how everyone's trying to push themselves through into the final corner they come along, and you can see it's getting a little bit hairy there in the traffic.
And that's what fresh tires can give you in terms of confidence. The Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car just flying by those cars, maybe not in the safest places on the track to do so, but they have the fresh tires on that car. And I'm starting to noticing, I just saw it through turn 1, not only do we have the sandbox on exit, but you can see the rubber now down onto the track, and the rubber has definitely started building up across these 3 different series. And each of these different cars is going to handle the rubber a little bit differently, but especially in turn 1, you could just see the build up there.
It's worth
yeah, you can certainly see the build up right.
You go.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, it's my time. My time is now, and you can definitely see the build-up that's starting to pull up here. Will you can see just how everyone's trying to pull themselves through here, trying to just run the clean laps here. But once the track gets a little bit more slippier and slippier, it just makes your life that little bit more difficult. And it's all about that adapting factor, you have to say. If you're going to pull yourself in, if you're going to call yourself a race winner, if you're going to call yourself a finisher of the 6 hours of the Glen.
Well, more importantly, if you're going to be a Daytona prototype driver, we just saw that the dust being kicked up on the exit of turn number 10. As they just moved themselves past the 797 machine, we were running themselves on board with the Chrono Sim Racers endurance machine of Oscar Dominguez. And you can see the dust being kicked up right there, Jake. Now, we're going to stay on board with him through turn number 1. And you'll see the dust that's kicked up down in turn number 1 as well. And what that does is it reduces the racing line from 2 grooves down to 1 as this race carries on. You can see just the amount of dust that's been kicked up onto the racing line. And the dust that's kicked up offline in the exit of turn number 1, it hurts these drivers dramatically.
Oh yeah, most certainly it does, and especially through 2, 3 and 4 as well. You're just trying to make sure that you run and get all that dirt and dust off of your car as quickly as you can. Make sure that you got your tyres working at possibly the cleanest operating temperature they can. Work it with the least amount of excess that they have possible here, because you just want to get the tyre as clean as you possibly can. So it might be worth thinking here for a couple of drivers just to stay off the curbs a little bit, just keep themselves a little bit more tighter on the race circuit here, because at the end of the game you don't want to be ruining your tyres a lot more than you potentially could.
Yep, you're on the ends, by the way, so it's just taking over that number 88 machine now. So he's now got himself in behind the wheel of that car that was previously, Rachel, taken over by Mitchell Dion.
Yeah, certainly is. That Coanda number 88 machine there is now Jorn Jens in the car, I believe. Mitchell Dion was driving it previously. Yep, out of his pit stop now as he will get going again. Jorn Jens, of course, one of the definitely quicker drivers in the VRS Coanda stable. Definitely one of the endurance masters they have here, of course, Will. Looking forward to see what he can do with that car.
Out of pit road. Looks as though he will keep himself 3rd place in class for the time being. Although Phil Diaz is right behind him. There you can see Phil Diaz in the rear as they head themselves up the hill. Diaz wants P number 3. Will he get it as they come up the hill? I don't think it will be, but it's mighty close there between Coanda and the NX Racing machine. And I don't think that Diaz, he looks to the outside, not close enough. Cold tyres, of course, for Coanda. It's fresh tyres, 1-in tyres for the NX Racing machine, but Diaz hunting down right now that driver of Jorn Jens. Let's go.
Yeah, and they're going to come down into the boot right now. Will Diaz be able to maybe make up some ground here? I think that SLS, it definitely has a little bit more downforce, I believe, than the Z4, so we're going to have to see in these slower speed corners, will it make a difference? Can INEX catch up to Coanda and break the Coanda stranglehold on the GT class right now? Well, they're certainly trying right now, but the one thing that's missing from this picture, Will, that green INEX racing car is no longer stuck to the back bumper of the blue one.
Yeah, it's not. The NX Racing cars have separated for the course of these last hours worth of racing. Now, number 9 machine is hunting down this guy. It's Coanda, running himself P number 3 in class and roll. Rachel, this is one big rivalry, not only in this series, but in Blancpain and in the World Championship Grand Prix Series.
Oh, it certainly is, of course, and well, you know, these are some big name teams. This is the Ferrari and Mercedes of iRacing. We see this happening all the time, but it's incredible to see this battle going on. And as it stands there, well, NX Racing, certainly one of the up-and-comers, and some surprise performances from them this season in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, Will, but strong performances. Philip Diaz, for well-known endurance circles, he is a very quick driver, and he's right behind Jorn Jens.
He was, but he got held up there by the GTC machine that we talked about so many times. He's now 1.1 seconds back from Coanda. And well, this is what I've been talking about, Jake, is that at this track, there are times when you lose yourself a second. What do? You regroup. The last thing you do, you get frustrated.
Yeah, most certainly. You've got to keep yourself in the driver's mentality of, okay, I have lost a second, but I know I've got myself at least 3 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go and chase that back down, to go and win that time back. Because 1.1 seconds in terms of 3 hours is literally nothing for Philip Diaz right now. He's got to just stay calm. He's got to stay collected. He knows there's going to be traffic ahead that they're going to have to negotiate. Yes, granted, he did get caught behind that car that time by, but there is surely going to be an opportunity where Jorn Jens is going to make that same mistake and get stuck behind one of the slower cars.
RaceSpot we've got going on in GTC right now is KRT Motorsports in the number 80 machine, running himself in P number 2. And the HA Dickon S-fermented apple drink car, Rachel running themselves in P number 3, 5.7 seconds separating those two drivers.
Yeah, there certainly is, and well, we saw that incident they had earlier, that problems they experienced, but they ran out of apple juice, Will. They unfortunately lost a lot of time and ran out of fuel approaching turn 10 after miscalculating their pit stop massively. We'll have to see what they can pull back in this one, but they are still in a position to do fairly well. Looking at a podium still, so it's a good positive position.
P2 is easily done by them as it stands, because I'm having a look there. They've done an extra pit stop over the number 33 machine, so they should get P2 back without much of an issue. In terms of race lead, however, it does seem to be the core team, number 49 machine, Rachel, has got that advantage now.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it's looking definitely positive for that result at the moment, but well, we aren't going to be able to tell until the final checkered flag waves, Will. Anything can happen.
Indeed so. So as it stands right now, ladies and gentlemen, here is your P2 and P number 3 in class. HC, Deacon, S-fermented apple drink. Yeah, that is the worst, the craziest thing we've seen in the history of RaceSpot TV. But hey, they run themselves in P number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Will Vincent here on RaceSpot TV. If you would like to answer us any questions, all you need to do is use the hashtag IRGlen. Follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV, and of course you can follow us on Facebook as well, /RaceSpot TV. Live timing and scoring is available if you'd like to use that one. Also, if you've got any questions to ask me, feel free to do so over the next 2 hours of this motor race. Will Vincent, Rachel Whiteford, we've got ourselves Jake Sperry, and we've got ourselves Cisco here as well. Hey Cisco, how long are you staying for?
Until I fall asleep at the keyboard.
Okay, so that's the entire 6 hours of this event right now. We're going to see the gap between P number 1, P number 2 overall. That is Team We Are Grip versus Glacier Racing, 21.9 seconds, Cisco. And it's about time that Glacier Racing started putting that pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and they've got to put that pedal to the metal right now. And otherwise, well, I'm saying right now, like right meow, because that kitty car is still just pulling away from the field. Oh, Gecko Vortex actually just had an off. Huge damage to the number 20. That was in the boot, it looks like. And we'll have to get a replay. What happened to the 20?
Let's see, we see there behind the wheel of that machine. Let's see if we can get ourselves a second look at that one. Here we are. Oh, that's the back end of it.
Oh, just went for an
Go on.
A little bit of an excursion there on the dirt.
Yeah, you know, you go on a tour holiday, you go on an excursion. So look at the cedar. Listen in. That car's got damage.
I mean, maybe there was some.
Yeah,
maybe there was some. Yeah, there's a lot more damage. There must have been something else that happened to that car because they didn't really touch the fence there. So something happened to that car, and as a result, they later went on to try and find some new wildlife. Not going to happen here as they pull down pit road, going to get service to that Corvette Daytona prototype. But yeah, that car is hashed.
Well, let's have a look right now.
I'll tell you what, though. May I, Will? Because I'll tell you what, I did... Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen what exactly has happened. It's just out of the carousel wheel, and it just seems he loses the back end, and he just careers into the wall at about 85, 90 miles an hour. That's where the damage has happened. It's a really weird one to lose it on exit, and that's why Gecko Vortex is all the damage.
Yeah, and we've just been looking at the wrong car there, so we do apologise for that. We're going to try and find... Okay, what kind of book? Jamie Masida we're looking at, aren't we?
20. Yeah, number 20.
Machine. Let's see if we can find them. By
wow.
that point, they're already out. We're going to try and replay that one a little bit back and see what we're looking at. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if we're able to do so. So JB Masida, it looks as though, let's have a look. We're on board with Masida. No, we're not. So here we can see Mercedes on pit road. Cisco, you got any updates?
All I know is, yeah, it looked like he clipped the curb, Jake. Kind of coming out of the carousel, that curb on the left-hand side that you would maybe use to apex out of that if you were taking the NASCAR circuit. And the way he hit the tires, that was almost Sam Hornish-esque in NASCAR bad, because he hit that and just stopped. So there's a ton of damage to that number 20 Corvette Daytona prototype.
One thing I want to say,
yeah, it is worth noting,
is that we've got a very interesting 2-3 wide situation with GT1 and GT3 even, and LMP. I can't say so prototype. Hey, who cares? SRB Extreme Racing. As you see that coming through the front of that car. But yeah, Jake, carry on.
Yeah, most certainly. It seemed like it was a weird one. It's just an instant where just concentration starts to go. I think he's very recent into his stint as well, off a small incident for Joel Guez somewhere along the lap as well. So that one's really started to pick off. But something I am just noticing right now is that Jari Lothari has literally just let the MSP driver of Jeremy Tansen through, I believe. I believe that one is for the position there for the MSP drivers home one, so they can see. Car has dropped himself down, I think possibly Glacier might have come in for a stop.
Well, they did a 151.5 last time by 217, yeah. Jari Lothari has come on towards pit road indeed. And you can tell that, of course, by the graphics up on your screen. All you need to do is pay attention. He says that one, he can't even get the thingy to work, but hey, all you need to do is pay attention somewhere to the thing I'm looking at, but it's not working. So we'll carry on with the event so far. As you can see, is the pen, the magic pen. 218 last time by Atari, and 142 last time by for MSP. So that's what we're looking at. The fact that Glacier Racing have come on towards pit road, they're going to stop, and now MSP number 3. We're right behind the second place team in class. 0.2 of a second, Jake. This is mighty close. But of course, Atari doesn't have to push that much so far because he's got more pit stops under his belt compared to Gregory Nelson. Hanson.
Yeah, he does definitely does at the moment. You have to see exactly just how you're going to play it. It's a game of cat and mouse right now. You don't have to make the move, but it would be kind of damning if the move was done. Of course, Glacier Racing in a massive fight for the lead of the class at the moment, but you just see into the right hand they come of the heel. Doesn't have to make the move. There is traffic ahead that might just play a key benefactor here. Moves across to the outside there. Very sensible move there from the lap traffic there. Both of those guys go through, and where you can see actually behind them as well, you can see Thrustmaster Movano Cube is starting to close in and reel the gap also.
Yeah, so we're on board then, ladies and gentlemen, with the Glacier Racing machine. For all you Finnish drivers, yeah, I'm going to see you in July at the summer meeting for Club Finland, because I get invited. You don't want to go unless you're a Club Finland member or me, because it's messy. It's fantastic, really, it really is. Glacier Racing, Jari Lothari there, over MSP drivers home. Let's stay on board with him then. He's pushing it right now, up the hill. Is it going to be a pass and race lead? We're going to find out there. As they head themselves up the hill, there is GTC traffic ahead of them. I do notice that at Glacier Racing, they're fast on the corners, not as fast in a straight line there, Cisco.
Yeah, and here they come down to the bus stop. No, that's not going to work.
Oh!
He's going to go. Wow. That was something right there, and we're gonna get the replay on that. But disaster struck right there for Glacier Racing yet again.
Yeah, that struck for everyone really there in that battle. Let's have a look at the Super Sumo replay, and let's slow it down because you can see GTC versus prototype cars. Those two coming together, they spin right there. Well, the Glacier Racing machine then tries to say, yeah, okay, I'll go round the long way. And then he goes to way too wide onto those marbles we've been talking about. Can't slow the car down. As a consequence, he ends up in the gravel trap. And well, we want to get ourselves another look on board then with the Glacier Racing machine. Because now we saw it on board, but hey, Cisco, we see one more look at this.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Thrustmaster Movano, while that was going on, he was just sitting back. Looks like they actually went on pit road. So never mind. In the meantime, yeah, that was just two cars going for the same piece of real estate, and it doesn't work because the bus stop isn't the widest piece of track in the world, and it just didn't work. And I'm actually surprised Glacier didn't get stuck in the gravel trap there, because that's a dangerous part they off-roaded on.
Yeah. Are you saying that the bus stop cannot fit a bus?
I think the bus stop may not be able
lied to you by this mistruth.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you know.
Doing Mercedes, by the way, is on pit road, and he's down in P 13 right now. We've got ourselves another player on pit road, and that is Gregory Tanton. And the MSP drive his home #1 machine. He's out of the car. Lucas Justin's going to get behind the wheels of that one too. As it stands, Cisco, they got damage. They want to repair that one right now. And as it stands, it looks as though they may well be out of contention for the race win.
He might need a new driver suit after that, because that was if well, he's lucky Glacier actually sent it off into the dirt, because if that had been a T-bone, it'd have been a flipped over Daytona prototype, and those aren't good, as we found out earlier in the race today. But meanwhile, right meow, that kitty car, that just helped him out, because he's got an even bigger lead right now. That We Are Group team right there. That lead is huge.
Yeah, you can see the kitty car. She's telling himself car to start finishing once again. He's looked at RaceSpot TV, fan immersion coming right up. So let's look, ladies and gentlemen, at RaceSpot TV fan immersion. But it's worth noting, we have got a battle on the hands, Jorn Jens right now, versus the driver of Philip Diaz, IRAX Racing, versus Commander Sim Sports Rachel, battle for P2 in class.
Certainly is, and it's one that's been going on for quite a while here, Will. IRAX Racing definitely found some more pace. You've managed to get up towards Commander, and this is going to make things really exciting for this one. As we see this one develop, of course, we did see that since Philip Diaz has got into that car for IRAX, well, their performance has increased a lot, and they did get past Commander, a car of Mitchell Jorn Jens, which is an impressive feat on its own, but now they're going to try and start to pull that gap, which against Jorn Jens will be tough.
Of course, Jorn Jens runs in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Phil Diaz, of course, we know him from endurance racing. I do have to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see one of the coolest helmets in all of sim racing, here you are. We're going to show it to you now. You want a helmet like that, don't you, ladies and gentlemen? Look at that. Jorn Jens' helmet there, and Jorn Jens' machine. Jake, you agree with me, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's a really nice helmet. I quite like the design of it myself. If I wanted to run it, I probably would try and run it as well. But, you know, copyright things here and there are going to say no, no, no. But we are going to see here this battle. It is starting to close up just that little bit more. I think it is under half a second right now. And that's just going to be enough, I think, to see potentially a move later on as they head themselves to the bus stop.
And there's Phil Diaz's car, and meanwhile, you can see he's pushing hard, running himself P2 in class. He doesn't need a helmet. All he needs to do is push, but there's traffic in the way. That is the important thing for him. And now they go down to 0.4 seconds. They head themselves up the hill. Once again, go back on board with Jorn Jens, and he's not going to be close enough there. 0.6 is the gap as they head themselves down to the bus stop chicane. In terms of your GT field, well, it's all kind of opened up a little bit. It's a huge gap from P1 to P2. Slightly okay gap from P2 to P3. Then P4 to P5, same. Nothing much. Your prototype field, as it stands right now, closest battle, we showed you that one earlier, but we still got ourselves Kevin Ellis Jr. He's come out as we stand with the driver of Frederick Kern. P7, P8 there, Cisco.
Yeah, but I don't know where that is on the track, so back to you, Will.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. We're professional broadcasters on it to prove it. Up the hill they come there. Team Kevin Ellis Jr. looking down to the inside of Vaticals. No, they're not going to do that this time by. Reason why? Maybe they need to save fuel, Rachel.
Yeah, saving fuel is certainly one of the big factors of this race. It's hard because you're flat out so much of the time, but it is possible. And, well, whatever you can save, you get paid back in later. This is how finance works. It's also how fuel systems work. What you save now, you use later on when you haven't got any. So these guys doing what they can. I'm not sure they're going to be able to perhaps save a stop, but you can widen some of these fuel windows to really start to make strategy more interesting. Well,
don't say that to Boris or to David, but it's okay. Here we are, Radicals Online versus...
No, I can't teach Boris economics.
Yeah, versus Corona Sim Sports right now. We've got ourselves 2 hours, 19 minutes to go here, ladies and gentlemen. This episode, we'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV on iRacingLive. He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry. You can hear me there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Showing here live on iRacingLive. Will Vincent, Rachel Whiteford. We've got ourselves Cisco. We've got ourselves Jake Sperry as well. Well, Cisco, we're just talking about something whilst we're off air. Tell me it again.
Oh, was I talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. You were talking about something.
We were talking about Rachel's upcoming gig. It's going to be her first time real life broadcasting, and she's really excited to do it.
Rachel?
If you want to embellish on that, Rachel.
Yeah, the 21st, 22nd of August, I'm actually going over to the Circuit of Anglesey in North Wales to commentate on the Citroen 2CV 24-hour. My first time actually commentating in real life. I think, well, what's the point? Let's go off the deep end and go straight to 24 hours. It's going to be an exciting one, of course, but I was just saying to Cisco off air, of course, it'll be very unusual for me to actually go down before the race is on and be walking in and out of garages, talking to the crews and teams, getting to know them all, so I can commentate on them. It's quite a disconnect from how we do things here on iRacing, of course, where most of the time we only talk to drivers and perhaps sometimes team managers in post-race interviews, occasionally during the races at things like the big endurance events. So I hope I'm prepared. I've done my fair share of 24-hour broadcasts here on iRacingLive and RaceSpot TV, and hopefully that's prepared me for it, so it'll be interesting.
Worth noting right now that Koana Swim Sports are 0.6 of a second behind Inex Racing Philip Diaz in the battle for second place in class. It's only 30 seconds between P number 1 and P number 3 in class right now. So it's mighty close between these guys. It's not over yet, Jake. We've got a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, most certainly got 2.25 hours left to go in this motor race. Of course, you can see they're going to be passed, overtaken by what is some traffic. That is the car of Julian Grunestel in the MSP Drivers Home 4 machine right now. And yeah, the gap down at 0.6 of a second. We said earlier on that the gap was 1.1 seconds in the other fader. It said, you know, you don't have to make the mistake here, you don't have to make it there. You can see right now, Inex have got themselves through, and now they've just got to wait, they've just got to stay patient, and they've just got to put the clean and consistent laps in. Their race pace we know is good, we know that they can get themselves onto the podium. It's just a case of where, Will.
Yeah, as we can see, Koana Swim Sports then, that gap's open up to 1 second as they come down in towards turn number 1, but still a lot of racing here to go on RaceSpot TV and of course on iRacingLive. We stay on board then with that Koana Swim Sports driver. Up the hill he comes. Gap is 0.9 of a second, Rachel. Not close enough. Not this time, by.
Yeah, certainly. And well, they tried, and they didn't quite come off. But there's plenty more chances. A couple more hours to go in this one, Will. So plenty of time to get things moving, of course. And yeah, it pays to just be a little on the cautious side. You don't want to take steps too soon, too early, because well, you know what can happen. We've seen it so far today.
Yeah. You know what? I say that to little ducks. I did say ducks there, just let you know. Ducks.
I think we're all a little bit silenced here.
Ducks.
Kitties.
Ducks. There we are. There we are, Rachel.
Oh, you wanted me to quack? Okay.
There we are. As you can see there, Kawanda versus Felix Racing, 9/10 of a second as they head themselves down in towards heel corner. Did someone say something else that I shouldn't have heard? Did someone say the T word?
No.
We'll ignore that one, shall we, for the time being? But
I said kitties, but
oh, kitties! Hey, kitty, 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 kitty. If you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new RaceSpot TV mascot. It's called Lola, who is the official cat of RaceSpot TV. As we turn our attention then to the driver of Team We Are Grip there, Landon Norris behind the wheel of that car. Well, let's spend this bit of RaceSpot immersion time on board of him, getting himself past CTC traffic. Let's run a lap on board with Lando Norris. So there we are then, 141.496 that last time by for Lando Norris. As we have a look then, my aerial coverage brought to you by Anne on designing your class leaders at the top of your screen. Well, Rachel, worth noting that your Daytona prototype field, they have really spread out over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, they certainly have, and well, that's a product of the lapping and the traffic, of course, Will. As this spreads out, we will see more of that, of course, and wow, just seeing a lot of dust kicking up in turn 1 exit there, as this is a huge amount of dirt on track. Practically dirt racing we're seeing there in iRacing, but yeah, the prototype field spread out a huge amount, of course. Only 4 cars left on the lead lap, and even they are a long way apart. First and second's a gap of 25 seconds, and it's about it's about 40 seconds behind them to 3rd place, and another 10 seconds back to 4th, so really big spread.
Yeah, and it's worth noticing, we'll go through the field in a couple of minutes time here, Jake, but Yara Atari right now is 25 seconds behind your class leader in the Daytona prototype division. If we look back to the GT3 division, and NX Racing, as it stands right now, have themselves a 28.7 second deficit to Kawanda, but they've got challenges behind them, because Jornier is still hunting down OBS.
Yeah, he is at the moment. That's going to be interesting to see later on. You can see that gap hasn't really opened up as much as NX Racing would have probably been thinking right now. You can see heads himself now down to the 90 turn number 1, otherwise known as soapbox corner, or sandbox corner we'll call it now. Hey, Minecraft, hey, nice to see you again. And now you can see right now heading themselves down towards turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. You can see right now it's just plain sailing at the moment for NX Racing. They don't really have to push too hard at the moment. They do have that threat behind. Last time by a 46.6. Compare it with the guy behind, 46.9. Traffic coming through right now. That is Orion Race Team George Sandman trying to get through. And it just seems for the moment that Inex Racing are doing everything that they need to do, just staying calm, just staying cool, just staying composed, and just keeping out of trouble, which is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, you can see that car's going past turn number 7. And while Cisco, what we do know is that this part of the racetrack that we're seeing right here now is difficult. Turn number 10 into 11. That uphill 90-degree left-hander is a lot harder than anybody understands it for.
Yeah, absolutely. The left-hander up the hill, it's, you know, you have to deal with not only the altitude change, but the load of the car will set down on you if you're not careful, or it'll go to the other side of the car, so you got to be careful about that. But right now, I'm still keeping an eye on that battle with Inex and Coanda, because Inex just got through a little bit of lap traffic there. Coanda's still right there with them. They're just waiting, I think, for Inex to either A, make a mistake, or try and get him on pit strategy.
It's called Inex.
Inex? Sorry. Don't hate me.
I've Inex for so many years. And then I got told, it's Inex. Pronounce it properly, EJ.
Alright, so Inex it is.
Yeah, track 10.
We've patched the Cisco 2000 to make sure to make that correction.
There we are. Track 10 78 degrees. Air temperature 78 degrees. Track temperature 104 right now. Wind speed of 3 kilometers an hour to the north as it stands, Rachel. So not much will change at the start of this money race.
No, it certainly hasn't, but at the same time, well, lots of things have changed. The field, the positions, the track conditions, it's certainly evolving forwards. The biggest thing I think really we can note here, Will, is go have a look at the Inex green car here, running down towards turn 1. That's the number 420 car. PJ Sturgis there running through turn 1. Look at the amount of dirt here on the exit. Look at that, and all kicking up big rooster tails of dirt as they come through there, as they are cleaning the track off, actually. So, an iRacing feature we actually received recently and absolutely love. It makes driving tricky, especially multi-class racing going offline.
It does indeed, and Rachel talked about it earlier. Rubber build up, dust build up, it makes a big difference later on in this motor race.
It certainly does, and well, it's like I said, for multi-class racing, when you have to go offline to pass or be passed, it can certainly make an issue of things, as these guys will have to try and make sure they can get into the right position. But here we are, Will, 85 car of Radicals Online Pro-Am Blue, chasing Inex Racing Green, and this could be a battle brewing here in your GT field.
Down in your GTC field, there's not much of a battle going on right now anyway. Same in your LMP field, so DP field. So the closest battle we've got going on is between Ricardo Castrolido, who runs himself in number 5 in your GT1 field, versus Inex Racing Green with PJ Sturgis. This is the closest battle we've got going on right now, Jake. And this one is 0.6 of a second.
Yes, it is at the moment, and that's certainly going to be interesting to see later on in this race. You can see exactly as they head themselves now in towards turn number 11 on circuit, the quick left-hander, which is just going to slow down a little bit more. You can see down to about 95 miles an hour there for PJ Sturgis. Back up onto the accelerator, getting himself going again, heading towards turn number 1, the 90. You can just see at the moment that Inex Green, they were in a situation at one stage where Inex Blue, they were right there next to each other, but it just seems over the last couple of hours, they've just pulled themselves out right now. You can see right now they're under threat from the Radicals Online Pro-Am, and Ricardo Castrolido, I think, is a recent addition to that team, and will be really looking to prove his name right now as he heads himself in through turn 4. Might be close enough.
Yeah, he's got 0.2 of a second then, as he heads himself now down towards the chicane. Although Rachel, not close enough, not yet. Lido stays in line.
Yeah, he certainly does. Oh, keep an eye on this Inex Green though, Will. This is getting very, very close here, around the outside of SimRC. Got D's car there, as the prototype comes through to join him as well. This is too wide, too deep into the down into the boot. At the inside will go the prototype, and through comes the Radicals. This one's brewing even closer.
Yeah, we'll have a look from our aerial coverage then, brought to you by And One Design as they head themselves behind the trees. Let's see though who has the advantage for the time being. As we look now on the exit of Toe Corner, there is the Radicals Online Pro-Am Blue machine coming down in towards Hill Corner. And well, that Radicals car really, Cisco, has done nothing over the last couple of laps. He's got himself into the draft. That's it. No more, no less.
Yeah, and that's really all you can do right now is just sit in that draft and wait for either them to make a mistake or maybe try and force them into maybe making a mistake. So it depends on how aggressive you want to be.
So 2 hours, 1 minute remaining in this event so far. Yeah, it's eked out, but it will come back closer together as the time gets closer to elapsing. Worth noting, here we can see then, we've got ourselves a GTC versus GT battle going on right now. These are cars that are way down the field, but hey, deserve a little bit of airtime. Also, most part we've got on GTC as it stands is Carl Mundig right now versus Sven Demel in the Heiji Dixon S-Fermented Apple car. 2 hours left of this race to go then. Let's take ourselves a 60-second commercial. We'll be back with a roundup after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacingLive. And well, 4 hours are down, 2 hours to go. It's time to take RaceSpot TV through the field. And well, we start with the Daytona prototype field. We do the top 10 in each of the classes over the next hour. We start with Team We Are Grip. And well, Rachel, they're doing fantastically right now.
Yes, they certainly are. Team We Are Grip Racing, of course, up there. They've gained massively from several position losses and incidents we've seen in the top front of the field, but they've come forwards from second on the grid to take the lead in this one from Ryan after they had a major incident in the early laps going through the S as well.
Yep. If you're a cat fan, well, you might be able to see in a minute, meow, 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 as the car heads itself down towards turn number 5 and 6 on track. There we are. Look at the kitty, ladies and gentlemen. Don't look at the pretty doggy. Look at the pretty kitties instead. As he's rolling himself through some GTC traffic right now. There you can see Cat on the front of that car. They are pushing. They are leading. And the gap between them and P number 2 is 24.5 seconds. Yada Ty right now rolling himself in that Frostmaster. Actually, I'll take that back again. Yada Ty in the Glacier Racing machine. Rolling himself in P number 2 right now, Jack. And, well, Jake, they've been kind of thereabouts, but they've not managed to close off the deal. Their last pit stop was slower than P number 1. And they've not really been able to put themselves in contention for the race lead as of yet.
No, certainly not. And Jack, no, it's Jake here. Well, you've got to look at Glacier Racing. It had pulled that gap down. It was up to 30 seconds at one stage after an incident involving them and also the MSP Drivers Home 1 machine as well, which was down at the bus stop literally, I believe, 45 minutes ago. And now you can see exactly how that's coming into effect. They've pulled back 5 seconds in the last little stretch that Glacier Racing's been doing. One clean pit stop and one bad pit stop from We Are Grip, and this race will close all the way back up with just under 2 hours to go.
Although you say that, but last time by, Leon Norris there did a 142.1 compared to a 142.0 for Yala Tari. That is not enough, and the previous lap was faster for that number 16 Meow Meow car machine. Out of the final corner comes Yala Tari then. Let's see what he can do as he passes the stripes. So stand by. 141.475. This time we're getting, so yeah, it is faster. That gap now goes down to 24 seconds, but there's still a lot of racing left to go between P number 2 and P number 3. P3 here in this race so far, Jake, is Thrustmaster Movano Cube. They got themselves an 18.2 second advantage over MSP Drivers Home 1. But of course, at one point in this race, looked as though they could have been in contention.
Yeah, most certainly. You look at Thrustmaster Movano Cube, they're staying calm at the moment, they're staying collected, they're in the final podium position, they've made the place up after the incident about 45-50 minutes ago, and now they're just looking to consolidate it in the 381. They're doing a really great job of things at the moment, and they'll be looking to try and pull themselves even further up if incidents are something to go by.
Yeah, so far in this motor race, you can tell that they are 1 minute 20 seconds behind your race leader, but still, they started in P number 3, they run in P number 3 as it stands. P number 4, like Cisco, that is a driver of Lucas. I say Lucas, just because I can't pronounce the second name. But it's Lucas just up there, and the MSP driver is number 1 machine. Running in P number 4, so far in this event, they have been able to move themselves up 7 places. A podium is not out of the way for them yet, especially as they're half a second a lap faster per lap than P number 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've had to fight off multiple battles, not only from Thrustmaster Movano, but from actually who they're trying to catch. So this will be interesting. If they can catch back up to that P3 position, it's certainly going to be a battle. It's a lot harder, of course, to pass someone than it is to just catch them. So I'm curious to see what those guys at MSP are going to be able to do once they catch that third place car.
And of course, Cisco down in P number 5, it is another MSP driver. MSP driver's home number 4. However, they are now classified as 90 seconds behind that 4th place driver. That's almost a lap.
Yeah, that's almost a lap, and I mean, this part of MSP hasn't had quite the same fortune that the other group has. Been caught up in a couple more accidents than the former, but at the same time, they're still out there. They have a relatively clean car at the moment. They're just soldiering on. That's what they got to do.
Yep. So Rachel, now we go back to our GT division, and we turn our attention first over to Koran Sim Sports. So you can see him in the same shot. We're going to ride on board with him for a couple of moments, but they run so far as a leader in GT1 with a 28.4 second advantage over a teammate. That means that they are happy right now.
Oh, they certainly are happy, and this is the exact cushion they would want to have. We know Coanda are incredibly quick in the GT cars, so expect this to have been a fairly standard affair for them, but that's Renz Broekman in the lead car, of course, and the second car is Jorn Jens. These are two of our superstars of GT racing, Will, and they're running a great race. Third place, Inex Green, of course, and they're in a battle at the moment, still a protracted battle with Radicals Online. So, top 4 in GT, VRS Coanda, Radicals Online, and Inex Racing. It's an incredibly similar story. Then behind that is Core Motorsports and Inex Racing. Again, teams we all know. So these guys are all the powerhouses. We expect this, but at the same time, the things are getting closer, and the battle is definitely growing between some of these guys. And especially with these teams with the pedigree of endurance racing, this is really what I mean by these big teams. Is this will really come down to a strategy race, and a race of wills and strategy and setups in the cars. And it won't necessarily be on track and battling there, but it'll be battling on the scoreboard and the timing sheets. And, well, we're going to see some interesting calls, I think.
Jake, last time by Inex Racing Green, 1 tenth of a second faster than Koanda Sim Sports, but over 90 minutes to go. That means that realistically we've got about 30 laps to go. That's not enough.
No, it isn't at the moment, but what does have to be taken into account right now is actually the number 9 of Inex Racing itself, because they have come in for a pit stop earlier on. Isaac Price behind the wheel, so they are out of position right now compared to everybody else on the circuit. They'll have one more pit stop to go, and now all the eyes will turn to them, because they were up in P2 at the time they made their stop. So now it's all about Coanda 88, who will try and push themselves through to try and get the jump in the stops.
So essentially, Jake, what you're saying here is that NX Racing Green can get P number 2. They just got to push for it, knowing the fact they're on a different strategy compared to Koanda SimSports.
Yeah, I think INX Racing Green have the potential to get past Koanda SimSport, but you do have to remember INX Racing the number 9 itself as well. They're out of position. They have the potential to leapfrog Koanda SimSport 88 again, because they came out from second place in that category. But INX Racing Green could make it an INX Racing 2-3 on the podium. It is very, very likely that it could happen, but it's all dependent on how quickly the 420 team can blaze it through the field.
And it's worth noting at the same time though, Jake, do you think they can get the overall race lead? Because they are, look, they're not a lap behind, but they are a way behind, shall we say. Let's make that 60 seconds. Is that enough for NX Racing to claim that GT race lead?
It's going to be difficult here because Rens Broekman is very astute and very quick behind the wheel right now in the number 18. He's really putting in some clean laps. He's got clean air at the moment, just has to deal with one car of traffic up ahead of him, and that is the SimRC.de car of Maximilian Scheider right now. So what really does have to be said is I think Broekman at the moment is clear. I think that Koanda can take the race win here with the number 18 machine, but the 88 is certainly in a few troubles right now due to the fact there is intense pressure from INX Racing.
Well, Ricardo Castro leader there, ready to run himself in P number 4 right now. We're right on board with him. Compared to P number 3, the gap is now down to 2 seconds. And, well, Radicals want 2 drivers on the podium in class.
Oh, they certainly do, and the Radicals are pushing hard now. But, well, positions are hard to come by here. They're doing what they can, but it's going to be a tough fight to get up there. There's a lot of cars they need to try and pass for this one. Next Green are too far ahead of them at the moment, I think, to really make this anytime soon. In fact, they've pulled away since getting past, so that number 85 car is going to have to pour on the coal if they want to try and make that spot.
Well, they run themselves in P number 4 right now. Their last lap was a 1 minute 47.082. Compared to the driver in class, they are faster as it stands right now. But we've got Cisco back here. And Cisco, you look at P4 versus P number 5, and well, Neil Koch is faster than P number 4. So P4 is catching P3, P5 is catching P4. That means hashtag grandstand finish.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's accordioning back together, and that means they're going to be all on top of each other when this race comes to an end. We still got a little bit of time before that. But this is gonna be really exciting if all these guys accordion back together. It's gonna make it one big dash for the finish, and they're only gonna have more or less about an hour to do it.
Let's go then to our leader in GTC here, and Jake, this is gonna be Marco Fussburner. Let's have a look at him in that Trinity Motorsports number 2 car. Now Trinity suffered in GT1, well GT3 if you want to call it that. But in GTC, they are leading the way right now by a minute, 37 seconds over their competition. 96.9 seconds. That is huge.
It's a massive gap, and they've almost got the lap on everyone else in their class. It has just shown why Trinity Motorsports, the second car in that number 49 machine, has been absolutely fantastic. They've stayed out of trouble, whereas compared to the guys in second, HJ Dickens Fermented Apple Drink had their fuel issues earlier on, and that just meant that Trinity could get that gap. They now almost have the lap, and now you have to say Marcel Fassbender behind the wheel. He can start to just take off the foot off the gas a little bit, or he could go and push and get the lap on everyone.
Well, yeah, they've got 97 seconds now. The advantage, a lap time here is 1 minute 53, 1 minute 54. So you expect about another 15 seconds and they'll be passing everyone. They are still pushing and still pushing hard. Rachel, P number 2 in class is our favourite team name. Is the H.A. Dickinson S Fermented Apple Juice car. They're in second place with a 14.5 second advantage over KRT Motorsports.
Oh, it's an incredible sight to see them back up their wheel. This is the very same car, let's not forget. We saw run out of fuel at the end of the second stint. They puts to a stop at turn 11, out of motion, no ability to drive that car, and they'd made a massive error of strategy. Now they're back in second place, which is just awesome. Of course they were leading, which they threw away, and they are a lap down, of course, but anything could happen to Trinity Motorsports. They're still in contention, and that's the critical part.
Yeah, they're still on the lead lap, all outside by 152.955. about the same as your race leader. Carl Mundig, however, runs himself in P3 in class, and that is one driver worth thinking about because, well, they're about to be lapped here, Cisco. They are classified as about a minute 50 behind the race leader, and in terms of me being able to know that, they are now officially classified as 1 lap down.
Wow, and that just goes to show how strong that Trinity car is, and I mean, an entire lap in front of the entire class. That's like 24 hours of like Daytona levels of domination. That's incredible.
Yep, it is indeed. It's like 25 hours or more. Also, just like the Toyota. Oops. Yeah, I said it. CMRC.de run themselves in P number 5 here, Cisco. And that's 798 machine. Well, it's got a RaceSpot TV logo on it. It's fast, but not fast enough.
Yeah, but it looks pretty clean, all considering. Their teammate not so lucky in the 797, a little bit more damage on that car. But for these guys, they're sitting in a position they probably just want to make it to the end of this thing.
Yep, as I can see, the CMRC number 798 machine with Maximilian Snyder behind the wheel of it in GTC. P number 5 in class for Rachel. That's the other CMRC car. They run themselves 11.1 seconds behind their own teammates.
Yes, they are in power. Behind the teammates is a great spot to be in, but at the same time, they're further back than we really expected them to be, Will.
Yep. As they work themselves now through wide for a moment down the exit of the carousel, down towards turn number 7. And well, overall in this event so far, Jake, attrition has been low. Here's the people out of this event. We've got ourselves Juan Antonio Bomber Bermudez, Matt Quinn, Sergio Jr., Shane Dorman, Marcus Hamilton, Michelle Saunders, Ryan Huff, Brian Hard, Timmy Van Woods, Rob Reed, and Thomas Anders. That is less than 10 cars, so that's 11 cars out of 55 out of this event. That is good attrition here today.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, there's quite a few cars that I'd like to see get to the end. Of course, everyone wants to see every car get to the end. Big shout out to the Hatsune Miku team. It's a shame that the Vocaloid couldn't ghost itself through the field and ghost itself out of instance, but you have to... Yeah, but you have to say, it's been a great race for attrition. You've seen, despite the instance we've had here today, we haven't really seen too many drivers here actually lose the car and say, that's terminal, that's the end of the race. We're in a position where you can safely say that there are quite a few drivers here who are looking at a really good result here around the Glen, just by staying consistent, just by staying on the lead laps of their respective classes, just by being perfection.
Indeed, so we're back in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, after these messages. car, race car! Race car! Race car, race car, race car! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live race car on iRacingLive. Will Vincent along with Rachel Rayford, race car! Jake Sperry and Cisco, whose name I cannot pronounce, so I'm not even going to do so here. 1 hour, 41 minutes here remaining in this event. Race car! As we're about to do race car, race car, race car! Get ourselves into the final part of this race car! Race car! Race car! Race car! Motor race. So, if you got a question for us, you don't forget race car! Race car! Race car! You can check us out on social media here at RaceSpot TV. Race car! Race car! Race car! Also, /RaceSpot TV. Join the conversation. Hashtag iRacingGlen. Race car! As Rachel, well, 100 minutes remaining in this motor race.
Certainly are 100 minutes remaining, Will, and it's going to be picking up pace pretty quickly here, of course. Let's not forget that whilst we have the early bustle and hustle of the race, we go through that quiet middle phase. We're past that now. We've got an hour and a half remaining. Now, if you're putting your drivers in, get them into the race car. If you're still going on your stint and you've already done an hour and a half of your second half, if you will, it's time to pick up that pace and get excited because we're heading into this final hour and a half. This means we've got one stop left to go. One stop remaining in this race, and this is where it starts to get exciting. This is where you have to push that car and yourself to the limit. We're going to see desperation, we're going to see excitement, we're going to see energy, and this is where it's going to go.
Yep, and if at this stage of the race, Jake, you've got to remember that the prototypes versus the GT versus the GTCs, they're going to become more and more aggressive over the course of the next 100 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I've just seen a car stopped out on track. Didn't quite catch who it was.
Hugo Barbosa?
Yes, it was Hugo Barbosa. It was the Radicals Online Pro-Am blue car there, Will, that seemingly stopped on track. He's got himself back going once again. It just seemed to me that it's all gone horribly wrong in that respect. He was running, fighting for what was a podium in the class, actually, and that has really hurt his chances then after an incident like that.
Yeah, let's try and get a replay then from Hugo's perspective. We do always struggle in these circumstances, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, just because the way things work, we can't. But Jake, unfortunate there for that Radicals car.
Yeah, it is. He's got himself back going again, heading around the carousel right now, heading himself now into the boot section, as it were.
Toyota.
Yeah, you could say that as well. And well, the Radicals Online Pro-Am blue car here. It's one of those things where you just think you're gonna get it, you think you're gonna get close, and just one of those things where it doesn't work out in the right respect. It's really hurt him in the end.
Yeah, it has. 22.5 second pit stop there for Black Adam Motorsports there. Samuel Harris there, going to bring himself back out onto the track. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any questions you want to fancy asking us, now is your time to do so. All you need to do, use the hashtag IRGlen. We'll answer them on Twitter and here live on air over the course of the next 100 minutes of this motor race. Yeah, it means that I see my ugly face once again. But hey, we're Vincent here on RaceSpot TV, Rachel Whiteford, and we've got Jake Sperry, we've got ourselves Cisco here as well. Cisco, how do you pronounce the surname?
Scaramuza. I put it down in the chat earlier. Did you miss that?
He did that about
Cisco
3 hours ago.
Scaramuza! That sounds like a wrestling name.
Thanks.
Are you a wrestler, Cisco?
No. No,
but can he do the Fandango?
Oh, the car track, that's the Sim 798 machine. And we just see that one there on
yeah,
our screen.
that was 797, I think, actually. There, Will, he got really slow there in the boot. Luckily, no incidents took place there, but that got a little scary.
Yeah.
Cisco, am I the only person here who wants that car to go flying through the air in a crash so I can say, looks like Boeing have got a new model?
Oh, hello.
Speaking of that! Oh my gosh, Will. We just had 3 cars going 3 wide out up to the corner, out to the boot. That's turn number 7. One of those was the, I believe that is the endurance team from Phoenix. It was one of the prototype cars, and it was also the Bavano, I think, GT.
I don't know any of these car numbers. Tell me a car number.
I don't know the car numbers because I'm not
the
looking at
911, maybe? Yep, that was it. The 911. If you go to the boot.
It was. The 911 car was in there as well, as was MSP Drivers Home 1, the 43 car there.
Well, we're having a look.
There was actually someone.
Phoenix Endurance on the exit of the final corner. And you can see that they are mighty close right now as they head themselves past the start-finish line. So, well, Rachel, talk us through what happened.
Well, what happened was we had Phoenix Endurance on the outside, and I believe that's number 7 car in your GT field, which is SRB Extreme Racing, coming out too wide through the heel of the boot. SRB passing that slower GTC car, and who thinks what's the best idea you could possibly come up with as a prototype is, oh, I see a GT car passing a GTC car, I'll split them 3 wide up the middle, running to the hardest corner on the track, which is up here, turn number 7, of course. I think it's turn number 7. Exiting the boot. Americans changing the numbers of corners is beyond me, but the exit from the boot, of course, which is off camber, cresting, and almost a hairpin. I'll go 3 wide into that. That's a great idea, said nobody ever.
Yeah.
Rachel, did you not have the piece of paper I gave you that had the track map on it?
Yes and no, because they keep changing numbers. That's my story, I'm sticking to it.
We're going to look at these guys that have gone through Hill Corner right now. So we can't get the exact replay, unfortunately, from Phoenix Motorsports, but they are now down in P number 12 in the class as it stands. Here's the look then. SRB Racing. Oh, they're passing someone. Carlo, the back.
Oh, sorry, huge moment there for the... Sorry, I'm going to stop you there, Will. Huge moment then from the Glacier Racing number 3 machine there. Got it all shades of wrong in the bus stop. Had to take evasive action there. Had to take to the grass. And, well, he's lucky. He's so lucky there as Jari Lothari that the car is still on circuit.
You want a replay there, Jake?
I would love a replay, Will.
Let's get a replay then. This is from turn number 3. And, well, just talk us through then the situation. This is from the exit of turn number 5, down towards the chicane. Jake, talk us through it.
But there was one of those weird ones actually for Jari Lothari. He gets himself into the pitch, look at him getting himself in, and it just seems he clips the first curb, and then he gets to the second one, just gets a massive wiggle out of the second curb, has to catch the car, does very well, has to take to the grass then for the second part of the bus stop. That might mean he gets a slowdown penalty for it, but it does mean though, it really does mean that it has compromised his run compared to the Meow Meow car of the 16, who are a mountain in front right now, Will, as they head themselves now into what is uncharted territory.
And it's interesting there, Rachel, because those low curbs, you normally want to run them, but it just seems to be there for Jari Lothari. We're going to get ourselves one more replay of that. It just seemed to be that he had himself okay run for the first curb, but the second one just at the wrong angle, and it just upset the balance of that race car. And after that, well, you're in uncharted waters, really. But for a Glacier Racing car, they're normally, I say this, better than that. They don't normally make half spins like this.
They don't, no, but...
Oh, no, we have another car around. Sorry to cut you off there, Rachel. The 107 is at the entrance to the boot and is driving backwards right now, trying to fix that car. And going to get it back going now. But that's another car. That's I think that's 2 and 2 laps, Will, that we've seen turned around there.
Yeah, and that one is the Osprey Pajot Racing Machine. Replay of that one, you like it? It's coming up actually about now. We'll try.
This is a common thing though, Will. This is a common thing losing it here, of course. You've got stuff offline there, dirt and dust, but it's a very fast, high-speed corner, and if you haven't got quite the downforce on the back of the car you'd want, and someone like Watkins then where you will, you see him there, the back end just snaps out, of course, but you try and run a bit lower downforce because you've got such high speed that you need to realistically keep that trimmed out, but when it gets to fast corners like that one, you can just step out and round it goes. But thankfully you got it going, nobody else involved in that one. But we talk about Glacier though, we don't see them making mistakes, Will, but the curbs at Watkins Glen, they're quite low, but they also can be quite disruptive with where they are. And I think the biggest influence here is that, yeah, exactly, but the biggest influence here, especially around the bus stop, is that the amount of dirt kicked up on the track is when the car's unsettled. Yeah, sure, normally you'd be fine if it wasn't unsettled, but because that car is touching the curbs, up on the curbs, it shifts the weight quite rapidly, and suddenly you've not got the grip under your tyres you expected because of all the dirt and debris on the track, which means you haven't got grip and the thing slides.
Well, Klaus Kivikas, by the way, is back behind the wheel of the VRS Command Sim Sports number 18 machine then. So Brokeman is out of the car. Kivikas is in it. In that GT3 division, well, he will bring that car then towards the end of this motor race. Let's talk about that dust and that dirt, Rachel, because it does hurt drivers down at turn number 1, down with the chicane, and a couple of other places. There's also, actually, number 16 machine is on pit road. I want to see. I think he's going to get out of that car, and someone else should get in it right now. Yeah, indeed he will.
We think he will now.
Will Tariga.
Will Tariga in that car then, so as they'll get ready to leave pit road, of course, but yeah, just a dirt wheel. It's something we've seen this season, of course. We keep talking about it. It's new to the iRacing, and it's just that extra bit of realism, you know. It's what happens. We covered a broadcast at Laguna Seca for the Unikai Monday Night Skips Barber series on this Monday just gone, and the entirety of the corkscrew at Laguna Seca is covered in sand because of people going off there and dragging it on. The surface then was loose, and you saw a line clean up through it, and you're seeing it there coming out of the heel of the boot up towards rejoining the cup track. It's all over turn 1 exit, the bus stop. Common area, especially endurance races like this. I mean, we look at Glacier Racing there running into turn number 1, and you just see how brown that track looks. Look at that, and the dust kicked up there as well. It's just huge. It's covering the whole surface, and this does now, not only it's not visual, as we look up to just a bit further ahead of them, I can't quite see which cars are involved in this, but
sorry. Your race leader
3 wide
in
there.
that team We Are Grip machine have just had themselves an incident, and this is on the outlap there for Will and Tharudra. And he had himself an incident down at the bus stop chicane. We're going to ride this one back on board of him, and he was trying to battle with and get himself past a GT driver, a Merc, that's a Fruits and Racing Mercedes there, in GT3. And then you can see he gets himself past. Let's listen in and see what happens. Little lock up there, Rachel, and that's exactly what you're talking about. The difference in there, the grip now compared to about a couple of hours ago is huge. And Will just hasn't had the opportunity to experience that, and all of a sudden he's out in the catbird seat, and well, he messed up really on his first lap out. He got himself a little bit of twitch on the exit of the first part of the bus stop. As a consequence, that meant he couldn't hit the second part because he was offline.
Exactly. Of course, this is the first time he's been in the car since the track has got this sort of debris on it. This is not something they can practice. This is something you learn from experience of doing races of this length and what it can end up looking like. But he was used to going through there with a certain amount of grip from a clean track, and that's possible. You are leaning on the tyres very heavily, of course, in the bus stop because you're changing direction twice very rapidly, and expected to be able to lean on those tyres and use that amount of grip he had because he had traction. Only as he came to that second apex of the bus stop where you were the cars at kind of its highest moment of yaw with the highest weight transfer, suddenly there wasn't any grip, and he had to counter that and put some more kind of feel into the car, which of course made him run wide. But this is one of the problems you have with not putting drivers in more often. Of course, if one person literally gets in the last hour or two, then they're going to experience a whole different track they could never have practiced for. If you were to put drivers in more evenly, like first 3 hours, last 3 hours, or 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, it'd be much more representative. But at the same time, someone's always going to lose out. The last driver in is going to have a problem because this is a definite variety we're experiencing, and it's quite exciting to see that.
Yeah, very quickly, whilst we're talking about endurance racing, I want to give a shout out to Porsche, of course, the overall winners in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Also to Ford GT for getting themselves a win on their comeback, and huge commiserations to Toyota. And really, Jake, we talk about Toyota, and I don't think I've seen an incident like that as heartbreaking. Yeah, you had Mika Hakkinen in 1999 at Monza. Yeah, you've had Kimi Räikkönen in 2001. You've had other incidents along the way, but really, for Toyota, 24-hour race, that late on, you can't say anything about it.
Well, you said it yourself. You see the Toyota was fantastically built for 23 hours and 58 minutes. As soon as the power went, that was it. Game over. Wasn't working out in any shape or form. And it is one of the sad stories of the Le Mans 24 hour. It is one of those things where you have to keep your eyes on the things, make sure that you make sure everything is correct. But you know, it's one of those things that hasn't worked out for them. They've got to regroup up for next year. And well, the thing that I do have to look at right now, actually, to do with this race here, I'm looking at Jared Lothari right now, and I've seen that he hasn't actually got out of the car yet, which really does bring into question, Will, what is the time for fair use of a car driver with a second driver? He just might get disqualified from this race if he doesn't switch over soon.
Yeah, there we are. Sorry, listen. We had an issue with our cameras for the moment there. But you're right there, right. And he might be one of those drivers that's just doing this race for the fun of it. iRacing Regulation 68 on a multi-class race. You have to do what? Rachel, it's 2/3 of the laps. Maybe done by one driver and then 1/3 by the other.
It's roughly that sort of margin, and of course, the fair use, I believe, is actually a fraction of that. I think it came down to something like 1.5 hours in a 24-hour race is fair driver use. So I believe it's in the region of 30 minutes in this race.
And of course, Glacier Racing have been stifled by this before. Not once, but twice. In 24 hours of Daytona, and of course in the first ever 24-hour race, which, hey, RaceSpot TV did Rachel Race stifled then as well. So Glacier Racing, I say this nicely to them, they need to get a better car.
Yeah, they certainly do, or they need to start investing in wristwatches. You should get sponsored by a watch company, Will. That would be a great one for them.
Indeed, so, hey, you can have an Apple Watch like me, but that just makes it pretentious. 1 hour 25 minutes remaining in the basic race as it stands on board then with the RFI. So Jake, what you're saying to me right now is that they haven't actually changed drivers so far in this model race.
No, Jared Lothari has been in the car from day one to day last right now. From the very start of the race, doing a 1:47.002, to all the way right now, this last lap, doing a 1:41.609 on lap 160 of the race. They have not switched drivers right now for Jared Lothari. Lothari is in a situation where it's debatable. He is by 10 seconds at the moment from the We Are Grit team, and they have both come in for a stop. It might come down to one more stop to go. It might just be the case where Jared Lothari comes in, gets his stop, changes driver now. But it's really, really debatable right now to see whether it's going to be a win for the Miami team, whether it's going to be a win for Glacier, or whether Glacier drop out completely.
And well, we know that the number 16 team have changed drivers twice here today. They should be okay towards the end of this motor race. A couple of people we want to talk to. We'll talk to Adrian Bidwell in a moment, but first, Miguel Martin then from the Radicals Online Machine. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Hello. Well, race was pretty much ended for us on the first hour. We misjudged a calculation on an overtake that cost us almost 9 minutes on the pit. And well, we made a mistake, we paid the price, and now we need to get the car to the end, trying not to have any more trouble.
Well, just tell us how you approach a race when things aren't going your way.
Well, it's difficult when we have these kind of problems to keep focused and to keep motivated, because we still have almost 3/4 of the race to go, and we need to try to focus, knowing that the car is not the same. We are losing almost 1 second a lap for our normal pace, and we try to sit together, because that's what we need to do. We sit together, get our heads down, and try to do the best we can with the car that we have at the moment. There is I think there's no secret sauce or something to finish a race. We just try to motivate the guys and the people on the team that are a bit down because of one mistake or another, but we win together, we lose together, and that's what you have to.
Well, before we let you go, try and give yourself a shout out to your teammates, friends, and sponsors.
Thanks, Will. Thanks all the team involved in the preparation on the GT3 cars that are doing pretty much amazing stuff at the moment, and our sponsor Steel Series that helps us every day being better and better. And once again, thanks to RaceSpot to broadcast this fantastic race, and keep up the good work that you do every day.
Thank you very much. So you can see we're on board with the number 4 machine there. That's the Radicals Online Pro Am machine. 4 Radicals, thank you very much there. to Miguel Martin for coming to have a chat with us. And well, Jake, I'm going to have to say this. Why is it riders have such bad luck in these long endurance events?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. It just seems that stars won't align for endurance racing. It seems that being a little bit more lucky for other events. And actually, when it does come to the big time moment, Radicals don't seem to ever quite get the gold. They're sort of the bridesmaids, but never the brides. But looking at this battle right now, number 9, Inex Racing, Isaac Price. He's got BRS Coanda, Sinsport 88, Mitchell de Jong there, right behind him. Battle for position on circuit. This is the battle for second in class. Look at the inside, possibly Mitchell de Jong. Well, you can see, no Red Bull is going to help you there. Has to back out a bit. And another lap will have to stay behind Isaac Price.
Yeah, as you can see, this is the battle going on there between P2 and P3 in your GT class. And while Mitchell de Jong, of course, is driver in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, as is Isaac Price. They're running in a Mercedes versus a BMW. And this is the time of the race that we can start talking about the differences between these two race cars.
Oh, getting very close there, Will. Passing one of the roofs, that is, I believe, the 61 car there of looking down my driver list. That's Avatar Auto Racing, Lars Valbach. But yeah, it's two guys who are very used to racing around each other. Of course, Isaac Price, Mitchell de Jong there, but not in these cars. I'm not sure if both of them are in the GT Pro Series at all here, Will, but I think they might both be. It's exciting to see this though, but they're so close right now. Inex Racing Blue having split the two Coanda teammates who were 1 and 2 for so long. Inex definitely bringing the fight here.
Of course, Mitchell de Jong has won round in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series before. That's a different kettle of fish to what he's dealing with here today. The gap is 3 tenths of a second, 2 tenths of a second as they come down in towards turn 1. The dusty turn number 1. Can he get himself a run up the hill? Well, he just continues to ride on board then with the number 88 machine, the Coanda Sports machine of de Jong. Inex Racing's Isaac Price is ahead of him. Isaac Price knows his way around this racetrack. He is very fast around here. And well, we'll see it now. Will de Jong lift himself down to the inside? The answer's going to be no. Not yet. Exactly. Straight down. Just for a moment. So we're going to take a break as he trial breaks. And see what happens next here on RaceSpot TV on iRacingLive. He's typing! He's typing! He's got it! He's got it! It's a new line of code! Okay. Sorry. Never miss a moment with RaceSpot TV side by side, but this is one that we want to show you again. This is your battle for P number 2 in class. This is between VRS Commander SimSport and the number 88 machine. You know what, we can't even view it because, hey no, let's go. But they move themselves now up into second place in class, and well, Mitchell de Jong, it makes it a 1-2 for Commander as it stands. We'll check, it was an easy pass really, down into heel corner.
Yeah, it was. It made the move look very comfortable. Chopped the nose off as well. Mitchell de Jong using all of his experience, not only real world but sim racing as well. Of course, very quick driver overall, and he made that one look very easy on Isaac Price. And now he's just got to consolidate what could be the 1-2 for Commander SimSport.
But we've got ourselves 1 minute 15 remaining in this motor race, and one thing we're talking about off air here, Cisco, is that the battle for your race lead overall in your Daytona prototype division is closing. Because last time by, Yon Atari in that Glacier Racing car did himself a 1 minute 40.9 compared to 141.94. Team We Are Grip, 4.4 seconds is the advantage. But we don't know if Yon Atari will be disqualified after the motor race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think it might depend on how close maybe they are to the leader. There's people in the server for that team, so it's not like he's all alone out there. He has probably someone watching over him in the spotter stand, at least that. So it's not a lack of shortage of people on the team. It's just a case of, are they actually going to get in the car or not? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. But time is ticking, and they don't have a whole lot of it left.
Yeah, what's Rookie 2 when you need him, Rachel?
Absolutely no idea, Will.
But let's have a look then. We'll top 3 in each of your classes. It is Team We Are Grip leading by 4.7 seconds over Glacier Racing in your prototype division. 25 seconds is the gap right now between VRS Commander SimSports number 18 and the VRS Commander SimSports number 88 teams, because they are the 1 and 2 in GT3. Then in terms of GTC, Street Motorsports leads right now, not by 28 minutes over HK, Dicker, exclamation Apple, Sunracing, whatever they're called. But the gap is less than that. It's not that small, but it's pretty big as well. As we can see it's about 1 minute 39 seconds. That's 100 seconds there between Trinity Motorsports and the HK Dicker exclamation Apple Motorsports car, who of course had themselves an issue early on in this motor race. Gap between your race leader P number 2 down to 2.6 seconds in this motor race. Let's go.
It is closing fast. I mean, they picked up 4 seconds while we were away at commercial, and it's going to come down to this. This is going to be the battle to decide the race win. But, I mean, for all we know, it may not even matter. We might just end up going to We Are Grip. We just don't know what's going on in that Glacier Racing pit.
Here's the situation. Team We Are Grip, 1.8 seconds ahead of Glacier Racing. Glacier Racing, 1 minute 5 seconds ahead of the driver in P number 3, which is Thrustmaster Nirvana Cube. Now, they all had to make the same number of pit stops. I think maybe it's one of a couple of situations. Maybe Team We Are Grip are trying to save some fuel, or Glacier Racing Jerry Authority realizes, I've got to get this car up in a bit, and I know that they may have to do a stop and a half. If the authority comes in, Rachel, with 65 minutes to go or more, we know that they have to do 2 stops. If it's less than that, then well, it's going to be a Tito edges for the rest of this motor race.
Oh, it certainly are. They're pushing this one hard, and they might be able to make something happen if they do, Will. So we're excited to see if they can do anything with that, of course, as we are running into that final point. But we have already had a car run out of fuel once already. That was the H.J. Dickens fermented apple juice machine. They ran out of apples at one point early on the second pit stop, so it can happen, and it has happened. We'll have to see whether people can actually manage their fuel numbers a bit better this time. Perhaps everyone will actually get a calculator for this one.
Yep. There we can see then as you look at your start or finish line. There is your start or finish line. There's pit road as cars head themselves past it. You just hear the fantastic engine noises as they come past. Race car, race car, race car, race car, race car, race car. But out front, well, the gap's now down to 2.1 seconds meow meow machine there, number 16 car, Jake. They want to get themselves the lead. They want to keep the lead. They have led so far 146 laps in this motor race. But still, Yotari could lead this motor race but be disqualified if he doesn't change drivers at the next pit stop. If you're the number 16 car, you go offensive and hold back in case Glacier have a trump up their sleeve, or do you do the math and you think what do we need to do to win this motor race?
It's a really difficult decision here for We Are Grip right now. They might be in number 16. You can say, arguably, they've got their slow driver in. But you have to say right now, you cannot afford to play any games and take any liberties when it comes to sim racing, especially when it comes to endurance racing like this. You can see here, one car gap traffic right now. You can see them on the same piece of tarmac almost now. You can see on the same front straight, gap is down to about 1.5 seconds. This is worrying for We Are Grip, and I think they have to go defensive right now because they do not know exactly what is going on with the Glacier Racing scenario.
Here we are then. Battle for P1 number 1 in your prototype division. Rachel, we don't normally see this sort of thing. 1 hour and 9 minutes remaining in a race. I mean, yeah, we saw it at Le Mans this year. Of course, Le Mans coming soon to iRacing. That's only because the Toyota didn't know how to do an engine for 24 hours.
Turns out that's true, but we could well see someone go full Toyota here today. Well, we've seen races end on those last laps. It will be interesting to see, of course. Can't wait to see Le Mans and Circuit de la Sarthe arrive at iRacing. It's going to be fantastic. Imagine us sitting here commentating on the 24 hours of Le Mans in iRacing and watching rain blow in from one side and the day turn to night, which will happen soon, you know. Hashtag soon. We're expecting day-night transitions and rain to be a thing that comes to iRacing. I'm not sure it'll be this season, but it is coming. Just imagine what we're going to have here to be able to broadcast Will as a package. We'll be able to sit here talking about Le Mans. We might have to start the race under safety car conditions because it's raining unexpectedly, and we'll sit there going through to the night time and perhaps watch a thunderstorm roll in. This is by far and wide possibly the best platform for endurance racing when it comes to sim racing, and one of the biggest future. I feel proud to be part of such an evolving system.
Well, yeah, of course. Le Mans, we expect it to come soon. It's iRacing terminology, soon. Last lap, by the way, for Team We Are Grip was a 140.8. It was a 141.2 there for Glacier Racing. So that time, Team We Are Grip extended their advantage. But yeah, Le Mans is coming soon. We know day-night transitions are coming soon. Yeah, we won't be on the iRacing channel. We don't know when. We can't tell you when, but it's coming soon. We are so looking forward to it because hey, 2017, the iRacing 24 hours of Le Mans, I guarantee will be spectacular. But this race also is going to be spectacular. Being on board for a lap now. You got authority.
Whoa, no!
Racing. Go on, Cisco.
Big trouble. 72 Thrustmaster Bravado TRL. That was not good. That car was on its side, and disaster, which was not too far in front of the leaders there.
Well, let's get ourselves another replay of that if we can. There we are. We're going to look on board, hopefully, with the number 72 machine in just 1 second's time. There we are. We're on board then with that number 72 car. And what's this go? That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. I don't think there was body contact there, but either way, the 72 lost the back end of that, piled into the wall, and then did about a barrel roll and landed up on the side, and they had to take that car on the rollback, on the wrecker, back to pit road, and with only just over an hour left to go, it's going to be hard-pressed to get that car back out there.
Yeah, here's super slow-mo there. You can see that car heading itself towards, hey, you said it earlier, Armco barrier.
Yes, the Onco barrier strikes again, and plenty of cars have fallen victim to the barriers here tonight. And tonight, it's only 2 in the afternoon. I just looked at the clock.
Ooh.
But
in
the meantime, yeah.
Wow. So good morning, good afternoon, finally to you. As we will say one thing. We have now got ourselves a couple of cars on pit road that I've just noticed. but also it's also worth noting that your battle for the race lead in the prototype division is down to less than 1 second, Jake.
Yes, it is, and well, now there's a multitude of traffic to deal with as well. So Lothari here, surely with the advantage, closing in once again. He took out another 1.3 seconds last lap by, and there you can see 2 cars ahead. They're both prototypes, so that traffic's going to be a little bit easier to clear than some of the other traffic that you normally see. Lothari right in the crosshairs right now is chasing down what is Will Tregeris right now. Yeah, I have to say, it has been a fantastic chase down, but it's all down to when they pit. Hour and 5 will be coming up on the clock next time by. It is all down on the chase, and we could see a change for the race lead.
Yeah, but Jake, it's worth noting the fact that we're getting ourselves to a position now where they can make themselves a pit stop and not have to pit again in about 2.5 minutes time.
Yeah, most certainly that's going to be the strategy. Bold call. Everyone is going to have to be looking at, will anybody come in this time by? Answer is no. So we're going to see another lap go on. You can see Tragutha now. He has to traverse Sean Sutton's team TTL, and then Julian Grunister and the MSP drivers home 4 right now. There's traffic coming out of pit lane as well. That's going to be even more crucial right now to everything. And now you can see cars just trying to get out of the way. This is so crucial here. As you can see, the swamp over left and right, and now it's all about just trying to stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. Here's the traffic. You try and negotiate. I think Glacier Racing just a little bit worse for wear in that one.
Yeah, so now we're down to 1 hour 4 minutes remaining in this motor race, but still the gap out front is less than 1 second. We've got ourselves a couple of people on pit road here. Oh, we're going to car turn around down at the final corner. That's the number 61 machine there of Lars. Run back there and the Avatar Auto Racing machine. Let's get ourselves another replay of that as he comes on towards pit road. And well, Rachel, it seems to be that he just messed it up down at the final corner. Of course, there's a tyre barrier there. There's no runoff. We know that.
Yeah, and we've seen numerous NASCAR races here at Watkins Glen go wrong in that final corner, on the final lap even. In fact, even before that, because of that no runoff and tyre barrier exit there, you track so close to it, Will. The car is almost against it when you're leaving the corners, so...
It seems to be that the GTC car there, number 61 of Lars Valbach, got himself a helping hand down at the final corner. That turned him into that tyre barrier down on the final machine. And there we can see the final corner plays havoc to another driver once again. Well, the good thing is that car didn't get too much damage because it's a low to medium speed corner. But still, you see the Avatar Auto Racing machine having to go slowly and dances across towards pit road. And his race from P number 7 is pretty much done in this motor race right now. And well, of course, the Irish Cheers may look into that one after this race is scored complete. But out front, then the gap between P number 1 and P number 2 is 0.9 of a seconds right now. They're coming towards pit road in the next 10 minutes here, Cisco, and business is about to pick up.
And this is the most crucial pit stop of this whole race. This is when we find out what Glacier has been planning. We don't know what's going to happen. Either they do the driver swap, in which case they're going to have about an hour in the car for that other driver, whoever it may be. I would assume it's the only other guy in that session. Didn't catch the name on that one, but we'll find out here soon. Either that or Glacier just gave away what could be very well a race-winning car.
Yep, and this is one of those things that Glacier Racing, we don't know anything until it happens. Anyone who's ever watched Glacier Racing, they don't know what happens until it happens. Out front though is still Will in that number 16 machine there for Team We Are Grip. And to move further out there, adding himself down to the inside. He can come towards pit road this time by, and he should be good enough to go towards the end of this motor race. Let's listen in. Rachel, he stays out.
He does, and that's a very brave call. We're not sure whether that'll be a good one yet or not, but well, it's going to be a case of time tells, Will.
Yeah, 65 minutes is the maximum we know. These guys, of course, will, at this stage of the race, burn as much fuel as they can. Come in, get tyres, get fuel, and go gang-ho until the end of this motor race. And well, we know right now it's a two-horse battle in terms of the prototype division lead. Klaus Kubikas has himself a 22 24.2 advantage over Commander SimSports in your GT division. GTC as it stands right now, well, I hate to say this right now, but, well, the gap's huge between Trinity and HC Fermented Apple Motorsports. 13 seconds. They made the same number of pit stops in this event so far, and Trinity are going to win this motor race unless they have themselves an issue here, Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, that gap's so huge, and I mean, I think maybe HJ Dickens, they might have had a chance if they hadn't had that first initial mess up with the pit strategy. That's what screwed them. I mean, we saw their speed early on in the race. They were one of the fastest C-specs out there, but that was just too much of a gap.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are then on board with Yohan Atari as we close down to 1 hour to go in this motor race. Down to the last hour of the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV, streaming live on iRacingLive. And well, out front, we know overall it's the case of Team We Are Grip leading. In GT3, it is VRS Commander SimSports, and in GTC, it's Trinity Motorsports, who have themselves an almost unassailable advantage. Will Vincent here, along with Francisco Schmutzler, we've also got ourselves Rachel Whitefield and Jake Sperry here. Francisco, whatever you want me to call you. 1 hour to go. 59 minutes to go as it stands right now. We've still got a race in our hand in at least one of these classes. Steven Pomerada is on pit road as it stands in your GT3 machine.
Yep, and he's coming down. That's probably going to be the last stop for that GT3 car. But we just got to keep our eyes on this Daytona prototype leaders. We're just waiting. It's just a waiting game. I think probably We Are Grip is
here. He comes.
Here we go.
Close there.
Battle for the race lead in your prototype division. This is We Are Grip versus Glacier Racing with 1 hour of this motor race to go. We expect, well, they need one more pit stop right now. There you can see 1, 2, 3 cars going past the start finish line. None of them coming towards pit road, but I'll tell you one thing, Jake. This is mighty close. 3 times 1 second, and we can see a pass up the hill.
It's potentially there, but there is slipstream available for the We Are Grip team. It's going to be the crucial factor which stops all of this from happening this time by, you could say. Lothari there, he's running it. He's following him like a hawk right now as they head down the back straightaway, heading for what is now the bus stop chicane. Gap coming down, 2 tenths, 1 tenth, nothing. No, not going to happen this time by. Little bit of a twitch there from Lothari, little bit of a second twitch up over the curb hard, but now you can see right in the crosshairs, it's potential anytime now, Will.
Yeah, as they head themselves down to turn
Here
the
he goes.
You see Lothari around the outside there. That's a bold move to do. He's not going to be able to make it work, but he tries it anyway. As they head themselves behind the trees, we'll figure out some form of camera angle right about now, we promise. There we are. There we are. Down to turn number 9.
I think he's testing them, Will.
And he's sorted it. Yeah,
he's outside to test him.
Kitty Cat is still ahead of Glacier Racing, but this is another key position. Down into this corner. Turn number 10 on track. Nothing this time by Chisco.
And I can't believe we haven't made this joke yet. Those Glacier Racing guys, right now, they're just going, here, kitty, 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 here, kitty, kitty. Because they are reeling that car in. Lap time show they're faster. You just don't know what this pit stop. This pit stop is such a wild card. We just don't know.
And you see that big of those teams going towards pit road this time by. So carry on, Rachel, for another lap here. This will give Glacier Racing an advantage up the hill.
Yeah, it certainly will. Glacier pushing hard right now as they're closing in. Surprisingly so, but Glacier Racing in a really good position right now. This is not necessarily on strategy at the moment, but really close behind them now. This is going to be critical to see what they can do.
Down towards the chicane they come. This is as close as we ever seen Glacier Racing. What are they going to No, not yet. But still, turn 7 is still to come up, and there's 1, 2, 3 cars ahead of them. That could well be an advantage point. On board now with Yard Authority there in the Glacier Racing machine, and I think he's going to be hunting down over the next couple of corners. If he can get himself a good run out of this hairpin, well, Jake, this could be enormous.
Well, we've got to see to do it because there's going to be traffic. I believe that's Coanda bound as well, and you can see doesn't clear the Coanda car. That completely ruins the run then, heading up towards the hill, and actually lose him a little bit more time as well. Now clears the car, does Lothari. Had to wait for it. They're very bold, very brave. Now the gap's back up, but it is again another 2 prototype cars they've got to try and clear right now, and it's just a case of Glacier being there, but not quite close enough. It's just not enough for Lothari at the moment. It might have to be down to a pit stop strategy, Will.
But I expect Glacier Racing, if they're going to do this, they're going to have to come towards pit road in the next 3 laps here. Otherwise, they are screwed in terms of getting themselves the fair share here. And Cisco, that is so important in this motor race.
Yeah, absolutely. If they don't get that fair share in, Glacier Racing, they don't just lose 2nd place, they get disqualified. Yeah, I mean, you know, basically take 6 hours and go, well, that was for nothing, because they aren't going to get, they'll get nothing out of this. I mean, yeah, sure, great, you finished 2nd, but, or maybe even 1st, but at the same time, it's like, well, they DQ'd you, so, yeah. I mean, great that you did it on your own.
Come in on that bit of news coming in from the Glacier Racing garage. Joni Takkanen will come into the car next time when Glacier comes in. Oh! Massive slide, and he loses out all that time, all that work. It's gone, Will. It's gone. Lothari has to do it again, or give it to Takkanen to give the job.
The thing is, he didn't lose much. He only lost a 10th and a half by going off-road there. But that was Joni, Lothari there, pushing it to the limit. We saw it on board. But oh my word, he is pushing Jake that there's no tomorrow. He's coming in this time by. Yes, one is coming in, but still, 55 minutes to go. I'm going to have to do the math right now. I think it will come down to, do they get the extra lap? If they don't, I think Lothari, regardless, will not get himself the win. Glacier Racing will not get themselves the win if they don't get themselves the extra lap.
It's going to be so close, but you've got to look at Lothari and where he is in a moment. And between him is looking a little bit more now with Dragutha now trying to break away. You can see the car in between the pair of them right now is another Daytona car. It is going to be George Sandman in the Orion Racing team. Will Jari Lothari drop himself onto the pit lane? No, he won't. He'll stay out again. And it's going to be so brave, so bold from Glacier, but it's just a case of when, not how. Gap 1.4.
They've messed us up before.
What are they going to do, Will?
They've messed us up before.
They do.
They have to bring him in because of the fair share rule. And they've messed us up before. Are they going to risk it again? Are they really going to risk it again? I mean, yeah, we do apologise, by the way. We have got ourselves a couple of people on pit road as we stand. We're going to run them through for you right now. Here we can see Avatar Auto Racing, Yars Woodback there. He's been on pit road for a long time. As Ernesto in Dorito, he's been on pit road for about 1 minute and 10 seconds. But still, your big battle is the one going on between Team We Are Grip and Team Glacier Racing. P1, P2 in your prototype division. And I will say one thing, Xisco, there's nothing better on track than this right now. We guarantee it.
No, this is the most nail-biting conflict on track right now because this pit stop, I mean, if I was Glacier Racing, I'd almost say you're gonna make up a little bit of time, I would assume, on the fresh tires, as he had to go almost 3 wide there around the C-Spec cars. Great move from Yari there, but they're gonna come out of the boot. But you gotta wonder, is if they come in a lap sooner, is it a fuel problem? Why haven't they come in?
They'll be good for fuel at this stage, guaranteed. We're 51 minutes.
So why haven't they come in yet?
Fuel. I expect them in now. And they stay out again! What's going on with Glacier Racing? What? They're throwing this race away right now!
This is incredible, Will. Really excited to see what's happening. This is just, I'm not sure what they're doing. Unless they've been consistently saving fuel, which is something we know these guys.
It doesn't matter about the fuel mixture right now. It concerns about the fact that Yolo Tire has been in this car for 5 hours and 10 minutes. At this stage, he's going to be disqualified.
I think he's still okay. No, he's okay still. I believe the time required is about the half-hour mark for this. So if somebody else gets in the car, they'll be okay. But it's Glacier, they might just not care.
Wait,
how could you? You've been in it for 5 hours. How could you throw it away after that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just one moment. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV on iRacingLive. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. We have word that Glacier Racing are coming towards pit road this time by. So this is going to be important then. Overall, in terms of this motor race, Glacier Racing should be coming towards pit road this time by. And well, Rachel, they think that are okay in terms of their driver change. But of course, we know the fact they had to do one will concern the car. That's 10 seconds guaranteed for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, this is going to be very different when we see how this one unfolds, Will. This race has changed dramatically since the start, and it's changing even now. We're under the last hour mark now, and this is going to be a tight finish.
Let's then have a look on board with Yara Thai. We expect someone towards pit road this time by. As you can see, who comes into the final corner. She's expecting him to dive to the right-hand side.
There he is.
So he's on towards pit road then. Pit stop time for Glacier Racing. Who will get into that car? We don't know whom, but still, finally, Cisco, it's happened.
And this pit stop has to be flawless. No, you cannot miss your box. You cannot lock up the tires. It has to be flawless. Here he comes down to the pit box right now. Perfect stop in the box. Yari is going to get out of that car. Yep, there's the driver change right there.
Yeah,
and Yoni's got in. Takanen's got in.
So this will, they think, get themselves what they need to do the fair share. Tankanen is on pit road right now. We expect this pit stop to be in the region of 30 seconds maximum. Let's have a listen. Tankanen still on pit road. Out and away he goes then. 30.9 seconds. He's out and away. Keep an eye out then for Will. When does he come towards pit road? 30.9. Glacier Racing still in P number 2, but Rachel, let's hope there's no traffic ahead of them.
Yeah, let's really hope that. Time to put the foot down for Jani Tankanen and go like the clappers. It's time to get the boot to the floor, see what he can do here. It's a 10-second gap, but it's not insurmountable, Will.
As it starts, yeah, we expect it to be about a 10-second gap, but still, they've got to push. Everything will happen at this motor race right now, and it's worth noting your prototype leader, because he's got himself a ton of traffic. I'll tell you one thing, if you are Will right now in that number 16 machine, you're coming towards pit road this time by, you react, Jake, and that's the way he does. He comes out the final corner, he stays out.
He's got clear track. That's the only thing that I think is influencing the decision right now, Will. He's got a bit of clear air. negotiate the traffic till later on. And well, it's Daytona cars as well he's got to deal with up ahead. He doesn't have to worry right now, doesn't have to make the move right now, but you've seen consistency after consistency after consistency. We Are Grip have actually gone in a lot later than Glacier Racing have, at least 2 or 3 laps longer. So I think the fuel strategy is going to work out here for We Are Grip, because you keep it the same time as this. Granted, they're going to lose out on tyre time, but they are going to be in a position where they can take less tyres, take less fuel. They are really, really chancing the arm, and I think they might come up 6s and 7s.
You know what? Meow, meow, meow if they manage to make this one work. Because this team, We Are Grip, have really, I'll tell you one thing here, Cisco, taken iRacing by storm in this event.
Absolutely, the kiddies are on top at the moment. It's just a matter, we know they got to make a pit stop. What's the tire difference going to be? And Jake's dead on that clear track. It's definitely got to be helping that number 16. Man, I don't like waiting this long for the last driver swap.
Let's go on board with them then. Let's go through 9 into 10. This is the hardest corner on the track, really. Uphill, left down 90 degrees. He's okay. Glacier Racing haven't been as closed down in their outlap. That's important. Through the final corner then. On board with Team We Are Grip. And they come in! They stand by! Rachel, over to you!
This is it. We Are Grip. Will Tragartha on pit road here. We're expecting this could be a driver swap, Will, for the We Are Grip racing team. We're going to have to see what happens here when they pull into that box. I think one of the drivers is up on the wall. We'll see what happens when they head the box now. But we're keeping an eye on Glacier Racing coming down. They are exiting the heel of the boot now. They're in striking range when this happens. This will have to be a good stop from We Are Grip. Will Tragartha is...
He's not out. I don't think he's staying out.
I think he's staying in the car, so this could be a quicker stop for the We Are Grip team. We'll have to see what happens in this one. It will be tyres and fuel. And he's out and away.
17.1 seconds. This is huge by them. There's a 31-second pit stop for Jürgen Tanken. We Are Grip have the advantage with 43 minutes left of this motor race to go. Meow, kitty, kitty. Meow, meow, meow. As We Are Grip leads this motor race with just 45 minutes to go here. And oh my word, hey, they could put up an upset here right now, Jake.
They could. Tanken and outlap 41.8. You have to compare right now what the car can do then for what is going to be the car of the We Are Grip team right now, because they have a mountain of time right now. It seemingly seems plausible that the win is theirs. I said they could go further on their tank. I said that they've been saving it, and because they've been saving more fuel going in later, that means they put less fuel in the car, less fuel for the stop, and they are really, really on the cusp of immortality. Forget about Will Tragartha. It's all about the effort that they've all done. The likes of Lando Norris, the Formula Renault 2.0 driver, the likes of Frank Schothorst, who has put in a fantastic stint early on. This is what We Are Grip are here for, and they could just be the biggest upset in the world of sim racing endurance right now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Cisco, we need to figure out, did they take tyres or not?
I would assume you'd have to. I mean, I don't remember the last time they took tires. You would assume by the tire degradation on these cars, maybe halfway was the last time they took tires. But I would assume you'd want that fresh grip. I know it'd take a little while to heat those tires up, but I'd figure you have a big enough gap, you can afford to give that away, so that way you have the better grip if you end up having to battle Glacier here at the end.
Rachel, this could be huge. We're going to keep it with them, this battle for just a moment, but we'll turn to tyre temp. We're looking at a 209 outlap for Team We Are Grip, 141 last time by Glacier Racing. The important lap will be in the next lap, and they're both on tyres.
It's 17.
Both up to heat. They're 17.3 right now, and the gap has come down by what? A second and a half over the last lap?
Yeah, certainly. Second and a half gap down for Glacier. 17 seconds in the last stint in a race like this. Well, it's not insurmountable. That's an attackable distance, and we might well see that from from Glacier Racing against Team We Are Grip. It's certainly going to be quite telling as we see this one unfold, of course. They're heading to the boot right now, Glacier Racing at the bus stop, but yeah, this gap could open up, and we know We Are Grip have to maintain a very fast pace here, otherwise that gap will shrink. They have to go fast. this could put them in an awkward spot. This could put them into an accident, you will. So we don't know yet. This one could definitely change.
17 seconds then between P1, P2 here on RaceSpot TV. We're going to take you side by side. You won't miss a moment. This is RaceSpot TV. He's typing. He's typing. He's got it. He's got it. It's a new line of code. I'll get my code. Sorry. So, Glacier Racing versus Team We Are Grit. 15.2 seconds last time by. 142.6 versus the 141.7. Cisco, still a battle here, but as it stands, Team We Are Grit have the advantage.
And I think they'll get there, but this has been Glacier's Achilles heel all race. They've been so aggressive, and they've been a part of accidents. They've been pushing it a little too aggressively, And aggressive is good right now, but when you're coming down for a lead, and this is going to be an opponent that battles you and is probably on very similar footing you are. So, and also it looks like We Are Grip is currently caught in some very heavy traffic right now. This is gonna be a battle either way, and I'm just worried that Glacier might be a little too aggressive.
Yeah, and for Team We Are Grip right now, they need to be careful through this lap traffic, as you see there. Oh, look at that free wide down towards turn 11. Don't do that right now.
Do not do that there. We've seen that. We've seen what happens when you go 3 wide there. That is not, you do not want to be doing that when you're leading this race with your rivals coming down after you. Rachel, I don't like this aggressiveness that the leaders have.
Rachel's there.
I think we might have just...
Yeah, let's go to Jake.
We broke Rachel.
Well, he really cannot afford to make that sort of move there. It was rash, and again, he lost out 43.1. Look at the time, 41.4. Jody Takinen, gap down 13.9. That's going to be caught by the end of the race. Takinen will still have to negotiate the traffic. Has to be remembered is Takinen, he's got to call on all of his experience right now. He's fresh. He's just come in the last stint. It's going to be so bold, so brave to see whether it can happen. I think it will, but it's just a case of how quickly he can catch.
And also, he got the traffic at the right point there as well. Gap up to 14.7, but he got most of it there before he came down into chicane. You're the Atari there is here on RaceSpot TV. And while the Atari, 2 questions. A, have you got the fair share? And B, can you win this motor race?
Okay, fair share is actually 45 minutes, and Takanen stepped in at somewhere around 48 minutes, so should be okay. And B, no.
Really? You saying you can't win this motor race?
Well, we can, but that requires that We Are Grip makes a mistake.
Well, last time by, 143.1 for your opponent, 141.4 for you. That's a 1.6 second advantage. You got enough time, surely, to do it. Do you not believe at all that you can win this motor race?
As I said, I really think We Are Grip needs to make a mistake for us to pass them. They are negotiating traffic jam, and will be facing that same traffic jam eventually, so you actually your guess is just as good as mine.
Well, we'll give you a live update as they come past the start finish line. 141.3 there for you, 142.5 for your Glacier Racing team versus
15 seconds.
The gap is 15.3 seconds right now, so we're going to wish you the best of luck, but still, we don't talk to you before the end of this race. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Well, basically Takanen for actually stepping in the car. I was prepared to make it the whole 6 hours, but obviously it's impossible to finish the race with one driver, but yeah.
Well done to you. Of course, we'll see you in Finland in a couple of weeks' time, but that is number 3, Glacier Racing Machine. Rachel, who's going to win this motor race?
I think it's going to be a tough call, Will, but I think, of course, the guys from Glacier were too busy listening to the interview there, so that's why they dropped some time on that, but the push has just been massive there from Joni Tankanen as he got in the car. He's had a much better time with traffic. I think he can take this one, actually. I think it's numerically possible. There is time left, and we've seen a couple of mistakes and very hairy attempts by We Are Grip. I think enough that they're making mistakes, and they could make a big enough one that they could gift it to Glacier, or they can let Glacier catch them. They're having a much tougher time with traffic, really. Especially because they have a lot of prototype traffic in front of them, which isn't quite so easy to get out of the way. So you're gonna have to work on this one.
Cisco?
I don't know. It's a big gap, and like we said, he can get there, but it's just a matter of how much time is he gonna have left to do it. And you gotta remember, he's gonna have to pass a driver who's going to be fighting very hard for this win. So this isn't going to be like, you know, passing traffic and maybe getting in your way. I get the feeling Will's going to do everything he can to make sure that car comes home on top of the podium. And at the same time, I think Ioni's going to do the same thing as well. So Takinen, both these guys are got to be at their limit. This is going to be a battle either way. I gotta go with the undercount still.
Oh, okay. For you then, Jake, what do you think?
Well, at the moment, you just have to look at where Joni Tackman is. He's in exactly the same hellhole that We Are Grip were in exactly about 3 laps ago. He's now trying to negotiate traffic. Has to go hard to the right-hand side. Can't get it through down there. But now that costs him a load of time right now. Tackman is taking too many chances right now. And for that, We Are Grip clear air effectively. They will put themselves up in what is racing immortality. 6 hours of the Glen. You heard it here first.
Well, there's a gap, 16.8 seconds right now between Team We Are Grip versus Glacier Racing. They get 1 down into the second to last corner, but they go 2 wide almost ahead of him into the second to last corner. And this is going to be a case of where do you catch the traffic, Rachel? And I would say, and we saw there a battle going on GT3. But I'm going to keep it with this for a moment's time because I think this is important here. How can this driver get himself through turn number 1 and up the hill? I don't think he'll get himself too disadvantaged there. Gap 16.5, gets himself past the Merc there, but he'll have himself a car to pass on the exit of the hill, and that will help him. That's actually 2, 3, 4 cars he has to get past.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think if he can navigate this one easily, then he's in a good place, of course. At the moment, Glacier in very clean air, very heavy traffic for We Are Grip, so there's some lap down cars, but there's also some cars that are actually prototype cars too, much tougher to pass. That will be a really big trouble for him. He's going to run outside of one of the roofs at the moment. No major drama there, but at the same time, look at that traffic ahead of him. There's a huge amount of cars. They are having to be very brave to keep this gap. They have widened it, yes, but now there's a lot of cars in front of them.
Yeah, as you can see that, your top 3 there on the left-hand side of your screen. Now getting to the bottom of your screen, the leaders in each of the classes. It's Team We Are Grip leading in Daytona Prototype. Then it's Goanna Simpson's leading in GT3, and then Trinity Motorsports leading in GTC right now. As we get ourselves towards the end of this motor race, less than half an hour left to go. And while Rach, the battle we've got going on, the biggest one we've got going on is in Prototype, but still, Bjorn Jens wants to get himself past Jake Sturgis.
Yeah, they certainly do, and well, the GT class, we're ignoring them for a little while, but they are still doing a great job at the moment, and yes, Coanda are pushing now to try and get up there, but they have got traffic as well of their own, and the pace has not been quite as big recently. They've not quite had that performance. Bjorn Jens has been somewhat outstripped there by the car of NX Racing Green. They've done very, very well. It's actually been Jake Sturgis and Isaac Price in that car. And they've had a stunning performance. And honest, Isaac Price in the blue car, sorry. PJ and Jake in the green car. I had a silver round. Oh, 3 wide. Don't. Oh, yeah, 3 wide. And then went to the bus stop. I for some reason thought that was before the S as well. But yeah, people trying very, very quickly at the moment. I think that car we saw go 3 wide there was in fact your race leader, Will Truthuga of We Are Grip. That was, he barely paused for thought when trying to go 3 wide past those guys. I think he's feeling a little bit of desperation as the time is really wavering between themselves and Glacier.
You know, one thing as well, the fact that I think that your prototype leader is, yeah, he was on the same screen there as your GT3 leaders right there. So what's happened is the consequence is now you've got GT1, sorry, GT3 as we call it, and the gap between P2 and P3 here, Jake, is down to 1.2 seconds. The draft is a-coming.
The draft will be a-coming, and it will be one where you have to be very, very wary about everything going on there. Jake Sturgis in that NX Racing green car will be looking very worried in his mirrors now. This is the fight for the podium and the spot for a second and spot for third. Well, it's going to be interesting to see whether they can do it, whether they can't do it. But if Sturgis has anything to go by, it was 47 flat compared to 47 flat. We'll see if that's the same this time by. Well, let's take a look at the lap times. Let's see what he does. Jake Sturgis does a 48.2. Compare that with the car behind, Bjorn Jens, 46.6.
Here we go.
Coming down. Here we go.
Yep, so now we look on board down from the rear of Jake Sturgis' car as he heads himself up the hill. And well, Cisco, this is the turbo racing we love to see in the last half an hour of a 6-hour endurance event.
And Jake's got to jump to the high side to get around that C-Spec. That's going to get the run a little bit more to Judd's as they come down to the bus stop. Chicane, not going to happen here. Now Bjorn has to go through the same C-Spec, but he's going to get in the carousel maybe a little bit easier. Let's find out. Going to jump to the high side, as is Sturgis. He's got to jump to the high side to get around another rough C-Spec. And there they come down into the booth, and Coanda is coming, but is he, you know he's got to get there. Question is Sturgis going to let him pass?
No. Sturgis, of course, is one of the most accomplished racers in all of iRacing. He runs himself in the iRacing Peak NFP Series powered by iRacing. That's the NASCAR Peak NFP Series powered by iRacing. Also in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series and the iRacing Blancpain GT Endurance Series. Rachel, there's no more an accomplished driver than the driver of that number 420 machine. That is Inex Racing Green. That is Jake Sturgis, because he is literally the most accomplished driver on iRacing. Yes, he's not won the World Championship Series or the Blancpain yet, but he's been darn close.
It certainly has been close, Will. Yeah, kind of very close. It has been, but that 420 car has been absolutely blazing its way around this track as they're about to get passed by a prototype car on the inside. But Inex Racing Green, if they get this close, there'll be a definite dogfight here, but I'm not sure the Coanda car will have an easy pass for Jorn Jens. Will have to fight for his dinner here. Being close is not necessarily an easy pass. He will get the draft here running up onto the back straight. As we watch now, will he have the draft? Will he not? It's going to be a tough one. It's not looking huge. He is starting to gain, but not really enough there. So not really enough to try and make it past the inside of the bus stop. But this is it. And the car of Inex Racing Green there, and the car of course, Jake Sturgis. He's really not making this too easy there. He's just running his own pace, running the lap, and he's making sure that the one who's going to adapt there is Jorn Jens.
Yeah, and Jorn Jens right now is still pointing through a second behind. Jorn Jens looking for a time and a place now, Cisco, to pass. 24 minutes of this race to go.
And he's got two big straightaways he can do it. If you want to try and be ballsy with it, which it looks like he's got a good run right here, it might be here to the outside.
Side by side then as they come down in towards the hill part of that, and they can see Coanda goes past, and they move themselves up into P number 2, Rachel. That means that Jake Sturgis hasn't got enough right now. Maybe he's light on fuel.
I think he just let him pass, Will, because in this position he's got a much easier time, but he's not waiting for a pass to come. He can sit here and stalk that car of Coanda, and he can wait, and he can make the pass when he wants to towards the end. An easy draft pass at the S's would be the kind of expected move, but as it stands, yeah, he got through, but it didn't look. He actually lifts out. If you look, he let him go. So we'll have to find out.
Yeah, that's a replay there.
The lap times. Will the lap times? Look at Daytona prototypes. 142.8 for We Are Grip. 143.3 for Glacier. At least on that one, maybe traffic had a little bit to do with that, but it keeps swinging the other way with the traffic.
Yeah, there's Jake Sturgis. You can see losing himself down into P number 3. Unfortunately, our replay won't get him that one, but it's worth noting our battle for the race lead as it stands right now. Last time by, we had ourselves Team We Are GP 142.8, 143.3 for Glacier Racing. So, as it stands right now, Cisco, looks like Team We Are Grip are gonna keep that advantage.
Well, as it sits right now, the traffic has swung in their favor, and that ultimately is probably going to be the deciding factors. Is the traffic going to affect that 16? Maybe force it into a mistake or something along those lines. We just don't know. But we still have time to find out. There's still time left in this race for that to happen. There's still time left in this race for Glacier. If they're saving something, they better not be anymore, because they got to lay it all on the table right now, because it's go time.
Yeah, it really is indeed go time for Glacier Racing. We got ourselves a 15-second gap between P1 and P2 after 5.5 hours of racing here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacingLive. In terms of your GT battle, it does look as though, Rachel, that Jake Sturgis has lost some big times. Glacier Racing, they're not even in the draft anymore.
No, they're not. In fact, they're pitting now, Will. They're pitting.
Pit road.
That's Inex Racing Green on pit road, actually, Will.
So, yeah, let's get Jake Sturgios there. So they couldn't make it, Rachel. They had to come towards pit road, and that will drop them into P5, potentially. P4 minimum, maybe P5.
It's looking that way. It depends on where Core Motorsports are and how long this pit stop is. Core Motorsports only in the toe of the boot now. Expect Inex Racing Green to be out fairly soon now. They are out and away. That will be, I believe, P4 at worst. In fact, their teammates now, yeah, their teammates are passed. They are going to be out in P4. Core Motorsports in the heel of the boot. P4 for Inex Racing Green.
So, Rachel, why do you battle so hard there with 20 minutes of the race left to go, knowing the fact these are coming towards pit road?
Because these are race drivers, Will. Any opportunity for them to race, they're going to. If they know they have to come in again, it might as well see just how much they can hold up for the competition.
Well, the Merc is on out of pit road then. The gap between himself and P number 3 is 14.2 seconds. It will take a miracle. Yeah, they may have fresh tyres. A miracle, though, for them to close that gap down to get themselves a podium finish here. There you can see it is the Core Motorsports number 33 machine. They are 33 seconds behind your GT3 P number 4 driver of NX Racing. It's almost all over for them. Here we are then, ladies and gentlemen, final commercial break of the day. Back to the final lap of this generation of the Internationals. And a word from RaceSpot TV.
A move. Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be into the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Then we've got ourselves 15 minutes and 42 seconds worth of racing to go here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacingLive. And well, some drivers, Rachel, are coming on towards pit road. We noticed there the number 151 machine there of JovensenRacing.de #green on pit road. Klaus Kivikazi on Yen still leads away in that division, but still we wonder about what's happening in DP.
Yes, certainly. There's still some things to play for, and it's going to be very exciting to see what will actually happen from this, Will, but time will tell.
Yep, as you can see, that is the driver of Will Haruki out there in the team We Are Grip versus the team of Glacier Racing in Joni Tankanen. 14.9 seconds and the gap between those two. And well, we're going to have to ask you the question here, Jake. Do you think they DP'd at the right time onto pit road?
I think that for Glacier Racing, it's just been a case of they had to make the stop, they had to change the driver, they did lose the time compared to We Are Grip, and it's just the case of trying to close down that, what was a 15-17 second gap. It hasn't happened, it stayed the same right now, effectively, and I think Glacier are now racing for second. I don't think they're going for the win. If they were going for the win, you'd see the gap down at 5 seconds or less around about now, with about 10-15 minutes to go.
But the last time by they were 0.4 of a second. That's not good enough. We're going to ride ourselves on board then with the kiddie car that is Team We Are Grip. And well, Jake, they're doing all they need to do right now. Gap is 13.6 seconds, 14 minutes to go. 2 seconds lap is minimum right now. You know what, I compare this to what I saw on Friday morning right now. And, you know, I saw something else, and I thought, yeah, this will be okay. No. Team We Are Grip right now. I've been the team, no. But also, for Glacier Racing, that is the emotion I'm feeling like.
Glacier Racing have put in so much effort, so much you look at the 5 hours at the cockpit you saw from Jari Lothari. He did everything he needed to, and in the end it might just only be for a second place. Takanen's tried his best, it's not quite happened for him at the moment, and you look at what Will Tregurtha's trying to do, it just seems right now that it's just not quite close enough then for Glacier. I think, barring an incident, We Are Grip might just be the winner.
Last time by then, Team We Are Grip 142.1, 141.9 for Glacier Racing. That's not close enough there. Look to the rear of the Team We Are Grip car as he heads himself down to the bus stop chicane. And well, Rachel, what we do know is the fact that this prototype battle is almost over. In terms of GT1, sorry, GT3 even, it's almost over as well, as is the case in GT3.
It certainly is. It's definitely become an exciting one, and the battle in GT3 is a bit closer than it was, but kind of spread out a bit more than we expected after that late pit stop. We weren't expecting that one, but well, things do change, of course, as this one goes forwards. But as it stands, spread out rather broadly now. No one really next to each other. The same thing goes for GTC, of course. A lap between your race leader and the rest of the entire field in that class. So, in fact, it's a lap over second, and second is a lap over third. So this race is a little bit on the broad side.
Yep, as Joni Tankanen then exits turn number 11. We have not shown you a lap on board of him yet. Let's show you then a lap on board. In fact, this isn't Tankanen. This is Wolf Thogura. Let's show you ourselves a lap on board then with the team. Looking this way, they may well win in your prototype division. This is RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion. Rachel, one thing I can't say is the fact that this team We Are Grip, they have been fantastic all race long. They've not asked for a single moment of pit they've just won the race and they've been fantastic.
They certainly are, and it's a team that I'm constantly, as the race has gone on, Will, I've constantly had to fight the urge to beat them as Team We Are Groot. That's what every time I hear it pops in my mind. Yeah, but they're doing exceptionally well. Incredible performance. Team we've not really seen come around before and perform like this, but names we know in that car, and it's a refreshing change to see that. Of course, we lost a number of our big runners in that early crash we saw, of course. The Radicals Online, of course, with Friction and Ryan all being out of this race early on. Really opened things up in the capacity, so it's made it a very exciting race, a refreshing finish.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing though, Rachel. Do you think the vote would have been different had it not been for the concrete incidents for some of these guys?
It certainly will be different.
There you can see Quantum Sports. That's Skippy Casa ahead of Yornians. 51.8 seconds more. Jake at that stage of the race. What we want to do is run that car home.
Yeah, VRS Coanda will be very, very pleased with the 1-2 finish here in their category, beating Inex and really showing exactly what they're made of right now. It just goes to show you that if you put your minds together, if you make sure you're both on the same page, anything is possible. But Coanda have really figured out here exactly what they need to do with the BMW. They have proven to everyone why they are so dominant.
Well, we're down to 8 minutes left in this motor race there. 7 minutes left in this motor race and some change. Just have a look down through your field right now. I want to keep an eye out on your GTC division. And here's the reason why, Jake, because we've got ourselves sort of a little bit of battling going on. And this is between, we've got these teams, Green RaceSpot and HSA Deacon, S for Minted Apple Machine. They are a minute and a half away from each other. But still, what we want to pay attention to is the drivers that are just a little bit closer than that. We've got ourselves 2 drivers, 2 teams. They are SimRC and DRS Racing. 3.6 seconds advantage. DRS just coming towards pit road and they want to get themselves number 5 back.
Yeah, well, you can see here they really want to make sure they pull themselves back in. DRS last time by 2:03. You look further up down the field, Lucas Dolzer did a 1:57, so there has been, in effect, a jump there for DRS. DRS have lost all that time then, and it really hasn't worked, and they need to try and find it back, but it's going to be a case of, I don't think it's possible. Not this late.
Yeah, and Rachel, with 7 minutes left, let's go. Then we've got to pay attention to the report at the front of the field. Here is the driver who leads the way right now. That is the number 16 machine. And he's got himself almost an interminable advantage because of the fact he tried to push. He's got himself the push. And last time by, Glacier Racing were a second slower.
Yeah, they certainly were. They've just not been able to make up that difference, Will, and it's something that's probably going to weigh heavily on the minds of Glacier Racing. 5 hours, 15 minutes, and then a 45-minute stint for a different driver really wasn't the right call to make. Whether it was intentional or forced by circumstances, that's what really cost them in this one. I think they would have been much closer otherwise, and we're going to have to see what will happen later, obviously.
There's been a mistake for the Glacier team as well. Down at the final corner, comes in, 2 tyres on the grass, little bit of a wiggle, and is there contact with the barrier? Answer is yes, but it's light. That's the only thing I can say. I don't think Lavano will catch.
Yeah, give us an update there. Give us an update there.
So they've lost themselves 7 seconds here, Will. The gap's gone back up then to what is 22 seconds here on circuit. Heads himself around the carousel, and it seems just for the moment that they're circulating all right. They're nice. Thrustmaster are still over a minute behind right now, so I think they're still safe in second, but that is a rare mistake.
It is indeed, but as we go now, 5 minutes of this motor race to go, and well, Jake, did you expect the race to be like this?
Certainly not. I didn't expect it as close as it was with an hour to go, and I didn't really expect We Are Grip to break away in such a fashion that they have. They've proven everybody wrong that they can go from absolute nothing to immortality within the space of 6 hours. It's brilliant to see, and it's not just been brilliant here for this prototype class. We've seen brilliant racing throughout the night, throughout the day. We've seen brilliant racing from second 1 to what is the final seconds of this race. It's been brilliant and been a pleasure to commentate over.
Yeah, we just saw a car there down on the exit of the the first part of the bus stop. We can figure out who that one is. We'll be incredibly indebted. But we've got ourselves there. You can see a driver on pit road right now. We're not just sometimes to come back for the moment. We think that one of Sam Sutton might have been involved in that one. Rachel, any updates?
Not that we could tell at this stage, Will. Sam Sutton, I'm not sure if he was involved in that one. Jake, did you have anything on that? I know he's
no,
sorry, Jake, not here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just about to leave, guys. Thank you very much.
So, we know that someone in the prototype car was involved in an incident. We know it wasn't your race leader. But we are, though, Rachel, down to the final couple of minutes of this motor race. 3 minutes 51 seconds to go in this event. And we know that 4 minutes ago, it's almost all over now, Cisco, for the driver of Unitank. They will not win this motor race unless the driver out front makes a huge mistake.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a pretty big mistake, but it isn't over until the clock strikes, and a little bit of smoke there. I'm not sure what happened, where that came from, but either way, all these guys have to do is just ride. Don't push the envelope or anything like that. Just ride, and you'll make it.
So, 1 minute remaining in a lap's time there. 3 minutes remaining overall, Rachel. It is now the case of, can anyone do anything? We've been looking at your prototype division. We don't think they can do anything. The gaps increase over the last couple of laps. The same applies to your GT division, because now Quantum Sports are now 49 seconds behind Quantum Sports.
They certainly are, and well, that's been literally, we've just passed the 3 minute mark exactly, Will, so we're down to literally 2 laps remaining. One more lap, then we'll have that white flag out here, of course, and it'll certainly make things, well, it won't make anything interesting. It's been pretty quiet for a while, and everything's stable, so as long as everyone finishes these next 2 laps at whatever pace they fancy, really, we're in a great situation. And Guanda taking 2 steps to the podium in GT will be incredible for those guys. Trinity Motorsports and, of course, HJ Dickens Fermented Apple Drink team in the GTC class, along with KLT Motorsports in a great position. NX Racing also in GT. And Vanda will actually claw back for a podium, as only our podium finishers in the prototype class will be on the podium.
As you can see then, MSP drivers home 4. They look to the outside and towards the carousel. They're not able to do anything. They remain in P number 5 in your class. Here then, Rachel, is your race leader. He will see the white flag this time by. 1 more lap to go for him after this corner.
We'll have to have a quick look. We'll see exactly where he is there. What time is he crosses the line? Yes, he will. This will be white flag. This is white flag lap. Last lap remaining now. We are a grip team, and it's been a great race for them. They've had a good run. They've been lucky, most importantly, Will, but Kitty Power seems to have won out.
Yeah, and while Cisco, it seems to be this team wins out, but still been a hard-on race for them. Team We Are Grip, half a lap away now from winning this motor race.
Absolutely. All they have to do, they're down the backstretch right now. Got to do the bus stop. Final time. Nice and easy, boys. Nice and easy. They'll get through. No problems there. All they have now, they got the carousel. After the carousel, it's the boot, and after that, they can cruise from there.
Yep, so here is then Team We Are Grip. They've had the grip all race long through 7. That's okay for them. The gap behind them, well, that is almost insurmountable there. 22.6 seconds. It looks to be as if they did their strategy, the race perfect. Yeah, there's cars ahead of them. That's going to be a DP driver. He'll move out of the way. That was easy. That's no issue at all. Now, 1 car ahead of them as they come down in towards the toe corner. That should be easy as well. Heck, they might not even choose to pass them. The gap is still 22.6 seconds. In towards turn number 11 for the final time. Through this corner.
Yep, here they come out of it.
2 corners to go.
We'll take it to the end.
So 2 corners to go there. The white flag is out. This is the end of the motor race, and here we see then it will be Will in the number 16 machine team. We are Grip heading himself past the start finish line, and he will win the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV. What a dominant victory there, Cisco.
Absolutely a great job for that team, and a valiant effort for Glacier Racing. We're going to come home strong, but sadly second place.
Yeah, as RaceSpot and SimSports comes across the line, they will claim the win in their class. Of course, they run the Blanc Pain GT Endurance Series. This is what they're all about. They win here today, and they show once again they can be dominant when they want to be. Let's go have a look now at Trinity Motorsports, Rachel. They are now down into the final couple of corners in the GTC class.
Yes, they certainly are. And Trinity Motorsport, a great performance from those guys. Pretty flawless result. Of course, Leonardo Corti, they great run in this one. In fact, he's going to finish just ahead or just behind maybe one of the Coanda cars. As they come in to take second place, they'll stay behind him for this corner. And they'll all come to the line this time by. I believe that's the number 88 car. Second place finisher for the GT class. They will finish behind your leader and winner in GTC. That is Trinity Motorsports, Leonardo Conti. And he will take the flag for GTC.
So we've got ourselves our class winners here today, ladies and gentlemen. That means that in a moment's time we can give you your final race results. But first of all, Francisco, what a race we've had here today at Watkins Glen International.
Absolutely, we saw a bit of everything. We saw close racing, we saw a couple wrecks, we saw some great strategy being played out. Just an all-out, just a great race here, and just goes to show what a great facility here they have at Watkins Glen, and just the great racing they can put on.
Yep, of course, this track will play host to a Verizon IndyCar Series race again this year for the first time in 6 years. But Rachel, this is more than that. This track hosts endurance racing, NASCAR racing, IndyCar racing, and so much more. As we get ourselves then our final race results, and here we can see then a team We Are Grip who wins out by 22 seconds over Glacier Racing. They tried, they couldn't do so. First last start, come up in third. MSP 4th and 5th. Then we can see overall it was Cornell Simulations Endurance in 5th, SLB in 7th. And then we see Blackadder in 8th, Reaction Sim Racing in 9th, and Radicals in 9th, running out the top 10. Over to GT3. Coanda 1 and 2, Inex Racing in 3rd, Inex Racing Green in 4th. And Core, Radicals, P&D, Core, and then Venedo and Radicals in 9. They ran out your top 10. And then in GT3, Trinity from HJ Dickon, S. Fermented Apple Drink then in 2nd. Thank you very much. KRT in 3rd, CRC, and they can see the rest of your GTC field up on your screen. Rachel, what a great race we're seeing. What a great race we're seeing over here.
It certainly has been, Will. A fantastic race. What a great way to have the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. We were not disappointed. We had action, we had drama, disappointment, and elation. It's been a fantastic event. We're proud to be part of it as always.
Yeah, that's unfortunately all we have time for here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Post-race interviews, we'll try and keep an eye out on them after this event, but still, unfortunately, that's all we have time for here today. Thank you so much for being a part of RaceSpot TV. This has been the 6 hours of the Glen here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacingLive. We'll talk to you all next time. Bye-bye.